Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into brand new what if story. What if Edward Cullen became Bella Swan's reason to live? Here's a quick summary. After a serious accident changes her life, Bella meets Edward Cullen, the mysterious stranger who becomes her unexpected reason to keep going. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Let's start the story. Bella Swan Pa, 4 days before the accident. Hiding out in the girls' bathroom during gym had become one of my daily rituals. I wouldn't be surprised if Coach Hunter thought that I was dead or that I changed schools, since I hadn't made it to gym for almost 3 months now. I really wished she was right, though. I splashed my face with cold water and stared at my taunting reflection in the mirror. My brown hair was sticking to the water on my face, and I looked like a complete mess. My reflection stared back at me with condescending eyes and I had to look away. Wasn't it enough that I had to endure those looks from the rest of the student body? Why did I have to look at myself the same way? I should treat myself with more respect. I deserved better. If I didn't treat myself better, then who would? I had no friends and no one who really cared about me. People say that often, but those who do are not truly alone. They have a few acquaintances to smile with while walking through the halls of their schools, or maybe a sibling to relate to. In my case, though, it's true. I really have no friends. I am an only child. But I can honestly say that that doesn't bother me. I don't mind having no friends. Having friends means you are setting yourself up to get hurt. Trust me when I say that I have gone through enough betrayal and pain to last a lifetime. I know better than to try getting to know people since everyone thinks I'm crazy, anyway. I couldn't even count on my family to be there for me. They still blamed me for what had happened. I shook those thoughts away. It was definitely not the time to think about that right now. The door to the bathroom swung open, and Tanya Denali walked in with Jessica Stanley and Lauren Mallory hot on her heels. I don't think I've ever seen Tanya without Jessica or Lauren standing behind her like a couple of pathetic cheerleading bodyguards. I suppressed a scoff as all three of them turned to glare at me. "Excuse me, but this bathroom is for normal people." The mentally unstable P behind the gym, Tanya said to me in a sickly sweet voice. Jessica and Lauren giggled and I stared at them, my eyes expressing no emotion whatsoever. I had this look down pat and memorized by now. I couldn't let them get to me. I couldn't let any of them get to me. "Then what the hell are you doing here?" I asked, veering my gaze away from her and her posse. Tanya looked confused for a moment. I guess it took her a second longer than it should have before she understood what I said. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. How is it even possible to be so dense? Freak, she spat when she couldn't come up with a good enough comeback, before storming into one of the stalls. I grabbed a paper towel from the dispenser and patted my face dry. Lauren and Jessica were watching my every move through the mirror. I glared back at them, but they didn't even flinch. I threw the paper towel in the trash and left the bathroom. The hallways were empty, apart from the occasional outcast like me, who roamed the halls when the rest of the school was busy in class. I walked up the stairs to the second floor and steered my feet towards the closed-off wing. Nobody ever went there. That was the reason why I loved it so much. I slipped under the caution tape that marked the restricted area and walked over to the abandoned music room. The door opened with a loud creak and I tried my best to close it silently behind me before making my way over to the grand piano, which was covered with a dusty white sheet. My steps echoed through the big, empty room. The piano was the only thing in the room. The seat was as dusty as the white sheet was, as were the floor and the rest of the room. Everything was so dirty, but that was to be expected considering how long it had been since anyone, other than me, had been up here. This wing had been closed off for almost a year now. It was first closed down due to renovations. But I guess the school couldn't afford to finish them, because the contractors only stayed for a week. Ever since then the wing had been a restricted area and classes were no longer scheduled there, because of the danger from construction. The danger of the room is one of the main reasons I kept coming back. Each time, I hoped that something would happen to me, but each time I left the room disappointed. Nothing ever happened. I looked down at my hands in my lap and tugged at my sleeve to make sure that my scars weren't exposed. I didn't feel ashamed about them, I just didn't want people to know about them. That would only fuel the fire, the taunting. Don't go getting the wrong idea about me, I'm not a cutter. I just have scars, a lot of them. And it's not my fault they're there. I didn't put them there. Someone else did. And the scars are one of the reasons why I refuse to go to gym. If I did, people would be bound to take notice of them, and they would never let me forget it. That was something I tried to do 24/7. I want to stop thinking about it. An impossible goal, for sure. But I had to at least try, because it was the only thing keeping me sane, while the whole school made me out to be insane. I squeezed my eyes shut and rubbed the heels of my hands against my eyes. 3 months had passed, but I could still hear the screaming. Every time I closed my eyes, I would see his murderous gaze, and my dreams were forever haunted by the memory. There was no way for me to get over this. The mental pain was slowly driving me insane and killing my will to live. The physical pain I could handle. My wounds had been serious, but I didn't complain. With my wounds, I could see what hurt me. Plus, after a couple of months, the wounds had turned into pink scars. I was no longer broken. My body was fixed, but the wounds in my mind and in my heart would never heal. They would never diminish into pink scars. 3 months, and the pain was just as excruciating now as it had been back then. That would never change. Why didn't I die that night? I stood up and walked over to one of the dusty windows and jumped up to sit on its ledge. The window faced the parking lot where my big red truck stood out like a big red zit would stand out on a supermodel's pristine, pore-free forehead. It was bigger and older than any other car on the parking lot, and not to mention it was loud. People always stared at me when I came a clunkin' to school every morning. But I wasn't sure whether that was because of the loud roar of the engine, or the fact that I was a loser in their eyes, and they needed to put me down before starting their day. A shiny, silver Volvo caught my eye. It was moving fluidly down the parking lot, before parking in the principal's assigned spot. I raised an eyebrow at the sight, since I knew that that particular car didn't belong to the principal. It belonged to none other than Edward Cullen. I watched him as he climbed out of the car and slammed the door shut, before pushing a button on his keys, pointing it towards the car. The lights flashed, indicating he had locked the car, and he walked off with his hands in his pockets. He slouched his shoulders, like he always did. I don't think I'd ever seen him walk with his back straight. He slouched and kept his eyes down, not meeting anyone's glance, as if he was trying to hide. This was pretty odd, seeing as everyone knew who he was and everyone looked up to him. The guys wanted to be him, and the girls wanted to be with him. You know the type. Yet, still, he always walked like he didn't want any of it. It was as if he just didn't want people to see him, or notice him. Even more ironic, he was the sluttiest guy the first have ever encountered. He had slept with the entire female population of the school. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if he slept with a few of the guys too when he was getting short on girls. I was definitely not one of the girls he had slept with, though. I was still as the day God had created me. I remember once, last spring, when I thought he had tried to flirt with me. I was sitting in the library, during study hall, when he walked up to me. He stood across the table and leaned down on his arms as his eyes focused all his power on me. "Isabella Swan," he said with a husky voice. "You're looking pretty today." I blushed and looked down, embarrassed. I was not used to getting compliments from guys, or talking to guys at all for that matter. Getting a compliment from Edward Cullen was like being told by Simon Cowell that you were good at singing. Both situations were equally rare, and equally amazing. "Thanks," I muttered. He chuckled. "So what are you studying, pretty Bella?" he asked. I could still feel his eyes on me. "Advanced algebra," I replied quietly, without looking at him. Why did he even bother asking? My algebra books were the only ones on the table in front of me and I was busy scribbling down equations and answers in my notebook. "Oh, really? I was too, but I don't understand question 4, do you?" he asked innocently. I nodded weakly. I didn't have any trouble with AP algebra. Math was a cakewalk for me. He leaned in closer towards me, over the table, and I could feel his breath on my face. "Mind helping a guy out?" he breathed, still with that husky tone. I glanced up and my breath caught in my throat as his beautiful emerald eyes stared back at me, barely inches from my face. I bit my lip and pushed my notebook to him. I solved it by using the method on page 65. I stuttered nervously and pointed to the page without breaking the lock with his eyes. He smirked and leaned back before snatching the notebook. He looked at the page and nodded, seemingly content. "Thanks," he said, ripping the page out and throwing the notebook back down on the table, walking off without a second glance. I flushed as I reached for my notebook and frowned when I noticed that he had managed to get away with the whole assignment, while it had taken me over an hour to solve the problems. I was forced to do it again. I shook my head at the memory. I had been so naive back then. How could I have possibly thought that Edward Cullen would ever consider me pretty? Or that he would ever bother flirting with me in the first place unless he had something to gain from it? I was not pretty. My appearance was plain. Everything about me was either plain or broken. I had been naive and I had let him get away with stealing my homework. Because of him, I had gotten in trouble for not managing to finish the homework again. Of course I got in trouble for not completing the assignment, while Edward got an A on his homework, or should I say my homework. I jumped back down on the floor and the dust whirled around my feet. Some of it came up to my face and I sneezed, the sound echoing through the almost empty room. I walked back to the piano and pulled back the sheet, exposing a part of the piano in the process. I wanted to admire the beautiful, black piano. The finish was still smooth and shiny. It was a pity that no one ever got to use it anymore. I had often wondered why it had never been brought down to the new music room next to the cafeteria. Instead, they had just brought the guitars and drums, along with the smaller woodwind and percussion instruments. Maybe the grand piano was simply too big and heavy to move. It wasn't worth the effort since they had planned on getting the music room back up here when the renovations were finished, anyway. As if that were ever going to happen. I put the sheet back, sheathing the piano back into hiding. It was at times like this that I really wished that I had any musical talent whatsoever. It could really benefit in getting my emotions out in the form of music. It would be such a beautiful way of expressing myself, as opposed to writing countless pages of worthless days in my journals about how bad I have felt recently and how I have been wishing for the relief of death. It wasn't like I could go to a therapist and talk about what happened. I wasn't allowed to talk about what happened at all, not with anyone. Not even with the people involved. Well, it wasn't like I could talk to them, anyway. Instead, I had to live in a lie and pretend it never happened. If someone asked about it, I was to give them the lousy cover-up story. The same one we gave the hospital when they took care of my wounds. A cover-up story that made me responsible for everything that had happened. I absent-mindedly pulled up my sleeve and was about to scratch my arm, but when my fingers touched the scars, I flinched and looked down. I stared at the scars like it was the first time I'd ever seen them and felt sick to my stomach. They disgusted me, but no more than the person who inflicted them did. The bell rang, signaling that it was time for lunch. I left the music room, and walked back downstairs. I reached my locker and grabbed my lunch bag, making my way outside and sitting down under the tree where I usually ate lunch whenever the weather was nice enough. It was kind of odd sitting outside and eating when it was already November, especially since this was Forks. Having any kind of good weather this late in the year was pretty miraculous. Though it was a little chilly, it was possible to eat outside as long as I had my jacket on. Haha, look, there's Isabella who never had a fella. Someone called out. When are you gonna become a swan? Aren't you tired of being an ugly duckling yet, Swan? Someone else called out. The laughter ensued as it always did. I tried to ignore the remarks, but felt my cheeks flush crimson anyway. I was used to their nasty comments, but that didn't mean that it had become any easier to hear it over the last few months. I nibbled at my homemade chicken sandwich and tried to force the food down my throat. My body was resisting. It didn't want the food, but I kept pushing it down, anyway, fighting the urge to spit it all out. I took a bigger bite and I guess I forced it down too quickly because it got stuck in my throat and I began to choke. Perfect. I would have rolled my eyes at myself for being so stupid, but the big lump of sandwich wedged in my throat kept me from thinking about anything but the need to get air into my lungs. I coughed violently and crossed hands at my throat, the universal sign for choking. I wasn't getting any air and my eyes were watering. I looked around as I stood up, hoping that someone would notice me and help me. I realized that they were all already looking at me. But no one was coming to help me. Instead, they were standing around and laughing at me. They were laughing and pointing as I was slowly choking to death. Maybe that was a good thing. Death by sandwich. Perhaps it wasn't the most ideal way to go, but beggars can't be choosers, right? Dear God, are you guys insane? Somebody help her. A tinkling voice shouted, finally. It wasn't hard to recognize that bell-like voice. There was only one person who sounded like a fairy in our school. That would be Alice Brandon, a tiny pixie-looking girl with short black hair, who was always dressed in designer clothes. Even in gym, she ran over to me and I wanted to roll my eyes, but I was afraid that they'd roll all the way back. Cue the irony, the only person willing to help me was the only person who couldn't. There was no chance in hell that tiny Alice, who was barely 5 foot tall, would be able to help me. But I had been proven wrong before, and this was no exception. Alice wrapped her seemingly tiny arms around my waist from behind, clasped her hands together right under my ribs, and pressed hard. It didn't take more than one push for me to cough up the soggy piece of my sandwich that had been caught in my throat. I spat it out onto the ground as soon as it was freed from the confines of my throat. I coughed a few times, feeling relieved that the obstruction was gone and I could take a few deep breaths. She let go of me and walked around so she was standing in front of me. "You all right, Isabella?" she asked, putting a hand on my shoulder. I smiled meekly. "I'm fine, thanks," I replied with a scratchy voice. She smiled at me softly. "Anytime," she remarked casually, before scampering off. People were still looking at me. Some were still laughing their asses off at my expense. My face was burning in embarrassment as I quickly gathered my things and walked off towards school. I spent the remainder of lunch locked in one of the stalls of the girls' bathroom. I took extremely small bites of my sandwich, paranoid that I would end up choking again. Alice probably wouldn't be there next time to save me if it happened again. The good thing was that I could now cross that off my list of possible ways to die. Choking was obviously not an option, it was too uncomfortable and unsettling. Death by sandwich? No thank you. I parked my truck outside our house and noticed that the police cruiser was parked by the curb as per usual when my dad was home. I guess he was home. I really wasn't in the mood to see or talk to him, especially after the day I'd had. I walked inside, not bothering to call out, "Hello," since the loud rumble from my truck engine already alerted anyone within a 10-mile radius to my presence. Dad came out from the kitchen. He was still dressed in his chief uniform, with his gun in the holster on his belt. "Your mom called," he announced casually, as if it meant absolutely nothing. I flinched at the mere mention of her. "She wants you to call her back," he clarified when I didn't answer. "Oh, yeah, that is exactly what I want to do. Let's go call up Mother Dearest and see how she's been," I retorted sarcastically, as I started towards the stairs. "She's your mother," he replied sternly. "And she wants you to call her, you need to speak with her." "I'm not gonna call her and I wish she would stop asking me to," I muttered angrily as I stomped my way up the stairs and towards my bedroom. I would be the epitome of teen angst right about now. I slammed the door behind me, making the thin walls quiver. I dropped my bag on the floor and threw myself on my bed. I hated my mother and I hated my father for nagging me about calling her. Another teenage cliché, I'm sure. Was there any teenager out there who hadn't uttered those precise words at some point? But even if they did, I had my doubts about whether or not it was earned. My hatred of my mother was well earned and she knew that too. That's why it pissed me off that she wouldn't let me be. It had only been 3 months. Did she really think I was going to get over it so quickly? Did she really think that I was going to actually forgive her? There was no way that would ever happen. Edward Cullen Pav, 4 days before the accident. F. K. F. K. F. K. F. K in a bucket full of F. K. Who was the asshat who thought it was a good idea to let old people drive? If I had any F. King say in it, I would see to it that people over 50 weren't legally allowed to drive. I wouldn't mind revoking my dad's license either, even though he was barely pushing 40. He was driving me insane by driving like an old lady. "Are you F. King kidding me?" I asked, turning to my dad, as he gently put on the turn signal. He took his time making the turn, careful not to move his hands from the 10 and 2 position. Did anyone drive like that after they passed the driver's test, except my dad? No. The F. King answer was no. No one held the damn wheel like that. He chuckled at me. "What's the hurry, son?" he asked and smiled, amused. "The hurry is that I want my F. King Car, and at the speed you're driving we won't make it to Port Angeles until next week if we're lucky, I huffed and slumped down in the leather seat. I wouldn't complain about my driving if I were you, seeing as it's your car that's in the shop and not mine, he replied smugly. Like that's even remotely my fault, I said and gritted my teeth. King Newton rear-ended me, and if Emmett hadn't stopped me, I would have chopped his King head off. Yes, you would have, so I'm thankful your brother was there to stop you, he replied calmly. I snorted in response. I wasn't thankful at all. That imbecile Mike Newton should know better than to rear-end my car and dent it like he did. King idiot. I wondered how the hell he managed to get a license. I bet he had the 10 and 2 position down to a science too. It had been a week since Newton hit my car. I had been backing out from my usual spot on the school parking lot, and out of nowhere that idiot plowed right into me. He was scared shitless as I stepped out of my car, marched up to him and pulled him out of his car by his collar. I was just about to punch him right in the face when Emmett stepped up and pulled me away. Not worth it, bro, he had said simply as he pulled me away, to a safe distance from Newton. But my attention wasn't on either of them anymore. Instead I had looked over at my car and the injury Newton had inflicted on my baby. I had never loved anyone like I loved my car. My car was my baby. The love of my King existence, and anyone who messed with her was messing with me. I know it's probably insane to be so attached to a piece of metal, but that car had brought me more pleasure than any girl ever could. So excuse me for feeling affection for my shiny silver baby. Your King dead, Newton, I growled and glared at him. I took silent pleasure in seeing his face contorted in panic. He was practically peeing his pants in fear. But the sight wasn't amusing enough to make up for the damage he had done. I didn't even care that his car had ended up worse than mine had. His King car wasn't even worth the gas in the tank. It would be cheaper for him to buy a new damn car than to repair the damage to his old one. Maybe that was just as well, seeing as it was insulting for my Volvo to even be in the same parking lot as his piece of crap car. It was almost as insulting as it was to have it parked in the same lot as Isabella Swan's ridiculous excuse for a car. It was a big, red and rusty truck with a bulbous cab and an open truck bed. It was dirty, loud, and it smelled like oil. I had no idea what she had been thinking when she got it, but she was clearly out of her King mind, seeing as she seemed to enjoy driving it. We finally hit the highway and I almost wanted to King high-five my father for finally finding the damn gas pedal. After an eternity in Dad's hospital-smelling black Mercedes, we finally made it to Port Angeles and to the shop that had repaired my baby. My baby was parked outside, and I didn't even care to go inside with my dad to pay for the repairs. Instead I walked right up to my baby and stepped around her several times, examining every little inch of her. I saw to it that they didn't accidentally add to her suffering and that every little flaw Newton had put on her was gone and that she was now as good as new. After a 10-minute survey, I could fortunately see that my baby was indeed as good as new. They had even given her a wax. She was shinier than ever. My dad walked over to me and handed me the keys. I'll call Mrs. Newton tonight and tell her about the expense of the repairs. You don't need to bother Mike with it, Dad said to me, and I rolled my eyes. Oh come on, you don't trust me? I asked innocently and he shook his head. You think I'm gonna tell him that it cost $5 grand to fix her? It's unsettling that you keep insisting to refer to your car as a she, he replied, shaking his head. And it's unsettling that you drive like an old lady, but you don't hear me complaining, I retorted as I unlocked the car. He cocked an eyebrow at me, silently reminding me that I always complained about his driving. I rolled my eyes at him and snorted, F.K.U. He chuckled and started towards his car. Go to school now, boy, and keep out of trouble, he called to me over his shoulder. That's like asking the sun to stop shining. It just can't be done, I called back, before getting into the car. I groaned loudly when I felt that the seat was pulled back too far and not at all in its usual position. I couldn't even reach the damn pedals. This was one of the most obvious reasons why I never let anyone drive my car, they always messed with it. It took me 15 minutes to get everything in order again, the seat, the mirrors and even the damn radio. I didn't even want to know why someone had the radio set to a rap station. Rap wasn't music, it was torture. I'd rather cut off my ears, like Van Gogh or some shit, than listen to that crap. I drove back to school, with soft classical music playing from the stereo. I relaxed in the seat and smiled to myself. The soft music, combined with the soft purr of the engine, was easily my single favorite sound in the world. Nothing beat it. Nothing. I pulled into the parking lot at school just in time for lunch. I drove past my usual spot, not taking any chances with driving impaired Newton again, and parked on the spot closest to the entrance instead. It was marked with Principal Green's name, but I could care less about that as I smoothly pulled the car into the space. I turned off the engine and stepped out of the car, and as soon as I did I felt dread wash over me. I really didn't enjoy this place. I hated school. The guys all acted like I was some kind of hero to look up to and the girls got off just by looking at me. Not that I minded the girl thing. Who was I to deny if a girl wanted me to f**k her senseless? Just because I used that to my advantage, didn't mean I didn't find it tedious at times. There was no challenge in f**king the girls in this school, and sometimes it would be nice to have something more with a girl than just a 5-minute f**k in the janitor's closet. Sometimes I wished I could get the same f**king connection with a girl that I had with my Volvo. I guess that wasn't in the damn stars or something. I put my hands in my pockets as I walked towards the entrance. I really wasn't in the mood for this shit. The halls were filled with roaming students as I walked in. It didn't matter where I looked, there were people waving at me and nodding nonchalantly at me as I passed. Like I was some sort of f**king royalty. Which I guess I kind of was in this school. Who else would it be? I had been fortunate enough to be blessed with good genes, being born with great looks, of course I would become royalty because of it. Not even the ridiculous and unnatural-looking bronze color that was my hair did anything to hinder my popularity. Instead the girls seemed to be even more drawn to me by it. They loved dragging their fingers through it and making it even more unruly. I guess my hair was my trademark, if I ever had one. I guess girls really dig the fact that it's totally out of control. I gave up on trying to tame it a long time ago. It can't even be beat with products, so I quit trying. The bronze mess on my head gave me more head than I ever thought possible. Eddie. An annoying voice called me. I turned around and glared at the only person who ever dared to call me that. Rosalie, I replied with a nod. So, do you have your baby back yet? She asked as she hooked arms with me and dragged me towards the cafeteria. Yes, I just got back from Port Angeles, they even gave her king wax, I replied. Well, I know how you like your girls waxed, she replied sarcastically. Can't argue with that, I smirked and she rolled her eyes. Rosalie was a pain in the ass, but she was why is all hell. The only reason I put up with her crap, and she with mine for that matter, was the fact that she is my brother's girlfriend, along with the fact that I had never slept with her. Crazy, right? There's actually a girl in this school I hadn't slept with and that girl just happened to be one of the hottest girls in this place. I didn't mind though. I didn't want to sleep with Rosalie anyway, she might be why, but I had a hard time imagining me king her, and it was nice to have a friend who was a girl who didn't want to get into my pants. Pain in the ass or not. She made me carry her tray of food to our usual table outside, where we always sat when the weather was alright, which frankly wasn't often in Rainy Forks. She sat down next to Emmett. He put his meaty arm around her and she smiled at him before he leaned forward and at her. God, they are disgusting. It didn't take long for the remainder of our group to make their appearance. Pixie girl herself, Alice, and her boyfriend, and Rosalie's brother, Jasper. Alice was another member of the small club of girls I hadn't slept with, and it had nothing to do with the fact that she had been together with Jasper for forever, but because, honestly, she scared the living crap out of me. She might be a tiny little human, but she had the power of a giant. Nobody ever said no to Alice, and when she got angry, you pissed yourself. We were talking about nothing in particular, as we usually did, when suddenly we heard people all around us starting to whisper and laugh. We looked around in confusion, to see what got people so riled up. Oh God, Jasper groaned under his breath. I followed his gaze and saw none other than Isabella Swan standing under a tree coughing violently, while she looked around panicked. She was obviously choking and the students were just laughing and pointing at her. What the f**k was this shit? Did they actually enjoy watching her die a painful death? Not that I liked her, that Swan chick was a damn freak and I wouldn't touch her with a stick. But come on. To laugh in her face while she choked wasn't King human. I almost considered going over to help her, just because I'm such a considerate human being. But Alice beat me to the punch and pushed past me as she ran over to her. Dear God, are you guys insane? Somebody help her, she yelled frantically. We watched as she stepped behind Swan and did the Heimlich maneuver. Swan spat out whatever she had been choking on and coughed a few times before saying something to Alice. Alice smiled and nodded, before making her way back over to us. People were still pointing and laughing, but did so now a little more discreetly than before. I watched as Swan picked up her stuff and quickly left the scene of the crime and disappeared from sight. I sighed and rolled my eyes. King idiot, I muttered. How much of a freak was she if she couldn't even eat like a normal person without choking? This coming from the guy who just sat there. Doing nothing, Rosalie replied and smiled sweetly at me. She obviously mistook my comment as being pointed at the general student body, and not at Swan herself. Alice beat me to the punch. Besides, I wasn't laughing, I muttered. I didn't bother to correct her as I grabbed a French fry from Emmett's tray. He protested wildly and I rolled my eyes. It's just King fry. People can be so mean, especially to her. It's not like she ever did anything to them, Alice said with a frown. Yeah, so. Is that a requisite for people to like her, just because she hasn't done shit to them? Come on Al, she's a freak. She doesn't talk to anyone and she sits by herself, and from what I hear she never showers after gym. Pretty disgusting if you ask me, I replied and snatched another fry, without Emmett noticing. Well, I have it on good authority that the reason she doesn't shower after gym is because she hasn't attended a single class in 3 months, Rosalie replied with a bored tone. And how would you know? I asked. Because I'm in that class, you moron, she replied and shook her head. Sometimes you can be so dense. And sometimes you can be such a I retorted and stood up. Hey, don't talk to my lady like that, Emmett argued. Why? You talk to my lady like that, I replied. Oh God, I wouldn't be surprised if I one day find you with your dick in the exhaust pipe. King your precious car, Emmett groaned and pretended to shiver. Sometimes you can be so King immature, I sighed as I walked away. At least I don't get turned on by a car. He called after me. I turned around and tilted my head lightly to the side. You don't? Oh, then it must been another brother I walked in on when he bent his slutty girlfriend over the hood of the car she was working on, I replied loud enough for the people around us to hear. People laughed but Emmett wasn't embarrassed. Nothing ever embarrassed him. Oh come on, it wasn't the car that turned me on. It was the way my Rosie's ass looked when she bent over. Face, he replied without missing a beat, and I just laughed at him. I went back inside, and when I walked down the hallway towards my locker, I was met by the bombshell that was Tanya Denali. Shit, the jeans she was wearing were cut so low they were practically at her knees. I wouldn't mind bending her over the hood of my car. No wait, yes I would mind. No King around the car. Oh Edward, she purred and put her hands against my chest. I missed you this morning. She pouted with her full lips, and I smirked. Of course you did sweetheart, but I had to get my girl, I replied as I traced her bottom lip with my finger. Her eyes widened at my words. What girl? She all but shrieked. The girl who belongs here, I replied and touched my heart. She gaped at me and I chuckled. Janitor's closet, the one by the office, after next period, I said to her, changing the subject. But we almost got caught last time. She said, looking slightly panicked. I won't force you, I can obviously find someone else to fill my need, I replied simply. Of course I'll be there, she said, immediately backtracking. I smirked and nodded, before pushing past her and walking off. It was ridiculous what I could get away with when it came to these girls. If I said jump, they jumped. If I said beep, they beeped. If I said me on the football field after the dance, they were already BPD and waiting when I got there. Though I enjoyed the endless line of casual say, I still found myself disgusted by myself at times. But I don't think it was about the say, I think it just was about me. I kept wishing for that special connection with a girl, when in reality I never even gave them a chance to connect with me. Because as soon as my dick connected with her beep, and we both had gotten off. The connection was broken and I either pushed her out of my bed or quickly left hers. What can I say? I'm not a cuddler. I never got the act of cuddling, and maybe it's because I just hadn't found the one yet. Not like I believed in that shit. I had been raised in a loving home, with a picture-perfect family. With a dad who was a doctor, a mom who worked as an interior designer and a cool big brother who didn't mind lending out covers when I had emptied my own stash. My parents had always showed each other affection and they seemed to be as in love now as they were when they met. Sometimes they acted like they were still teenagers who were experiencing their first crush. If that didn't make one believe in true love, then I don't know what would. I still didn't believe. Just because my parents happened to stumbled over the person who completed them didn't mean I would. What were the odds that it would happen to me anyway? Where was I supposed to meet this supposed one? Here in Forks? Not likely. God, I was such a girl. I needed to grow a pair. I turned around quickly and looked down the hallway. Hey Tanya, I called out. She had reached the end of the hall, but she heard me and turned around. Yes, she called back softly. Janitor's closet. Now, I wasn't asking, I was demanding. She smiled widely as she skipped her way to me, but I didn't even bother to enjoy the view that was her bouncing tits. Instead I quickly made my way to the janitor's closet and dragged her inside. I closed the doors and unzipped my pants. What do you want to do? She asked with something that probably was supposed to be a seductive voice but only sounded pathetic to me. I cocked an eyebrow at her. I'm not here to please you, I replied coolly and she got the hint as she sat down on her knees. K. Edward, this is the last time I'm gonna give you head in AF. King closet, she whined. She was trying to sound stern and serious, but only ended up sounding like she was asking more than she was demanding. It would have been endearing if it wasn't so pathetic. That's what you said last time, I replied sweetly and put a hand on her head. Now shut the K up and do your job. Isabella Swan Pav, 3 days before the accident. 60 seconds. I had no more time than that. 50 seconds maybe. No, probably around 30. My alarm clock blinked from 5:59 to 6 o'clock and the alarm sounded. I guess I didn't even have 30 seconds. Of course, I never had the time I thought I had. I turned off the alarm with a sigh, before climbing out of bed and making my way to the bathroom. I made sure to not look at myself in the mirror as I undressed and put my pajamas in the hamper. I turned on the shower and stepped into the cold. I was not in the mood to look at myself right now, so I turned my head up against the spray and closed my eyes. I scrubbed my body clean and tried to ignore the uneven feeling when I let my hands scrub over my scars. I bit my lip in order not to scream. Last night had been the worst in weeks. I had woken up, drenched in sweat, several times during the night. The event from the previous day, me choking during lunch, was replaying in my dreams over and over again, but every time it turned out different. The first time, Alice did help me out. The next time, she didn't, and the people laughed even more as I slowly died. The worst one, though, was the dream when they closed in on me as I looked at them pleadingly, hoping someone would save me. No one ever did. The story of my life, I never had the time I thought I did, and nobody would ever save me. I washed the strawberry-scented body wash off and put some in my hair to put the scent into it. The scent always reminded me of better times. Times where I wasn't disfigured. Times where my family was still whole. And a time where I thought everything would end up okay and that I had a future. That was back in the days when I was naive and still believed a girl like me had a shot at life, before life decided to teach me a lesson. And the lesson was that girls like me never catch a break and we are not meant for greatness. Hell, we're not even meant for mediocre. We're meant to break. That's what we're born to do. And that was what I was doing. Slowly breaking apart. I stepped out of the shower and patted my body dry, once again careful not to look down. This was easily the worst part of my day. I could take the bullying and name-calling in school, and I would trade an eternity for it, if it meant that I would never need to be BPD again. I put on my bathrobe and walked back to my room while drying my hair with a towel. When I got in my room, I threw the towel on the floor and went over to my closet. I never gave much though as to what I was wearing, as long as it was long-sleeved and didn't show any skin. I was lucky we were living in rainy Forks, since it never got too hot here. Not like anyone ever noticed what I was wearing anyway. People didn't pay any attention to me, as long as they weren't in the mood to bring somebody down. Little did they know that I couldn't fall any lower than I already was. I was at rock bottom, and the only way to go from there was to dig myself 6 feet under and stay there. And to make that possible, I needed to get a prescription. That reminded me that I had planned on calling the doctor's office yesterday. I had forgotten all about it when I came home after school, and my dad distracted me by telling me that Mom called. I wrote a reminder on a post-it and stuck it on my computer screen before getting dressed. As I brushed my hair mindlessly, I thought about what kind of prescription I would ask for, and what I would be able to get away with. Something I could OD on, of course. What would be the point otherwise? I should Google it during study hall. I gathered my school stuff in my bag and went downstairs. My dad had already left for work and the kitchen was a mess. The man couldn't wash his dishes even if his life depended on it. He was a slob, and I wondered how my mom ever put up with his crap, but then again, my dad had to put up with a lot of crap from her side too when they were married, so they probably balanced each other out. The slob thing was nothing compared to all the issues my mom brought to the table. I grabbed the last clean glass from the cupboard and opened the fridge to get the orange juice. I only got half a glass. Glass half empty. I threw away the empty carton and wrote down, "orange juice," on the grocery list that hung on the refrigerator door. The list was growing long, and if I wanted to have any dinner, I should visit the grocery store on my way home from school. Dad sure as hell wouldn't do it. He never did any shopping, even if I told him we were out of food. He would rather eat at the lodge, the town's only sorry excuse for a restaurant, than go grocery shopping. Besides, he never cooked anyway. He was a lazy man, if not a practical one. He never bothered with anything if he could get someone else to do it. Which made the fact that he was a police officer pretty ironic. In his job, he had to take charge and take control over situations before they got out of hand. He couldn't pin it on somebody else. He did his job, and surprisingly, he did it well. I'm still convinced that the only reason he ever became an officer was because he wanted to wear a uniform and carry a gun. We all know how much the ladies love the uniform. That's what brought my mom his way. Poor guy, he never stood a chance when the brown-haired beauty decided to put her claws in him. People still spoke about how in love they were and how nothing could ever break them apart. They were living a fairy tale life, just loving each other for almost 2 years before I came along and spoiled the party. My dad would never blame me for what happened 3 months ago, though my mom sure did. Still, I could see it in his eyes that he sometimes thought I deserved it somehow. Even if I lived 1,000 years, I would never understand how a father could honestly think his daughter deserved getting disfigured like I was now. I didn't like thinking about it, so I rarely did, but sometimes I couldn't help the thoughts that snuck into my mind. I drank my juice and quickly washed the glass before putting it on the empty dish rack, gritting my teeth in the process. We didn't have any clean plates or glasses in the cupboard, but still the dish rack was empty. How hard was it to wash a few dishes anyway? I glanced at the clock, it was a little before 7:30. I still had a good 40 minutes before school started. Although it wasn't a long drive for others, it would be for me. My car was too old and worn to go over 40 miles per hour, and when I tried to push it, the car only growled and made unhealthy noises. It was practically screaming at me that it would break down if I didn't slow down. Even though my big red truck had its limitations, I still loved it. It had its flaws, but so did I. We were perfect for each other and I wouldn't trade it for anything. Not even for a stupid shiny Volvo. I walked out the front door, and locked it safely behind me. It was raining today and I broke my umbrella last week, so a fat load of good it would do me now. I pulled up the hood of my jacket and quickly made my way over the muddy ground to my truck. I almost slipped when I stopped by my car, but I managed to grab hold of the truck before I landed flat on my ass in the mud, and getting my sorry ass late to school because I had to go change. My car wasn't locked because I just didn't see the point. Nobody would want to steal this piece of junk anyway. I opened the door and climbed in as quickly as I could, trying not to let the rain soak me more than necessarily. The cabin of the car smelled like oil and I wouldn't be surprised if the engine was leaking again. I had it fixed just a few weeks prior. I sighed as I turned the key and the engine roared loudly to life. It almost sounded like thunder. The radio in my car was old and outdated. It had broken down during the summer and I never bothered to get it fixed. So I rode to school in silence. The only sound surrounding me was the loud roaring of the engine, and though it was loud and I would probably end up getting hearing impaired, I still found it relaxing because it was familiar. Things were constantly changing, but my truck wasn't. The loud roar was constant and it was comforting to know. I made it to school with 10 minutes to spare. I saw that Edward Cullen had parked in the principal's spot again, and I wanted to roll my eyes. He was begging for trouble, but I guess that just turned him on. Just like yesterday, when I saw him leave the janitor's closet with Tanya. He made a big deal about zipping up his pants, though he tried to make it look nonchalant. As if he wanted everybody to see him and realize what he did, before he walked off towards biology without giving Tanya a second glance. She followed him with his gaze, as she discreetly wiped the corner of her mouth. You didn't need to be a genius to understand what went down in there. Or who went down in there, I should say. There was no need for Edward to make a show about zipping up his pants, because everybody already knew. High school students might be stupid in general, but when it came to say, they all knew the signs. It was things like that which made it obvious that he wanted to get caught and get into trouble. If the principal would have been a woman, then Edward probably would have tried to flirt his way out of it, as he had no shame. I wondered what the hell was wrong with him, why he kept doing what he did. What was he trying to prove? That he was a bigger jackass than we already thought. I quickly made my way towards the building. The rain had ceased, but seeing as this was Forks, it was only a matter of time before it would start up again. I kept my eyes down when I walked through the hallway, trying to make myself as small as possible. I dumped my stuff in my locker, and grabbed my history textbook, and the homework from my bag, before shutting the locker with my foot. I shuffled my feet to the classroom, and took my usual seat in the back. Nobody ever sat down beside me, and for that I was glad. I couldn't handle it when people got too close. Even yesterday, when Alice grabbed me to save my life, I was panicked. Although I knew she was only trying to help me. The last person who ever touched me with affection was the one who hurt me the most, so excuse me for not liking it when people touched me. The rest of the day went by without much incident. I knew better than to push my luck by eating in public again, so I decided to lock myself in a stall in the girls' bathroom. Since I didn't grab any food from home, I still had to go by the cafeteria and buy my lunch. The line was moving slowly and I was stuck between a nerdy freshman and two giggling girls. The girls were standing behind me and their perfume was sticking me in my nose. I assumed they bathed in it, since the smell was so strong and concentrated. If I had been turned towards them, my eyes probably would have watered by the stench. I swear, she told me herself, one of the girls said excitedly. But Mike Newton, come on, she can do so much better, the other girl complained. Doubt it, the first girl snorted. Edward hasn't looked at her twice since they slept together at that party. I don't even think he knows her name. And have you seen her nose? I don't think she has the right to be picky. She got her round with Edward, and now she needs to settle with whatever God throws at her. Even if it's Mike Newton. Even if it's Mike Newton, she agreed seriously, before bursting into a fit of giggles again. Did you see her hair this morning? I almost feel sorry for her. Jessica should know better than to get a perm. It's so 80s. Seriously, the other girl said, smacking her lips in disgust. I tuned them out as I finally reached the register and paid for a soggy sandwich, an apple and a bottle of water. The girls were still giggling when I passed them on my way back out. Duck. One of them called after me. Goose. The other chimed in. Several students in the line laughed, but I let it roll of me. I didn't make a face, I didn't roll my eyes, and I most definitely didn't say anything back. Instead, I walked as quickly as I could, without tripping, towards the bathroom. I locked myself into a stall and put the lid down on the toilet so I could sit down. I took a deep breath to collect myself, before I unwrapped my sandwich. She did anyway. I only caught the end of the sentence as I heard the door open and the familiar clinking of heels. I slowly bended my knees, and hugged them to me, so they wouldn't see my feet under the door. I didn't know who had come in, but I really wasn't in the mood to get harassed right now. I just wanted to eat my lunch in peace. You are getting too invested in this girl. Who do you think you are, Mother Teresa? Yesterday you saved her from choking, and now you're gonna defend her honor in the lunch line. Come on. An annoyed voice replied. My ears peaked, as I realized they were talking about me. Who else choked on their food yesterday? I assumed the annoyed voice belonged to Alice's friend, Rosalie Hale. The only girl who could put Tanya Denali's beauty to shame, and of course she was dating Edward's scary-looking big brother, Emmett, who looked like he was on steroids. She obviously doesn't want to stand up for herself, so somebody's gotta do it. Right, Alice replied easily. Somebody, nobody, it's a fine line, Rosalie replied with a bored tone. I just think you shouldn't bother. She's obviously a lost cause. What did she do to you to deserve your protection anyway? Nothing, but that's exactly the reason I'm doing it. Because she has done nothing wrong or right to me or, to anyone else for that matter, Alice replied with conviction. I wanted to snort at her comment. She obviously didn't know anything, because I had done my fair share of wrongs against people, and I had the scars to prove it. Why can't you find a normal hobby, like most people? Rosalie sighed. What happened to good old shopping? Alice laughed, and the bell-like chiming echoed through the almost empty bathroom. I would never give up on shopping, you know that, Alice replied cheerily, but helping a fellow human isn't about hobbies, it's about being a respectable human being. I see someone's been watching reruns of Dr. Phil again, Rosalie mocked. Just because you don't have a heart doesn't mean I shouldn't be using mine, Alice replied. I should be insulted, but sadly, I'm not, Rosalie replied with a smile in her voice. Come on, let's go. We wouldn't want to keep the boys waiting. Alice laughed again, and I heard the door open and the clinking sound from their high heels faded as the door swung shut behind them. I didn't move for several moments because I was too angry. I didn't even move my legs until they were on the verge of falling asleep. The superior complex seemed to be a trait that they shared in their circle of friends. Alice obviously had been hanging out too much with Edward. I was furious over the fact that Alice thought I needed saving, that I needed someone to protect me from all the vile things people did and said to me. Like she could even make the slightest difference. She didn't know me and I didn't know her. We weren't friends. We hadn't even spoken to each other at all since junior high, if you don't count the brief encounter we had yesterday. So why was she bothering now? Rosalie was most likely right. Alice was obviously just looking for a new hobby. She probably wanted a charity case to make over and form as she wished. I must say though, that Alice was mistaken if she thought I would be that charity case. Alice was wrong about another thing too. I didn't need anyone to stand up for myself. Didn't she get that I was trying to fade into the background and become invisible? There was a reason why I never fought back, and it was surprising that Alice didn't get that. I guess she had her head so far up her ass that she wouldn't know left from right, or when it was time to back the hell off. Just because she saved my life didn't mean we were going to be best friends forever now. The things Alice said almost hurt more than all the bad things I heard daily. Alice made me out to be a weak person, and I honestly didn't see myself that way. A weak person wouldn't even bother getting up in the morning. I ate the rest of my lunch, silently brooding over what just went down. Just like yesterday, I ate everything in small pieces, careful not to choke. For someone who really wanted to die, I was sure as hell careful not to let it happen. The warning bell rang and I knew it was time for me to leave the comfort of the stall, and make my way to biology. I shuffled my feet towards the biology classroom, after a brief stop by my locker. I really wasn't in the mood for this crap. I just wanted to go home, call a doctor, get a prescription, and die. I wonder when I should do it. Should I set a date? I thought to myself, as I sat down on an empty seat in the back of the classroom. I was thankful that we didn't have assigned seats in this class. The room was buzzing with the talk of the other students, and I tuned them all out. Should I buy flowers, throw the petals all around, and light a candle? Maybe not. What if Dad doesn't find me and I end up burning the house down? Okay, no candles, but what else would I need? Should I write a note? What should it say? This is all your fault, thanks and goodbye. I shook my head at the thought. No, I wasn't going to write a note, and I wasn't going to buy any stupid flowers. I was just going to take the medicines and go to sleep and never wake up again. No muss, no fuss. I leaned back in my chair with a satisfied smile on my face, but the smile faded as someone came in and gave our teacher, Mr. Molina, a note. He read the note and turned to look at me. Isabella Swan, they want you in the principal's office, he said. The room fell silent, and everybody turned to stare at me. I felt my face grow hot and I quickly gathered my things, not even bothering to ask what the note said and why I was called there. I never got in trouble in school, so what the hell would they want from me now? Someone snickered as I passed them, and I stumbled out of the classroom with a face that was on fire. I didn't go by my locker, to drop of my books, instead I went directly to the office. I didn't want to push my luck and I just wanted to get whatever was going on over and done with. The principal's assistant looked up from her desk and I noticed she was doing a crossword puzzle. What a great waste of government funds, when I walked in. She gave me a friendly smile and nodded. Isabella Swan. Mr. Green will be with you in a moment, she said, before turning her attention back to the crossword puzzle. I sat down and waited, my leg was bouncing up and down anxiously. What was taking so long? It felt like I had waited for over an hour before the door to his office opened, but when I glanced at the clock I realized it had barely been 3 minutes. Miss Swan, please come in, Mr. Green said to me with a gentle smile and stepped aside so I could walk in. I looked down at the floor as I passed him and sat down slowly in the lone chair in front of his large desk. He closed the door, walked around his desk and sat down. He leaned forward and clasped his hands on his desk. The gesture felt very formal and it scared me. I assume you know why you're in here, he said, still with that gentle smile. I hugged my books to my chest, and shook my head as I looked away from the scrutiny of his gaze. He sighed. It's come to my attention that you refuse to attend gym class and Coach Hunter says she hasn't seen you in class at all for the past 3 months. I understand that what happened back then inhibited you from participating, and though I'm not going to force you to participate in the class along with your friends, I do wish you to attend. Your absence will go on your permanent record, and you will need to pass gym in order to graduate. Do you understand? I nodded and stared out the window. I got it, but I didn't need to worry about passing gym anyway, since I wouldn't be graduating. Because I wouldn't be alive when graduation rolled around. I said, do you understand? He repeated, and I turned my eyes to him. He was no longer smiling, and I assumed it was all a show from the beginning, in a wasted effort to make me feel comfortable. Yes, sir, I replied quietly. Good, he nodded sternly, because we believe we have cut you enough slack, and you need to pull yourself together and pass your classes. He looked down at my file that he had in front of him, and frowned, and I see you're failing art as well. I honestly didn't know that was even humanly possible. Of course it was humanly possible. The way to fail art was the same way I was obviously failing gym. I quit going. I didn't say this aloud, of course, I wasn't about to fuel the fire. What is going on? You had straight A's when we left for summer, and now you're falling behind and you're averaging B's and C's in all your classes, he frowned. Do you want me to set up an appointment with the school psychiatrist? I wanted to scoff at the question, but I held it back considering it probably wasn't an appropriate response. What did he think I would talk to her about? Was I supposed to talk about the thing that didn't happen? Talking wouldn't get me anywhere. I shook my head no and he sighed in frustration. I hate to see you waste away your future like this, Miss Swan. With your track record it wouldn't have surprised me if you ended up with a full scholarship and a spot in an Ivy League. He trailed off and shook his head, if this is about a boy. I looked at him incredulously, was he serious? He saw my glare and he sighed. Or if it's just a rebellious phase, I don't know. I think it would do you good if you talk to someone, and you'll see that things aren't as hard as you think. He sounded so sure of himself, like he honestly believed that all I needed was to talk to someone once a week for a month, and everything would go back to normal. Like normal even existed in my world anymore. Can I go? I asked quietly, careful not to look at him. Yes, you may leave, and think about what I've said, okay. Though he wasn't asking really, he was demanding. I nodded once, before standing up and leaving the room. What was the worst thing he could do if I refused to do what he asked? Suspend me. Yeah, like I would be able to get to class in order to pass them then. I was so focused on my feet, seeing to it that I wouldn't trip on air like I had a habit of doing, when I rounded a corner and plowed headfirst into someone. The collision made me fall backwards, and I landed flat on my ass. The sudden pain ricocheted through my body. Fortunately I managed to not drop anything, since I still held my books tightly to my chest. F. K. Someone cursed loudly. I looked up and for the first time I saw who I had bumped into. Edward Cullen. Of course. Day 2 of torture week was just getting better. Are you King blind or some shit? Watch where you're walking. He snapped at me. I didn't understand why he was so mad though, he was still standing. After all, he wasn't the one sitting on the floor with a pain in the ass that wouldn't quit. I narrowed my eyes at him, and hugged my books closer to me. Shouldn't you be in class and not roaming the halls anyway? I snapped back. He seemed to be slightly taken aback by my outburst and it served him right. He quickly collected himself and smirked evilly at me. I could ask you the same King thing, he replied, and rubbed a spot on his chest mindlessly. I guess my fat head had made an impact on him. I hoped it hurt. I was at the principal's office, I replied, as I awkwardly tried to stand up. His smirk grew wider. And what could an innocent duck like you ever have to do in the principal's office? He asked, were you gonna press charges against the sandwich that tried to kill you yesterday? No, he wanted to ask if I had anything to do with why a certain Volvo, that's parked in his space, had a crashed windshield and a dent with the size of a crater on its hood, I replied. His face fell, and I smirked inwardly. I knew all about the accident he had with Mike Newton last week, when Mike accidentally drove into him when Edward was backing out. Edward had been furious, and if his brother hadn't stopped him he would have smashed Mike's face in. So his car obviously meant a lot to him, and who was I to deny the perfect opportunity to mock him about it? You. If my car is even remotely damaged when I'm leaving today, then I'm gonna hold you responsible. He said angrily, his face growing red. I rolled my eyes and pushed past him, without responding. I'll King kill you. He called after me. Please do. I called back, without turning around. If the solution was only that simple. Hi, my name is Isabella Swan and I'm calling to make an appointment, I said into the phone later that afternoon. And what would it be concerning? The woman asked. Shit, I hadn't thought this through. I need something prescribed for my anxiety. And if you would rate your anxiety level, 1 to 10, how would you rate it? She asked. 23, I replied without missing a beat. Have you had anything prescribed for anxiety in the past? No. Okay, please hold a moment. Her voice disappeared and was replaced with some classical music. I sighed and leaned against the kitchen counter, while my leg was bouncing wildly, as I waited patiently for her voice to come back. 6 minutes and 14 seconds later, the music finally stopped and her voice was back on. Unfortunately, we cannot help you today, but drive. Cullen can see you tomorrow at 3:30. Does that work for you? Yes, that works, thanks, I replied quickly, as if she was going to take back her offer. Okay, good. We'll see you at 3:30, then. Goodbye. She hung up and I put the phone back on its holder, before making my way up the stairs. I almost tripped on the last step when her words shot back to me. Dr. Cullen. What are the odds that he is related to a certain Edward Cullen? I inwardly scoffed at myself, what a stupid question. This being Tiny Forks, and this being my luck, he was probably Edward's father or something. I hoped he wasn't as morally impaired as his son, but if he was maybe I could use it to my advantage, and make him write out more medicines to me than I needed. Maybe it was a good thing if he turned out to be the baby daddy of the devil's spawn. Did that make drive Cullen the devil, or was Mrs. Cullen the devil? I shrugged. Maybe both. I stumbled my way into my room, and sat down by my desk before turning on the computer. I never got any chance to Google prescription medicines. People had been sitting all around me in the computer lab and I didn't want anyone to see what I was searching for. Rumors would spread and I would be screwed before I was dead. I surfed onto Google as soon as my computer had booted up, and for the next 2 hours I was immersed in the gains and pains of different prescription medications. I mainly searched for information about anxiety medicines, seeing as that was my cover for Seeing Drive. Cullen. It was somewhat true, I guess. I did suffer from anxiety, and I had suffered from 3 or 4 serious anxiety attacks under the past 3 months, when the pain was too much to handle. So maybe it wasn't just a cover, maybe I really needed these medicines. Some anxiety medication, that I found information about, had unconsciousness as a side effect, and that was a good sign. That would probably mean I would end up dead if I swallowed all the medicines at once. Even though none of the pages I visited said outright that you could die if you overdosed on these medicines, I still believed that the unconscious part was the key word to my salvation. I turned off my computer and grabbed my car keys before leaving the room and going downstairs. I snatched the grocery list from the fridge door, and took a few bills from the can above the fridge. I was going to make an extraordinary dinner, to celebrate that I was finally getting somewhere, and that I hopefully wouldn't be stuck in this hell anymore. The phone rang just as I was about to step out the door, and I turned back and answered without a second thought. "Hello, Bella. Is that you, sweet Bella?" I froze and stared down at the caller ID. Damn it. There was a reason we had caller ID, and that reason was that we would know who called before we went and answered it. "You idiot. Bella, please, talk to me, my sweet, sweet Bella," the familiar female voice cooed. "F.K.U., I snarled, and hung up the phone. I all but threw it back in its place, and a few seconds later the phone rang again. The caller ID flashed, but I wasn't going to answer. No chance in freaking hell. Never again. I all but ran out of the house as the phone kept ringing and the caller ID kept flashing. Seattle Mental Institution, Seattle Mental Institution, Seattle Mental Institution. Edward Cullen POV, 3 days before the accident. King Tuesdays. I hated Tuesdays. Has anything good ever happened on a Tuesday? No, it has not. Tuesday was nothing but a wasted day. F.K. I groaned as I rolled out of bed. My body was stiff, my head was pounding, and I felt King useless. I stepped into my bathroom and switched on the light. My eyes immediately protested and I squinted at the harsh light. When my eyes finally adjusted to the light, I was met by the sight of my sorry-looking mug. God, I look like crap. My hair was standing in every direction and my eyes were bloodshot. Then again, I guess they had every right to be. Jasper had come over the night before, and Emmett had challenged us to a shot race. Yes, on King Monday. My brother was a genius that way. His choice of poison was absolute vodka vanilla. King girl vodka if you ask me, and King puke explosion waiting to happen. I had nothing against vodka in general. I chugged that shit down like water, but flavored vodka was another story. Sadly, it was the only shit Emmett had available. I just had to toughen up and take it like a man, even if I ended up puking like a dog afterwards and waking up with a head that was 10 sizes too big. K. Emmett and his stupid ideas. I turned on the shower and tugged down my boxers before stepping under the hot spray. The warm water loosened up my muscles instantly, and I leaned my forehead against the cold, tiled wall. I closed my eyes and rolled my shoulders to release some tension. There was nothing I wanted to do more than to just go back to bed, and forget that Tuesdays even existed. I did not have that luxury, since my mom worked from home and would notice if I stayed. I couldn't fake an illness either since my King father was a doctor. Although I was King awesome actor, just ask all the girls I've slept with, I still couldn't fool my dad by acting like I was sick, because that man could read me like a boring King book. I almost fell asleep in the shower, the warm water almost relaxing me to the point of unconsciousness, and I didn't awake from my trance until I felt the warm water run cold. I left the shower with a sigh and pulled a towel around my waist, before walking back into my room. My mom had done my laundry the day before, for which I was glad, because I wasn't in the mood for going commando. Although, it would make the visits in the janitor's closet easier, just yank down the zipper and pull out the snake. I shook my head at myself. Underwear it is. I pulled on the first pair of jeans and shirt I found and didn't even bother to do anything with my hair. Then I walked downstairs to the kitchen. Emmett was sitting by the kitchen island. My mom had brought out everything you could ever think of wanting for breakfast and I inwardly rolled my eyes. No one in my family, except my mom, was a breakfast person. This fact didn't hinder her though, as she kept pushing as much food as she could down our throats, to the point where we almost fell into King breakfast-induced coma. Therefore it was not my King fault if I fell asleep during first or second period. I doubt my teachers would believe my excuse when I said that my mom had stuffed me like a Thanksgiving turkey before school. Too much food makes you sleepy, that's a known King fact. Morning bro, Emmett said, as I sat down on the stool beside him. Morning yourself, I muttered and poured myself some orange juice. Hangover? He asked. King vanilla, I replied. He began to chuckle, but cut short as he groaned and squeezed his eyes shut. Hangover. I mocked. He groaned and flipped me off. I smirked at him. It made me feel a hell of a lot better to know that he was just as hungover as I was, since it was his King idea. It was also nice to know that even a big guy like Emmett could be affected. At that moment, Dad walked in with his usual stride, being the epitome of a morning person that he always was. He was all smiles and cheery as he walked around the kitchen island and poured himself some coffee. "Morning, boys," he said cheerily. "Rough night." He took a sip of his coffee and looked at us from over the rim. Our dad might call himself a serious doctor and he might be a worthless King driver, but at home he was a pretty laid-back dad. He knew we drank and he knew we had both done drugs. I still did, occasionally, but he didn't condemn our behavior. He just asked us to take care of ourselves, and not to go too far. His laid-back attitude made it impossible for us to do any damage by rebelling, like a normal King teenager. And yes, that bugged me. It would be nice to be able to do something King reckless just for the hell of it, and piss them off. Yeah, Mom was a little stricter than Dad, but she would never yell at us. She didn't even yell at me when I came home one night high as King kite with cocaine still in my nostril. She knew what I had been doing. She told me she didn't like it and then she told me to go to bed. All the while just shaking her head, no King yelling whatsoever. I had wondered many times in the past if they were even King sane. Parents shouldn't behave like that. Maybe they didn't get the handbook on how to torture their teenage kids. I thought that shit was King mandatory. Dad glanced down at his watch and put down his cup on the counter. "Okay, I'm off. Please behave today," he said and turned to look at me. "And that means you too, Edward." "I always behave. Badly, yes, but it's still King behavior," I replied with a light shrug. Dad shook his head and sighed, before leaving the room. "Wanna skip school?" I asked, glancing at Emmett. "Nah, I promised Rosie I would take her car shopping today," he replied, brightening up instantly by the mere thought of his blonde bombshell of a girlfriend. "You're King whipped," I complained with a sigh. "Have you seen her ass?" "Of course I'm whipped," he snorted and leaned back on his stool, ready to go. "Might as well get this shit day over and done with," I agreed and stepped down from the stool. Emmett walked out to get his stuff, and I grabbed my thermos from the dish rack and filled it with coffee. I needed my caffeine, especially since today was Tuesday. I hate Tuesdays. I parked my car in the principal's space again. Emmett rolled his eyes at me, though he kept his mouth shut. He knew better than to question me when it came to my car. Emmett disappeared as soon as he left the car. I couldn't have cared less about it. He was probably just in withdrawal and he needed his Rosalie fix. The way he was attached to that girl was King disturbing. He couldn't make a King decision without asking her first. He had even called her the day before to ask if it was okay if he got drunk with Jasper and me. Whipped wasn't a strong enough word to describe what he was. He was a King pansy. It was like she had grabbed his balls and taken them for herself, and given him her beep in return. She was the one with the balls in that relationship. No King question about it. If there was one thing Rosalie Hale didn't need more of, it would be power. I was glad I managed to dodge that King bullet. I would never be whipped. That's for sure. Because the difference between my brother and I was that I had a King backbone and balls that wouldn't quit. He did not. I walked down the hallway and got my usual ego boost. I winked at a few girls, they blushed and looked away, before giggling with their friends. God, girls in this school were so King easy. I picked up my stuff from my locker and headed to class. Despite the big thermos of caffeine, I still ended up falling asleep during both first and second period. With this King hangover, I needed some King sleep, and what better time was there than during school hours? Lunch was uneventful. No one was choking today. Alice and Rosalie excused themselves to go to powder their noses, King girly way of saying, taking a leak, or talking about our awesome boyfriends until we puke. Or until I puke. At least they didn't talk about that shit when I was around. Jasper yawned, and stretched his arms behind his head. He didn't look hungover at all, he just looked, well, like King Jasper. He smirked at me. "Don't glare at me like that," he laughed. I didn't even realize I was glaring, so I rolled my eyes instead and took another chug of my now cold coffee. You guys are King weak, he smiled, can't take a few shots without looking like you're dying the day after. I muttered, you should keep your King mouth shut, remember last time you drank Jägermeister. I gave him a pointed look, but he just kept on smiling, with his hands behind his head. If I remember correctly, I had a fever of 104 during that party, because Alice wouldn't let me miss it, so I don't think it was the Jägermeister that got to me, he replied coolly. King excuses, I muttered. So I hear Mike Newton is having a party on Friday, are we going? Emmett asked. Have you asked your wife? I asked sarcastically. She asked me, thank you very much. He replied, but yeah, are going or what? I groaned, and rested my elbows on the table before pressing the heels of my hands against my eyes. Newton is King moron, he couldn't throw a good party if his King life depended on it, I muttered. Whatever, man, I hear it's going to be good. Everyone is going to be there, what else are we supposed to do anyway? It's not like anything else is happening, this is King Forks. Emmett complained. I let my hands down and stood up. I need to be wasted, and on the point of passing out before I ever step my foot into that imbecile's house, I said before walking away. Come on, bro, live a little, Emmett called after me. I rolled my eyes, as I pushed open the cafeteria door. Newton, and party, were two words that did not belong together. Mike Newton was a sorry excuse for a man, who ran after girls like King Rabid Dog. He's still a pure. I'm sure, I can't believe any girl with even an ounce of King self-respect would ever let him touch them. He's a disturbed little guy, a pathetic one too. He's always trying to get on my, Emmett and Jasper's good side. Occasionally he even tries to sit with us at lunch. I wonder how King long it will take him to get the King hint. Nobody likes you, face. Sadly, Emmett had a point when he said that the party was the only thing happening this weekend. Nothing ever happens in Forks, because there is just nowhere to go to make things happen. King worthless piece of shit town. But I'd be damned if I had to go to that King party. The warning bell rang and I slipped into the guy's bathroom. I was so not in the mood for biology, so I decided to hang out in the bathroom until everyone was in class, and I could go about roaming the halls without anyone being the wiser. I smoked a cigarette in the bathroom, before throwing it in a toilet and leaving. The halls were empty, no surprise there. Sometimes I wondered if I was the only person in this King place that even dared to skip class. People in this place were to King afraid of being caught. Like skipping class and being caught was the equivalent to the death sentence. Suddenly someone rammed right into me. I got the wind knocked out of me, and the perpetrator landed on her ass with a loud thud. I cursed loudly as I stared down at her. I immediately recognized her. King Isabella Swan, a walking King time bomb. Couldn't she do anything right? Couldn't she even walk down a hallway without ramming into the only other person there? She obviously was the kind of person who would ram into the only tree in King desert. Are you King blind or some shit? Watch where you're walking. I spat at her furiously. I expected to see her lips tremble and her eyes water up. I bet girls like Isabella King Swan cried all the time. She seemed to be that type, you know. The one who cries for nothing. She probably cries when she sees a puppy too, or when she gets something lower than an A on a test. She surprised me by narrowing her eyes at me and she jutted her chin out in defiance, as she hugged her books tightly to her chest. Shouldn't you be in class and not roaming the halls? She snapped. I was slightly taken aback by her tone, to be honest. Who knew Isabella Swan had it in her? Besides, didn't it occur to her that she too was roaming the halls during class? I knew for a fact that she didn't have study hall or any of that shit right now, since she was in my biology class. I couldn't help but smirk at her comment. I could ask you the same King thing, I replied coolly. My chest hurt where she had rammed her steel head into me, and I rubbed the spot on my chest absent-mindedly. I saw that her eyes wandered down, and I resisted the urge to smirk. Again, did I make an impact on the poor little pure, freak girl? I was at the principal's office, she replied in her defense, as she stood up. I smirked and had to hold back a laugh. Isabella Swan in the principal's office. What AF? King joke. And what could an innocent duck like you ever have to do in the principal's office? Were you gonna press charges against the sandwich that tried to kill you yesterday? I used the nickname the school had given her. Everybody called her duck, ugly duckling, goose, or any other bird, really. All because she didn't live up to her last name. Isabella Swan was many things, but a swan was not one of them. Maybe a turkey, nah, she was too skinny to be a turkey. Maybe a penguin. They walked funny too, and Isabella seemed to have issues with walking over a flat surface without tripping over air. But as far as I know, penguins didn't have that problem. They just walked funny. No, he wanted to ask if I had anything to do with why a certain Volvo, that's parked in his space, had a crashed windshield and a dent with the size of a crater on its hood, she replied sweetly. I was about to make a snarky comeback when her words sank in. My smirk faded quickly. If she was King serious, then she was about to be as dead as a Thanksgiving turkey. The look in her eyes showed that she was clearly very pleased with her comment, and I guess she wasn't totally unaware of the love I had for my car, or maybe she was just bluffing. You, I said, my voice shaking in anger, if my car is even remotely damaged when I'm leaving today, then I'm gonna hold you responsible. She rolled her King eyes at me, before pushing past me without even a response. Did she even know who I was? I could destroy her. I had all the girls in this school wrapped around my finger, and I could make her life even more shitty than it probably already was. I'll King kill you. I called after her angrily. Please do. She called back, without turning around. I gaped at her as she walked away. What the hell was that? Since when did Isabella King Swan talk back to anyone? She's supposed to take the shit and make the rest of us feel good, but instead she had to talk back on the one day I really didn't need it. I'll be damned if I let her make me feel bad about it. King Goose. I slammed my door and quickly walked up the steps to our house. I opened the front door and stepped inside. If I was lucky, the house would be empty, and if I was, sweetie, there you are. I groaned as I let the door close behind me. I was met by my smiling mother. Her brown hair was hanging loosely around her heart-shaped face and her eyes were sparkling with excitement. What are you doing home? I groaned. That's no way of talking to your mother, she chastised me with a smile. I just got assigned a very exciting decorating job and I really would like your opinion. Since when do you want my opinion on your shit? I don't know the first thing about interior whatever, I replied with a quirked eyebrow. First of all, my designs are not shit, she said sternly before smiling at me. And secondly, I'm actually designing the interior of the new concert hall for the Seattle Music Society, and since you are my go-to guy when it comes to classical music, then of course, I want your opinion. Come on. She nodded her head towards her downstairs office, silently signaling for me to follow her. I sighed and dragged my feet as I followed her. Her working table was overflowing with designs of everything and nothing. She walked around the table, picked up a large sheet of paper and showed it to me. What do you think? I don't want to go the regular route, you know, with gold finish and red plush carpets and things like that. I looked at the design, and though I didn't know shit about this shit, I still had a feeling she was onto something here. She had used light colors, mostly white, gray and silver. The only real color was splashes of baby blue. The drapes and the chairs were all in the same baby blue tone and the carpets were in a slightly darker. The floor seemed to be white marble and the overall feeling was a cold winter wonderland. And it worked. It really King worked. My mom was King genius. King love it, I said honestly. She smiled widely. You do. I wasn't sure if I was crazy to think that these cold colors would work, you sure though? It's not too cold and too wintry. People up north don't need to be reminded about how cold it is, she replied with a thoughtful frown. Seriously mom, it's awesome, I said sincerely, just put a white grand piano on the stage and you're King set. She smiled and slapped me playfully. You and your piano, she murmured softly. Can I go now? I asked and she nodded. I left her office and went up to the third floor to my room. I closed my bedroom door behind me and walked over to my keyboard and put on my headphones. Up until this summer I had always played my music on the grand piano downstairs, in the living room, but something changed and one day when I sat down I just couldn't get started. I couldn't even touch the F, King keys. I didn't know what the F, K that was about, but I hadn't been able to play on that F, King piano for over 4 months now. I can even remember the day when it all went to hell. It took me over a month to get my head out of my A, S and by AF, King keyboard. I figured that if I put that in my room instead, and used headphones, maybe it would be easier. Then nobody but me would hear the crap I composed. Because it was crap. All F, King crap. My mom always gushed to her friends about how talented her sons were. Emmett with his sports, and me with my music. I guess she couldn't gush about me anymore, since she hadn't heard me play in months. She asked me about it once, but I just shrugged and changed the subject. How was I supposed to explain to her why I couldn't create anymore, when I didn't understand the F, King issue myself? And the F, King keyboard wasn't helping. I tried to play a little for Elise, just to get me going, but even that sounded like crap. I threw my headphones aside and dragged my hand through my hair. F, King crap. F, King Tuesday. I rubbed the heels of my hands against my eyes and sighed. I wanted to blame Emmett and his piece of shit vodka. I wanted to blame Mike Newton, for being the only F, King person in this shithole that was holding a party this weekend. I wanted to blame Isabella Swan for being alive. F, King waste of space. I also wanted to blame her for plowing into me like AF, King freight train. I bet I was going to get a bruise, with the shape of her head, on my chest now. Who was she to mark me like that? Of course, I couldn't do that. I couldn't blame any one of them. My problems started a long time ago. Neither of them was there when it happened. Neither of them could be held responsible. The only thing I could blame was Tuesday. Because my luck ended on AF, King Tuesday. All my musical inspiration disappeared on AF, King Tuesday. I left my place by my keyboard and went over to my stereo. I pressed the play button, not really caring whatever CD I had in at the moment. The soft tones of Beethoven flowed from the speakers, and I guess it was a good thing. Though, I would have liked some angry tunes, I guess Beethoven was better. It made me relax and I wouldn't need to pay to get my window fixed again. Like the last time when I couldn't handle my anger and I ended up throwing a shoe at the window, breaking it in the process. Did I need to mention that neither of my parents yelled at me then? They actually thought it was an accident. They are deluded if they think that nothing's wrong with me. It was a Tuesday at the end of July. We had partied on Monday night. Seeing as we had no school, there was no reason for us to reserve our parties for the weekends, and I was drunk as a sailor and speeded on whatever Tyler Crowley had to offer that night. It had been a great night. I remember that both Jessica Stanley and Tanya Denali's little sister, Irina, had my dick in their mouths that night. I think I even popped another girl's cherry that night too. Though, I can't remember her name. Whatever. She told me I was her first, and I could feel that there hadn't been anyone down there before me, so yeah, she was a pure, and I popped that. Like I said, great F, King night. Then I came home and passed out in my bed. It was hours later, when I somehow woke up in the guest bedroom. I had no idea how I ended up there. I still don't, and with the hangover I was sporting that morning, I really didn't have the energy to care either. I went down to play around a little on the piano, since it was the best hangover remedy I knew, after spending almost the whole day in bed. I sat down on the bench and I was about to put the fingers on the keys and I just couldn't. My fingers hovered over the keys, unable to touch them, and I just King froze. Whatever happened between my bed and the guest room messed me the K up. I have no idea what the hell that was. The not knowing was driving me insane and it made me act out even more than before. I became an even worse manwhore than before. Everything bad about me became worse, and the little that was good in me disappeared completely. I was King disgusted by myself because of it. The worst part isn't about my inability to create anymore. The worst part is that no one even seemed to notice that something was King off about me. Everyone is treating me like they always have. Even my parents. One would think that at least they would notice, but they didn't. If you don't count the one time mom asked me why I didn't play, but come on, one time. Didn't my music mean more to her? Maybe not. Maybe I was crappier than I thought, and they were all just happy that they didn't need to hear my shit anymore. Shit, I'm beginning to sound like King emo kid. What the hell was that about? Maybe Miss Goose spread her freakiness on me when she pummeled into me, making me King depressed. I was just having an off day. Everyone had them. By tomorrow I would be back to Kawesum and I would be ruling the King world again. I was interrupted from my inner pep talk by heavy footsteps outside my room. They stopped outside my door. "Welcome in, Emmett," I said, recognizing the sound of his steps, before he even had the chance to knock. He busted the door open and chuckled. "I don't know how you do it," he said, shaking his head. "You're the only giant I know," I replied with a light shrug. "Ha, ha, very King funny," he snorted. "Was there something you wanted?" I asked with a sigh, looking at him. "Yeah, we're going to Port Angeles. We're going bowling." His eyes sparkled and I groaned. "Bowling? What the K is wrong with this town?" I growled, dragging my hands through my hair in frustration. "Yes, bowling. Are you coming or not?" He replied easily. I looked around my room, my eyes landing on the keyboard. I wasn't gonna create anything today and I needed to get my frustration out somehow. Maybe bowling was the answer. At least I would get to throw a 15-pound ball at 10 unsuspecting pins. I could pretend they were the goose. "Whatever," I replied and grabbed my jacket from my chair before following him out. Alice danced her way down before throwing the ball. She was jumping up and down like a child as she watched the ball. She stopped her excited jumping when she only managed to knock one single pin down. I chuckled. King amateur. She pouted, turned around and walked back to us. Jasper held out his arms and she sat down on his lap. "I think my ball is broken," she complained. "Yes, it was the ball," Jasper agreed, dotting her cheek. "I think your balls are broken," I muttered, and Alice slapped my arm. "Hey," I protested. "Don't talk to my boyfriend like that," she said. "Whatever." "Hey Ed, you're up," Emmett said from his place as the point holder. I went and grabbed my ball and proceeded with throwing it towards the pins. I didn't do Alice's ridiculous dancing routine before throwing the ball. I just walked and threw it. I didn't even bother looking back to see whether or not I knocked any pins down. I didn't care. I was just here because it was better than to being home alone, anyway. I wasn't here to have fun. "Wow, a strike," someone shrieked. I flinched at the sound and turned my head to the cafe part of the bowling alley. Lauren Mallory was here. She was clapping her hands enthusiastically and I wondered if she was having some sort of episode or something. It took me a second to realize she was clapping for me, and that I was the one making the strike. She made her way over to us and ignored the others as she walked up to me. "Wow, Edward, that was amazing," she gushed. I shrugged and sat down on the empty seat that Rosalie had left, as she went up for her turn. Jessica sat down beside me and I was a little bit bothered by her ridiculous need to be so King close. "Ever heard of personal space? Are you going to the party on Friday?" she asked, her lips close to my ear. "Haven't decided yet," I replied, without looking at her. "Oh come on, you have to go, everyone is going." I could almost feel her lips pout and I sighed. Did girls honestly think I was that easy? You couldn't break me with King pout. I wasn't a weak pansy like Jasper or Emmett. A pout wouldn't get you anywhere with me, the only thing it would do was to get you further away from me. "Or maybe you can come by my place, I can make you feel alright," she sighed in my ear when I didn't respond. She trailed her slender fingers up and down my arm. I turned my head to her. "Why wait for the weekend?" I asked and cocked an eyebrow at her. Lauren blushed and turned her gaze away. She had always been good at talking the talk, but she never really walked the walk. She only did that when she was drunk. Girls and their self-conscious bullshit. "Did you drive?" I asked, and she nodded slowly. "Good, so let's get out of here." I looked at her and she bit her lip. "I can't, I'm here with my parents, and my sister," she said quietly, "but Friday." I groaned. "Whatever," I sighed and slumped in my seat. "See you then," she said and at my cheek before walking away. I quickly wiped my cheek and shivered. All I got from one of the easiest girls in school was King peck on the cheek. I didn't even people on the cheek. What the K was this? An after-school special. I blame this King Day, King Tuesday. Like I said before, nothing good ever happened on a Tuesday. Isabella Swan Pav, 2 days before the accident. I was biting my lips so hard that I was on the verge of breaking the skin, while my leg was bouncing restlessly on the generic linoleum in the waiting room at the hospital. I was forced to sit between a woman and her crying baby and an old man who couldn't stop coughing. He also smelled like he had taken a shower in whiskey. It was almost 3:30 in the afternoon, and I was waiting for Dr. Cullen to call me in. I really didn't know what to expect from him, and the fact that he was most likely related to Edward Cullen freaked me out. I had dreaded this all day, and I had gone over my illness again and again in my head, making sure that every detail was thought through and that I had an answer to any question he might ask. I had to be on top of my game, without overplaying it, in order to succeed with this. I took a deep, cleansing breath and almost choked on the old man's odor. Seriously, did he shower in whiskey or did he simply use it as a perfume? In an effort to try to be a little optimistic in this situation, I kept telling myself that Dr. Cullen was just like his son, and that he would be unethical enough to prescribe me any drug I asked for. I'm sure Edward would, he simply had no morals, and if Dr. Cullen was anything like his son, I'm sure the only reason he became a doctor in the first place was to get access to prescription medicines. Maybe he was even making extra money on the side by selling it to kids. Miss Swan, Dr. Cullen will see you now, a nice-looking nurse said. I didn't bother to give her a polite smile, I just picked up my bag and followed her towards Drive Cullen's office without a word. I didn't need to have a casual conversation with an unimportant nurse, all I needed was to get this over and done with. We reached an office, with Dr. Cullen's name on an expensive-looking sign on the door, and she knocked once before letting me in. Dr. Cullen looked up from his desk and gave me a friendly smile as I stepped into his office. Isabella Swan, he said, and I nodded softly. The very first thing I noticed about Dr. Cullen was that he didn't look like Edward at all. Edward was tall and muscular while Drive Cullen was tall and lean. Edward had green eyes and bronze-colored hair while Drive Cullen had blue eyes and blonde, almost white, hair. The third and final thing I noticed, and the most unnerving thing of all, was that he had a very friendly and approachable demeanor about him, and I knew in an instant that he was nothing like his son. He had that demeanor that made you feel relaxed by his mere presence. And that was not good at all. Edward must have taken after his mother, because there was no likeness between him and this man in front of me. None at all, except that they were both utterly beautiful. Please, take a seat, Drive Cullen said and gestured to the chair across from his desk. I carefully sat down on the edge of the seat with my bag clutched tightly to my chest. I really needed to hold on to something if I was supposed to be able to pull this off, with evil Drive Devil turning out to be friendly Drive. Gorgeous. What can I do you for today? He asked with a friendly tone. Anxiety, I croaked as I tried not to gape at him. How would you describe it? Do you have panic attacks as well? He asked, frowning a little as he opened up a file on his desk and picked up a pen, so he would be ready to scribble down anything I said. He was looking at me expectantly and I was drawing a complete blank. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He wasn't supposed to ask me to explain my anxiety and show such sincere concern while doing so. He was supposed to ask me what I wanted and then give it to me. He was Edward's father, for crying out loud. Then again, maybe I was wrong. Maybe there was many other Cullens in Tiny Forks after all, because this man could not possibly be related to that jackass. I tried to remember everything I had read on the internet about anxiety, and what would be the most appropriate answer. Maybe I should just be honest and tell him about the episodes I had before. Damn it, I should know this. It's like I can't breathe, something is pressing down on my chest and I just can't breathe, I mumbled, feeling my face redden. It felt like I was lying, although it was the truth. The few panic attacks I've had were exactly like that. Maybe I should have brought cue cards. I thought sarcastically to myself. He scribbled something down before looking back up at me. And how often does this occur? He asked, still friendly and patient, and not a hint of disbelief was to be found in either his eyes or tone. I almost felt bad for trying to scam this poor doctor. It seemed as if he genuinely wanted to help people, and here I was trying to scam medicines from him. Then I remembered why I was doing it. Suddenly, I didn't feel so bad anymore. Every day, mostly when I come home from school and everything just gets to me. I was totally lost now and was grasping at whatever came to mind. He was throwing me off my game completely, and I couldn't remember anything I'd read. Who was this witch doctor? He looked at me for a long time. His gaze was so intense that I was sure he was reading my mind. He was only seconds from calling my bullshit. He put his pen down and clasped his hands on the desk. He frowned again. Busted. Crap. How long would you say that this has been going on? He asked seriously. 3 months, I replied instantly, and I wanted to kick myself. Why did I say that? 3 months, he echoed, before flipping a page in the folder. He looked down and nodded to himself, before looking back up at me. I took the liberty of looking at your file earlier, and it says you were admitted 3 months ago for. I don't want to talk about that, I cut him off. I assume that the incident is the cause of your anxiety. He replied softly. I gnawed on my lower lip, and looked away from the scrutiny of his gaze. What was I supposed to reply to that? Damn straight it's the cause of my anxiety. And that's why I'm here trying to scam medicines so I can kill myself because of it. I didn't think that response would have gone over well with him. My mind was spinning as I tried to come up with a plausible explanation in response, but nothing came to mind, and the longer I was quiet, the deeper his frown became. Have you talked to anyone about this? He asked. I shook my head. Finally something I could answer honestly. I can't, I replied, my voice barely a whisper. He sighed and leaned back a little in his chair, picking up his pen again. He made a quick note, and then went on to play with the pen between his fingers as he watched me. Isabella, I would love to help you, but I don't think there is anything I personally can do for you, he sighed. But the one thing I can do is recommend you to one of our psychiatrists here. They are very good and much more qualified to handle patients with different grades of anxiety disorders. You can talk to them about what happened, and hopefully they can find a way to help you. I held back a groan. This was the worst news he could have given me. Can't you prescribe something? I asked quietly, something to make it easier. The way he was frowning made him almost look pained, but he didn't shake his head or tell me no. I don't feel comfortable with writing you a prescription, since we don't know what you need. I can't pinpoint the cause of your anxiety based on this short conversation, and sometimes the medication can even make the situation worse. We need to make a proper evaluation, preferably with a psychiatrist, to make sure you get the best care possible. It's not even certain that medication is the right thing for you, maybe therapy would be enough, he explained. God, this man was trying to kill me in the most painful way. Maybe he was related to Edward after all, since they both seemed to get off on hurting me. Freaking Cullen family. If you want, I can make an appointment for you to see someone as soon as tomorrow, he said with a gentle smile. I shook my head, before standing up on shaky legs and hugging my bag to my chest. No, that's okay, I guess I'll just have to endure it, I mumbled. I put my hand on the doorknob and was just about to leave when he cleared his throat. Miss Swan? He asked, and I turned my head, careful not to look at him. Yes, I whispered. It's very common for teenagers, especially girls, to suffer from anxiety. With the pressure from your parents, stressing over good grades in school and the added stress of peer pressure, it's not unusual to suffer from anxiety. It's not easy growing up, I know that. And while some teenagers grow up and do just fine, some need to get some help when things get too much. In your case, I would really recommend seeing someone, to talk about what happened. Nobody should have to suffer through that alone. Medication doesn't need to be the answer, he said softly. This coming from the very handsome doctor, the handsome doctor who most likely was voted prom king, and, most likely to succeed, in the yearbook. The doctor who most likely didn't have a single defect on his perfect body, and who most likely grew up in a loving home with 2 parents who loved him. He had grown up to become a freaking doctor, for crying out loud. What the heck did he know about suffering? His perfect life was probably the reason why he sounded like a freaking hippie, saying that medication wasn't the answer. It wouldn't have surprised me if he suggested I do yoga, or that I should start every day with a 15-minute meditation. Yes, I might have tried to take advantage of the system by claiming that my anxiety was far worse than it was, in order to get some medicines, but I did it for a real reason. And weren't doctors supposed to help their patients feel better? Even if I didn't suffer from real anxiety, I knew for a fact that those meds would help me feel better. That was what the healthcare system was all about, right? Making people feel better. Who was I kidding? Of course it isn't. I'm sorry I wasted your time, I mumbled as I pushed open the door and stumbled out. I walked quickly down the hallway, almost tripping 3 times in the process, in order to get to my car as quickly as possible. What the hell did Drive Handsome know about mental suffering? Nothing, that's what. How dare he deny me my way out? Freaking sadist was what he was. As I climbed into my car and tried to put the key into the ignition, my hands were shaking too violently and I dropped the keys instead. I felt too frustrated to pick them up, and instead took out my anger on the wheel. I gripped it tightly as my entire body convulsed in anxiety. What the hell was wrong with me? I had memorized everything I had read about anxiety. The symptoms, the physical as well as mental aspects of it, and freaking everything. Why couldn't I do anything right? Why did I have to screw up everything? Now I was forced to find another way to off myself. What options did I have now that weren't painful? I had enough of pain in my life to last, well, a lifetime. And I wasn't planning on going out that way. I don't know how long I sat in my car, silently seething over this turn of events, before I finally reached down, grabbed the keys and drove away from the hospital. I didn't go home, though. I wasn't in the mood for seeing the answering machine blinking with countless messages from the insane woman. I wasn't in the mood to see my father either. I drove aimlessly through town and I didn't register where I was going until I drove past a sign that said that I was a couple of miles away from La Push. Now my mind was just messing with me. La Push. What a freaking joke. La Push might have been the last place, aside from home, I would ever want to go to, but I still didn't turn the car around. Instead, I kept on driving and didn't stop until I reached First Beach. I parked my car on the parking lot by the cliffs before turning off the engine and stepping out of the car. It was freezing and the cold wind from the ocean wasn't helping matters. My teeth chattered in the cold, but I kept moving, climbing the steep trail up to the highest point of the cliffs. My family always used to come here when I was little. We used to have the most amazing picnics along with another family, the Blacks, who were living in La Push. The Blacks had been friends with my family for as long as I remembered, and they had a son who was just a year or so younger than me. We used to have so much fun together and he had been my only friend for years. But that all went to hell when someone thought it was a good idea to go batshit crazy on my ass. I hadn't seen or heard from Jacob Black since the incident. Not a single phone call or even an email. I guess he also felt bad for what happened. One could only hope that at least one of them still had a conscience. I walked closer to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The sea appeared to be particularly angry today. It crashed against the rocks in a murderous rage. I wondered how much it would hurt and how long it would take for me to die, if I jumped right then and there. I looked down at the dark water and shook my head. No, I didn't want to die that way and I didn't want to try, either. The risk was simply too big, because I might just survive. What would have been left of me then? Maybe I would end up paralyzed from the neck down and never be able to move a single muscle ever again. How the hell was I going to kill myself then? I sat down carefully, and when I dangled my legs over the edge it felt like I was flying. Mom used to hate it when I sat like this with my legs over the edge of the cliffs. She was always so afraid of me falling down and hurting myself. That was pretty ironic, considering the source. I leaned back on my arms and closed my eyes. The cold air was stinging my eyes and I had goosebumps on every inch of my body. But it was all quite all right. This felt good. It was a comfortable cold. I smiled crookedly at nothing in particular and opened my eyes again. The clouds were rolling in fast and I could see that it was already raining a few miles away, over the ocean. Soon the rain would be here and I would get soaked. That was quite all right too. It was nice to sit there and not think about anything. I almost felt normal. I almost felt like everything was back to what it was 3 months ago, before everything went to hell. Maybe I should have taken Drive Cullen up on his offer and made an appointment with the psychiatrist. If I had enough time before the appointment, then I would most likely be able to come up with a plausible situation and memorize all the symptoms I was supposed to be having. But that was dangerous. Psychiatrists were dangerous. Beyond dangerous. They messed with people's mind on a daily basis. They did it for a freaking living. And they probably wouldn't believe me, Instead they would most likely manage to manipulate me and get the truth out without me even noticing what was going on before it was too late. I had walked down that road before and almost blew it then. Like I said, way too dangerous. I sighed and took a deep breath in a sad attempt to calm myself. I remembered the last time I was here, it was the end of July. My family and the Blacks were all having a picnic on one of the lower cliffs. Jacob and I were jumping off the cliff edge, competing in who could do the coolest jump. Jacob won, of course, when he jumped from the cliff and did a backflip. "Hey, Bella, top this if you can." Jacob smiled at me in a cocky way, before jumping and doing a backflip off the cliff. I watched as he disappeared into the dark water and surfaced a moment later with a smug look in his face. "Top that." He challenged me again. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. "That would kill me." I called to him. "Yeah, you're the only one I know who would be able to trip on your own feet and miss the ground." He chuckled. "So you might not want to do a backflip, since you will most likely kill yourself." "I'm not that clumsy," I argued, feeling slightly insulted. "Of course you're not," he mocked, as he swam towards the shore and climbed back up. He sat down on the edge next to me and shook the water off his long black hair. "Bella, don't sit so close to the edge, you'll fall in." We both turned around and looked at my mom. "Mom, we've been jumping off this thing for hours now, how can it be more dangerous for me to just sit here?" I asked in amusement. You can fall in and break your neck. And you know I don't like you jumping off that thing, it's dangerous," she chided. "Mom, I've done it 1,000 times. You should be happy that I'm not jumping from the higher cliffs," I laughed. "I don't like it, you're gonna hurt yourself." "I don't want you to get hurt," she replied sternly. "Don't worry, Mom, nothing can hurt me." I smiled. "That's right, Mrs. Swan, because Bella here is invincible. Nothing can ever hurt this one." Jacob laughed and put an arm around my shoulders. "Because she's not clumsy at all," he added. I slapped his arm and he laughed. "Shut up," I muttered. I turned my head again and looked at my mother. The faraway look was back in her eyes, and it seemed to be a permanent fixture on her face nowadays. I wondered what was going on. "Don't worry, baby, everything will be all right," she said, walking over to us and stroking my hair. I looked at her, confused, but didn't ask what she meant. She smiled sadly and leaned down to key me on top of my head, before walking over to Dad and Billy and sitting down. "Your mom is weird," Jacob commented. "Don't I know it?" I replied with a frown. In retrospect, I'm surprised I didn't notice something was wrong back then. My mom was beginning to act weirder and weirder, and even my dad wasn't his usual self. He used to be so animated and excited when he discussed baseball with Billy, but on that day he was barely listening as Billy went on and on about their favorite team. My mom kept stroking my arm and my hair, giving me soft smiles, telling me everything was going to be okay. I didn't know what she meant, but I didn't like the way it sounded. At first I had thought that my parents were splitting up. That would explain why she was acting so weird and why my dad was even more quiet than usual, and she was simply preparing me for the news by acting so sweet towards me. But the news never came. Not that news anyway. A loud thunder awoke me from my musings, and I realized that the storm was getting closer and the rain was about to hit me. I quickly stood up and made my way back to my car. I drove in a leisurely pace back to my house. I was no hurry to get back there. It was almost 5 when I pulled up in front of our house, and much to my delight, I noticed that my dad's cruiser wasn't there. He was probably working late. My stomach grumbled as I unlocked the front door and I decided to start dinner when I got in. I wasn't in the mood for doing anything extravagant, not with my awful afternoon, so I just cooked some rice and fried some of the fish that Dad caught on his last fishing trip with Billy. I had just begun frying the fish when I heard the familiar sound of the cruiser. A few moments later, Dad walked into the kitchen. "Something smells delicious," he noted with a smile, before taking off his gun holster and stepping over to me. "It's just rice and fish," I replied quietly. "How long until it's done?" "I'm starving." 15 minutes or so. "You take such good care of me, Bells, I don't know what I would do without you," he said and gave my head a quick key. "I think you'd survive just fine," I replied dryly. "Don't sell yourself short. You're what's keeping our life together," he chuckled. I huffed and he ruffled my hair before finally leaving the kitchen to get out of his work clothes. It was as if he could smell my intentions from a mile away, with his comment about how he couldn't manage without me. Way to give your suicidal daughter even more to feel bad about. I set the table and the food was ready when my dad walked back into the kitchen. He took his seat and dug in immediately, and though my stomach was growling, I just couldn't get any food down at all. I really had no appetite anymore. So what did you do today? He asked between bites. I went to school, I replied. Yes, I know that, but after school. I could have sworn I saw your truck driving out of town earlier, he said, his voice muffled by the rice and fish in his mouth. I wanted to tell him to chew and swallow before speaking. I really didn't like it when people spoke with their mouths full. Well yeah, I went down to La Push for an hour, I replied honestly, leaving out the part about me being at the hospital. Oh, you were visiting Jacob? He asked, looking up in surprise and sounding awfully hopeful. I glared at him and he immediately looked down again. No, I was just hanging out by the cliffs. I didn't feel like going home right after school, I said. In this weather? It must have been freezing, he commented. I don't like it when you visit the cliffs during storms, you know that. And I can't even begin to wonder why, I thought sarcastically. Nothing happened, I'm fine, I replied with a sigh. I just want you to take care of yourself, Bells, I don't want you to get hurt, he said gently. You might have thought of that earlier, I snapped, standing up abruptly from the table. Bells, come on, he pleaded and I shook my head. I'm going to my room, I have homework, I muttered and left the kitchen. I heard him sigh before stuffing his mouth full of food. Sometimes Dad could be such a hypocrite. He didn't want me to get hurt, but still he was one of the reasons why I was hurting so much in the first place. And if he didn't want me to get hurt, how come I had scars all over my body? I lay down on my bed, ignoring the load of homework in my bag. What was the point in doing it, anyway? Today had been a rough day. Though people ignored me in school, and didn't give me such a hard time by calling me names or anything like that, I still found it insufferable. The principal had made a point to look at me every time I passed him in the halls, and my teachers were beginning to give me a hard time too. Why couldn't they just leave me the heck alone? It's not like I was failing every class. It was only art and gym for crying out loud, and when would I ever have a use for that crap, anyway? I was averaging B's and C's in the rest of my classes, so what was the problem? Most students in that school were averaging C's and D's at the best. I was still better than most of them, so why didn't the teachers go after them instead? Maybe because the teachers wanted to torture me as well and not let the students get all the fun. I rolled onto my stomach and propped my head up on my hand. This day couldn't have gone worse even if I had tried. That was for sure. Although it all beeped, I still felt slightly lighter inside than I had the night before. Maybe it was the trip to La Push that did it. I hadn't been there for months, and the place held many memories. Maybe the good ones were shining through a little more and shedding some light on my situation. Making me think that maybe everything wasn't all lost yet, because if things were good before, there was no reason for me not to think it could be good again. I just needed to work a little harder, and be patient and wait for that day to happen. But as always when I tried to be optimistic, the face of my mother flashed in my mind and I was immediately reminded why things could never go back to what they used to be. I closed my eyes and saw my mother's smiling face. Sweet, sweet Bella, it's all going to be alright. You have nothing to fear, everything is going to be alright, she smiled at me with a faraway look in her eyes. But Mom, this isn't right, it's insane. I replied in a shaky whisper. You can't do this. My sweet Bella, she cooed and stroked my cheek, it's all quite alright. Nothing will ever hurt you again, I promise. But nothing has hurt me, Mom. Please stop it, you're scaring me. I was almost sobbing now. Now, Bella, we don't want to upset it, she replied softly. But Mom, Dad knocked on my door and my eyes flew open. Bells, I need to leave again, there has been a break-in at the Newtons' house. I need to go check that out. I don't know when I'll be back, my dad said from outside the door. Okay, I called back. He walked away, his steps slightly muffled by the carpet in the hallway, and soon I heard the front door slam and the cruiser rumble as he drove off. I sighed and closed my eyes again. Nothing would ever hurt me again. Yeah, right. Her usually blue-gray eyes looked almost black in the dim light, but as I looked closer I realized it wasn't because of the light, but because her pupils were dilated in an unnatural way. She was smiling at me, but not in a loving or caring way. It was sinister and terrifying. "Bella, sweet, sweet, Bella, come with me," she said, taking my hand. "I wanna sleep," I protested sleepily. I looked over at the clock on my nightstand. It was 3:05 in the morning. "I can't let you sleep, we need to celebrate." She protested and dragged me up into a sitting position. "But Mom." "No buts. We need to celebrate. It's 3 in the morning, can't we celebrate whatever you wanna celebrate tomorrow?" "No, we have to do it now. It's the best time," she said excitedly. She dragged me to my feet and pulled me out of my room. I was too tired to protest, so I decided to humor her and celebrate whatever she wanted to celebrate at 3 in the morning on a Tuesday. The less I protested, the quicker it would all be over. I knew that from experience, since it wasn't the first time she had dragged me up in the middle of the night to show me something or do something. But this was the first time she used the term, celebration. The lights were off when we reached the bottom of the stairs, but I could see the dim light from candles flowing out from the living room. It gave the room an eerie feeling, and I knew for a fact that this wasn't right. "Come with me, sweet Bella," she cooed and pulled me into the living room. We stopped by the door and I gaped at the scene before me. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. "Sweet, sweet Bella," she said, dotting my temple gently, "it's time." I sat up straight in my bed, my heart pounding loudly in my chest. The nightmare was familiar to me, because I had it almost every night, but it never failed to terrify me and wake me up with a pounding heart and sweating like a pig. I couldn't run away from what happened, that was one thing that was damn sure. It took a while for me to relax enough to go back to sleep, and when I did, the dream just picked up where it had ended. And I had to relive that horrible night, all over again. Edward Cullen Pav, 2 days before the accident. I devoured the lasagna that Mom made me for lunch, as though it was the first and last time that I would ever see food again. Alice and Rosalie didn't appreciate my manners and they both wrinkled their noses in disgust. "What?" I said with my mouth full. "I'm just channeling my inner King Emmett." "Hey, that's uncalled for," Emmett protested, spitting food all over the table in the process. Rosalie cringed and slapped Emmett on his arm. "Hey, what the hell are you ganging up on me for?" he complained. "Come on, Rose, let the guys play with their food. I need to go to the bathroom anyway," Alice said, pushing her chair back and grabbing her tray. "Yes, thank you," Rose replied with a relieved sigh before following Alice out of the lunchroom. I rolled my eyes and kept shoveling lasagna into my mouth. My King alarm clock decided it didn't feel like ringing this morning. I woke up late and didn't have time to grab any breakfast. Luckily, Mom had prepared us lunches, so I didn't need to eat the disgusting sorry excuse they call food that they kept in this place. I was King starving, so excuse me for inhaling the food rather than chewing it. I could still feel the aftershock from the Tuesday blues and I was in no King mood for being ked with today, especially when I was eating. Anybody who wanted to keep on breathing shouldn't ever with me when I was eating. That was why I groaned in irritation when some poor mother Kerr stopped by our table and cleared his throat. I looked up and groaned again when I found Mike Newton's ugly ass mug looking back at me. "I just wanted to thank you," Mike said enthusiastically. "What for?" I muttered, silently damning him for ruining my appetite. "For not getting all pissy over the car thing. My mom told me this morning that we didn't need to pay for the repairs. Mom was threatening to take it out from my salary at the store, but now she doesn't have to," he said, smiling widely. I gaped at him, my mouth hanging open, and I probably looked like a total dumb with food still in my mouth, but I didn't give a crap. I was still processing what the hell he had just said. "What did you just say?" I asked slowly, sounding more menacing than intended, and that was probably a good King thing. His smile faded as he frowned. "That we didn't need to pay," he croaked. He was looking all nervous now, and he had every right to be. This wasn't King happening. Emmett cleared his throat and Mike looked over at him, his eyes wide in fear now. "Serves him King right. I advise you to leave this table right now if you don't want Edward to rip your head right off that noodle body of yours," Emmett said calmly. Mike nodded vehemently and quickly walked away. I glanced at Emmett and narrowed my eyes. "Necessary?" I asked, and Emmett smiled evilly. "I didn't let you kill him last week because, frankly, I thought he would get punished enough with having to pay for the repairs. I bet the repair costs were even higher than what he makes in a year at their stupid store, he replied as he leaned closer to me and lowered his voice, but that cat is out of the King bag now, since Dad decided to play saint. So why don't we do something funnier than just kick his ass? My lips slowly twisted into a smirk. Emmett was King genius when it came to payback. It was sad that he never got King chance to show off that side of himself anymore, because he had become so beak-whipped by Rosalie. When you meet Emmett for the first time, he'll probably come off as a big scary dude who wouldn't think twice about kicking your ass, when in reality he's just a big King pansy teddy bear. I blame Rosalie for that. He used to really live up to his scary appearance before she came along, although, he still does on rare occasions. He can still make you crap your King pants before you even know what's going on. Of course, this is only if he can keep it from Rosalie, because she would kick his ass if she ever heard him even voicing the words, punish, and Mike Newton, in the same sentence. Emmett might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he sure knows how to give people hell. What can be funnier than to just kick his ass and watch him cry? I asked amused. Ever seen Newton cry? That's King disturbing, Jasper muttered from his place on the other side of Emmett. It's been a while since we did something really out there. Something really good, Emmett said, his eyes lighting up like a child's on Christmas morning. And what do you suggest we do? I asked, waiting for the punch line. Emmett smirked and the evil glint in his eyes alone made the adrenaline pump through my body. It really had been a long King while since we did something reckless, something really stupid and just King awesome. I was glad that Emmett was the one bringing it up and not me for once. Breaking and entering, he proclaimed and threw out his arms in a wide gesture. Jasper frowned, and I groaned. What the K was with my brother and breaking into other people's homes? This was always the first King thing he suggested we do when he wanted to live it up a little, and this wouldn't be the first time we carried through with it, either. I thought Emmett would suggest that we vandalize Newton's car or something, not that there was much left of it to vandalize, but still. I didn't know if I was in the mood for breaking into someone's house. The last time we did it, we almost got busted because Emmett went into the wrong house. Sometimes I wonder if all of Rose's slaps are beginning to damage your brain, Jasper sighed. Oh come on Jazzy Pants. It's gonna be awesome. We won't steal anything, we can just freak him out a bit. Emmett argued with a big grin plastered on his face. Jasper looked at me, probably hoping that I would back him up and say it was stupid, but I just cocked an eyebrow at him. You scared? I asked coolly, just to piss him off. No. He protested, immediately turning defensive, just like I knew he would. He was so King predictable. Then let's do it, I said, accepting the challenge myself. We can just break into his King room or something, and throw shit around and maybe paint red shit on his walls, making it look like blood. And what if we get caught? Jasper asked. By who? I asked. This is King Forks. The cops are probably busy eating donuts and the neighbors are too busy with their boring lives to pay any attention to us. Nobody is going to catch us. Jasper sighed and dragged his hands through his hair. Fine, I'm in, he sighed in defeat, but don't expect me to save your asses if you get caught. I chuckled and put my fist out, he bumped it and I leaned back in my seat. So, when should we do it? I asked. There's no time like the present, Emmett replied. What about tonight? I hear they're doing inventory this week at their store, so I don't think they're calm. He cut off when he saw Alice and Rosalie re-entered the cafeteria and headed straight for us. I groaned inwardly, those chicks had the worst timing. They passed Newton's table and we all saw how he followed Alice's ass with his eyes. That disgusting pig was practically drooling. Looking good, Alice, Mike hollered at her as she passed. His friends laughed and high-fived him like the morons they were. Like a girl would ever give him the time of day, let alone Alice. Of course, she didn't even flinch or make a face at the comment, she ignored him and kept on walking like nothing had happened. Alice was nothing if not graceful when it came to idiots and their comments. If it had been me I would have punched his King face in. Then again, that's just me. I'll bring the blood, Jasper muttered under his breath before the girls reached us. Both Emmett and I looked at him in surprise. He never volunteered to do this stuff. He just tagged along because he didn't have the energy to fight us on it, and when he did join, he sure as hell didn't take an initiative of his own. Him bringing the paint for this was AF, King milestone. I wondered what had caused the change of heart. Alice sat down beside him and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. I immediately realized why he had offered to do it, and I wanted to F. King laugh. Sometimes, Jasper could be such a possessive asshole, like Mike would ever manage to get near Alice, even if he tried. So, tonight? I asked, not minding the girls. Emmett glared at me and I wanted to roll my eyes. While Jasper could be a possessive asshole, Emmett had the habit of being a paranoid one. With me just uttering 2 words, he thought Rosalie would figure it all out and make him stay home. Rosalie isn't AF. King mind reader, jackass. What's tonight? Alice asked, hugging Jasper's arm. Nothing, just guy stuff, I replied with a shrug. Oh yeah, what are you gonna do? Drink till you puke again? Rosalie asked with a bored tone. Don't knock it, till you tried it, Blondie, I replied with a smirk. She rolled her eyes at me and I chuckled. Tonight was going to be fun. I glanced at the clock for the 5th time in probably 60 seconds. The temporary heat that was there a few days ago was long gone and it was evident that it was November now, because it was F. King freezing. Where the F. K is Jasper? I hissed through clenched teeth. I don't know, he told us to meet him here, Emmett sighed. I shuffled my feet and looked around, hoping to catch sight of Jasper's dark Audi, but I saw nothing. We were currently standing behind the grocery store. The area was dark as shit since the street lights didn't work on this side of the building. I thought it was ridiculous that we had agreed to be picked up here, but Emmett had insisted. He claimed that it was a part of the adventure, to be picked up in a dark place before we drove off to do some mischief. If I had gotten my way, then we would have been waiting in the warmth of our home right now. F. King idiot. It was almost 7 and we knew that the Newtons would be back at 8 the earliest, but Jasper being late wasn't really helping us. I buried my hands in the pockets of my leather jacket. It's F. King freezing, I complained. Stop complaining, Emmett muttered, we're doing this for your precious F. King car, remember? I huffed but didn't say anything. I could sense that Emmett was beginning to get aggravated too, and I knew better than to push him when that happened. Emmett might be a teddy bear, but even he had his limits, and those were not to be pushed or else you would F. King regret it. A dark, familiar car pulled into the parking lot, drove around the store and skidded to a stop next to us. Finally, I said to Jasper, as I opened the passenger door and climbed inside. Emmett took his usual seat in the back. What the hell took you so long? We don't have much time as it is. Don't worry, I just needed to grab some things, he replied with a smirk, as he put the car into gear and drove off. Did you get the red paint? Emmett asked excitedly, all the earlier. Aggravation gone now that we were finally moving. Jasper just smiled broadly, not answering the question, and Emmett bounced in his seat. It took us 10 minutes to reach Newton's house. We parked a block away, since parking in front of the house would be F. King stupid. We climbed out of the car and Jasper popped the trunk. Emmett quickly opened it up to see what Jasper had brought and he squealed like a little girl when he picked up, and looked through, several plastic bags. I had to admit, I was F. King impressed too, even though I had no idea what the hell we were going to use all this shit for. Jasper hadn't bought any red paint, but for some reason he had bought glitter, feathers and... What the hell is this? I asked, picking up a pair of fluffy handcuffs, and then I laughed out loud as I saw the next thing next to it. AF. King dildo. Seriously. Emmett picked up another plastic bag, and peered down at its contents. Then his loud laugh boomed out. I hope this isn't from your own secret stash, dude, Emmett said, giving Jasper an amused look. No, it's from yours, Jasper replied sarcastically with an eye roll. What is it? I asked, grabbing the bag from Emmett and looked inside. It was magazines, I could tell that much, but it was too dark to see clearly what kind of magazines they were, so when I picked one up, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The bag was filled with magazines. Gay ones at that. I suggest we put this shit all around his F. King room in strategic places, Jasper explained in a low voice. I thought that would be a better payback than painting his F. King wall. Because paint is a buy. CH to get off your clothes, and Alice would kill me if I got that shit on me. You're AF. King genius, man. Emmett said and slapped Jasper's back. Come on, let's take this shit and put it where it belongs. I had to give it to Jasper, this idea was way better than painting a Mother F. King wall. This would destroy Newton and scar him for life. Was there any better revenge than that for hurting my baby? I thought not. We all helped to gather the stuff before we walked into the woods, deciding that it was the best course of action so we wouldn't be seen at all from the streets. Nobody would ever be able to place us at the scene of the Kawesum crime. We stepped out of the woods, which were luckily shielding us from view as we neared the house from the back. The Newton shack was a sorry excuse of a house. It was only one level and it was King small, with maybe 3 bedrooms at best. I wondered how the hell Newton had planned on managing to host a big party here on Friday. With the freezing November cold it would be King impossible to even use the backyard as extra party space. But that was his King problem, not mine. Jasper moved stealthily towards the house and peered in through a few windows before stopping. I think this is the one, he hissed, gesturing to us. Emmett and I joined him, we peered through the window and I rolled my eyes. This was King Newton's room all right. He had his football sweater pinned to the wall, which was King ridiculous, since he was only on the team for all of 1 week then he got kicked out because he was afraid of getting tackled. King pansy. Who wanna break the window? I asked. It can't look like a break-in, right? Jasper replied giving me a look, or else it won't look legit when his mother finds this shit. Okay, so how do you suggest we go about it then? I asked impatiently. He walked over to the patio door and slid it open. He shrugged. Maybe we can use this unlocked door. He suggested. Har har, very funny, I replied. We went inside and I noted that the house was even sadder looking on the inside. Pictures of Mike, and what I assume was his litter sister, covered the walls of the living room. Like seeing his ugly face once wasn't enough. Those photos are giving me the creeps, Emmett whispered as he pretended to shiver. You're not the only one, I replied and made my way towards Mike's room. We were careful and didn't turn on any lights as we placed all the shit in different places in his room. Jasper had really gone all out when he bought this shit. He had bought 3 dildos, a ridiculous amount of disgusting magazines, and a few DVDs as well. I threw some glitter around his room, and on his bed, along with the feathers. Emmett put a few magazines on his nightstand, another on his desk, and the rest under his bed, so that it would appear as if Mike had tried to hide them from his mother. We put one of the DVDs in the DVD player, and put the cover casually on top of the TV. We topped it all off by putting one of the dildos on his nightstand, and stuck the pink fluffy handcuffs to his headboard. What I wouldn't give to see his mother's face when she realizes her son is King faggot, Emmett laughed. I always suspected he was, Jasper replied solemnly. And that's why he likes to hit on Alice. Because she reminds him of a boy with that short hair of hers. I teased. Jasper shot his eyes to me. Cullen, he spat and I laughed. I'd rather not, I chuckled. He slapped me on the back of my head and I laughed even louder, but my laugh was cut short by the sound of gravel and the living room was lit up for a moment from the headlights of a car. Shit, Emmett said, sounding a little panicked, they're home early, K. We quickly left the room and just as we reached the patio door, we heard the sound of keys rustling and the front door being unlocked. This was a shitty thing, since the patio door was in plain view from the front door. King Newton's and their house and its King open layout. Emmett and Jasper disappeared before me through the door, and just as I was about to leave, the front door opened and the lights turned on. I quickly left and the door smashed loudly as I slid it closed a little too hard behind me. I heard a woman scream as I ran through the yard, towards the dark trees. I could hear Jasper and Emmett laugh somewhere in the woods. Come back here you bastard. A man's dark voice called from the patio. I resisted the urge to call back. No chance in hell, douche. I almost tripped as I ran the short distance through the woods towards the car, but I managed to keep upright. Emmett and Jasper were already in the car with the engine running when I reached them. Emmett had taken the front seat, so I had to jump in the back. God, bro, I thought the crazy guy caught you, Emmett said with a laugh. Like he would ever have been able to catch my ass, I replied with a snort. I leaned back in the seat and tried to relax, despite the adrenaline that was still pumping furiously through my veins. Nothing beats a good King adrenaline kick. We drove off in silence. The only sounds were our erratic breathing and breathless chuckles. Each of us enjoyed the high while it lasted. Jasper dropped us off at home. Mom and Dad were sitting in the living room when Emmett and I walked inside. They were cuddling on the couch, watching some sappy, romantic comedy. "Hey, boys," Mom said, without taking her eyes off the TV, "you haven't gotten yourself into any trouble today, have you?" She teased. "No, Mom, wouldn't dream of it." Emmett chuckled and winked at me. His comment made her turn her head to us and she narrowed her eyes at Emmett. "I hope for your sake that you're not being sarcastic," she said sternly. Emmett just laughed and went into the kitchen and I followed him. The adrenaline kick had gotten me hungry. We prepared ourselves some sandwiches and ate them in silence, the only sounds Emmett's loud chewing, the low sound of the TV and the conversation of our parents. "Help to be concerned, Esme," Dad sighed quietly, she looked so fragile. Like she had given up all hope. I really wanted to help the girl, but there was nothing I could do. "But are you sure she tried to scam you? I have such a hard time believing a young girl would do that, a teenager at that." "She's just a child," Mom replied with a hushed tone. "Yes, dear, I'm sure. I recognize the signs. It's not the first time I've witnessed it, though it is the first time it was someone so young, and so innocent," he sighed. "I wish you could tell me who it was, maybe I could help. She probably doesn't have a good support system at home, and maybe she would be more comfortable to talk to someone who isn't a professional. I know you want to help, but I can't divulge her identity. Not even to you, it goes against everything you believe in." "I know," Mom cut off, ending his sentence for him. "And it's against the law too," Dad said with a smile in his voice. Mom scoffed and I heard him chuckle, then the unmistakable sound of key.ing. "I can't King wait to see Newton's King face in the morning," Emmett chuckled to himself. I glanced over at him and shook my head at his expression. He really did look like a King child on Christmas morning. "What is it with you and breaking into houses anyway?" I asked, my voice low so our parents wouldn't accidentally overhear. "What? Are you saying you didn't get a kick tonight?" "It was awesome," Emmett said with his mouth full. I shrugged and ate the last piece of my sandwich. He was right. It had been King awesome, but not because we were breaking into someone's house, but because we got to ruin a little sad part of Newton's life. That reminds me. I pushed my chair back and went back into the living room. Fortunately, my parents had stopped keying by now. "Hey Dad, what's this shit I heard today?" I asked and plopped down on the empty loveseat. He looked at me confused. "What are you talking about?" he asked. "Newton. He said you had told his mother he didn't need to pay for the repairs. What the K is that about?" I asked, hardly concealing my frustration over the matter. King plowed into me, and now he doesn't have to pay for the damage he did. "What the hell?" He sighed and put on his best dad face. "Son, the Newtons aren't rich people, and seeing as we could more than afford to pay for the repairs, and our insurance covered it anyway, I saw no point in putting that on them. It was an accident, pure and simple, and I don't feel comfortable to put such a burden on a teenage. His mom would have been forced to take that money from his salary," he replied sternly. "So King what? If I had been the one driving into him, then I bet my you would have forced me to pay for the King repairs of his piece of junk car," I snapped. "That's different," Dad replied calmly. "And how the K is that different? You would never drive into anything with your Volvo, therefore, there would be no repairs to be paid," he replied simply. I rolled my eyes and stood up. "I still think it King beeps. He got away with nothing," I said, starting towards the stairs. "I'm a firm believer in karma, son. What goes around comes around," he called after me. "Damn right, it does. And tomorrow I would reap the benefits of it." Isabella Swan Pa. One single day before the accident. It was fascinating to watch my dad trying to cook his own breakfast. I leaned against the doorframe of the kitchen, with his back to me as he stood by the stove. He was trying to make what I assumed were scrambled eggs, and he had yet to notice me. He grumbled something under his breath when some of the oil sputtered up at him. It was like watching a kid learning how to walk or something. Everything needed to be done with baby steps. The smell was appalling, and I wondered how the hell he was even capable of producing such an odor from eggs, or any food for that matter, but I wasn't going to ask. At least he was trying to get better at something, at least he was trying to take care of himself. And that was a heck of a lot more than one could say about me. I cleared my throat and he whipped his head around. "Morning, Bells," he said cheerily. "Morning. Do I dare to ask what you're doing?" I asked, stepping over to him. I looked down at the pan and wrinkled my nose. I was wrong. There was no freaking way that he was attempting to make scrambled eggs, because I had a hard time believing that that disgusting brown mush had ever been eggs. "I'm making scrambled eggs," he said proudly and poked the mush with the spatula. "No, Dad, you're not," I said with a quiet chuckle. "Why didn't you just wait till I came down, and I could have done it for you?" "Because I am a grown man and I'm fully capable of taking care of myself," he said defensively. "Yes, I'm sure you are," I replied, taking the spatula from him and poked the brown mush with it. "But you're still not capable of making scrambled eggs." He sighed and removed the pan from the stove, putting it in the sink and turning on the faucet. I chuckled as I opened the fridge and grabbed the things needed for making scrambled eggs the proper way. I told Dad to go sit down and let me prepare the food. He then proceeded to do the only thing he was able to do in the kitchen. He poured some coffee in his mug. It was the one with the Forks Police Department logo on it, kind of cheesy, I know, but I guess he was nothing if not his job, before sitting down by the table. I glanced at him and smiled wistfully to myself. At least he was trying to take care of himself, and it wasn't really his fault that he was incapable of doing something simple as making scrambled eggs. I did notice, however, that his uniform was unusually clean and crisp today. He had his gun firmly attached to the holster of his belt, and even his mustache was trimmed neat and tidy. He was the epitome of a small-town police chief taken right out of a bad sitcom, or something. It was pretty endearing, really, though a little stereotypical. At least he was trying to take care of himself, and he removed a little of my doubt about whether or not he would be able to survive on his own when I was gone. But with the luck I'd had this past week, I doubted that I would be gone anytime soon. "How did it go with the Newtons last night?" I asked casually over my shoulder, not that I really cared, but at least I could make an effort in trying to be a normal daughter for him during the little time that we had left together. His reaction was unexpected, and frankly, a little weird. He made a very uncharacteristically half-snort, half-chuckle noise, and I glanced over at him and saw him shake his head. The patio door was unlocked, and Mr. Newton swears he saw some kid running away from the house, but that's not even close to the most disturbing thing that I've found, he said, shivering slightly. He closed his eyes and shook his head, as if he was trying to get a nasty picture out of his head. "What did you find?" Now I was really curious. He shivered again. "Nothing I would like to divulge to my innocent teenage daughter," he sighed. "Just promise me that you'll keep away from that Newton boy." I snorted. That wasn't something I needed to be asked twice. I expected nothing special of my day, when I came to school. I parked my truck in its usual space, and nobody paid me any attention at all as I stepped out and made my way up to the main entrance. As I reached the steps, I heard the most beautiful sound, and I stopped dead in my tracks, smack dab in the middle of the flight of steps that led to the school entrance. This, obviously, was a mistake, which I became painfully aware of when someone bumped into me from behind. I almost fell face first down the stairs, but I managed to find my balance at the last second. Freak, someone spat at me as they passed, and I thanked my lucky stars for getting by with only a stumble and some taunting. I heard the noise again, and I felt the hair rise on my arms. Someone was laughing, and it was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. I looked around, trying to locate the noise and the person creating it, and I frowned when I found my target. Edward was standing with his brother, Emmett, and their friend Jasper, by his Volvo, which he of course had parked in the principal's space again. He threw his head back as another round of perfect-sounding laughter escaped his lips. I couldn't help but be a little jealous at how carefree it sounded. He looked genuinely happy, and I envied him for it. I bet he'd never had a hard day in his life. Everything was always served to him on a silver platter. Or maybe a platter made of diamonds, carried by dozens of BPD girls. But it was something more than just jealousy that flared in my stomach as I watched him drag his hands through his unruly hair, and smiling widely at his friends. What I wouldn't give to be a part of it. The normalcy, I mean. That train had left a long time ago, however, and there was no hope for me to ever be normal. Not after everything that I had been through, and it was with that thought that I turned my back to them, and climbed the rest of the way up to the entrance. I was bombarded left and right by laughing and smiling students, mingling with their friends, telling jokes and sharing secrets. This was such an odd world for me. I didn't fit in here, yet I was still somehow part of it. I considered myself as the appendix of Forks High. I'm sure I had some sort of purpose being here, but no one, not even I, knew what it was, and the school would survive just fine if I was removed. But unlike the body, the removal of me wouldn't leave a scar. Instead, it would be as though I never existed. I went through my first classes in a haze, and before I knew it, it was time for lunch, and was once again painfully aware of how much I didn't belong here. I had never belonged. Not in kindergarten, not in elementary school, not in junior high, and definitely not in high school. I remember once when I was about 10, I had begged and begged for my parents to let me go to school with Jacob, on the reservation in La Push, what with him being my only friend and all. But my parents wouldn't let me, and in retrospect, I guess I'm pretty glad that they had said no. I would probably have ended up far worse than I did if I had gone there. I shuffled my feet to the cafeteria, and took my place in line. Some cocky freshman pushed me and cut in front of me. Being who I was, I didn't say or do anything about it. "Excuse me, freshie. It's rude to cut in line." I jumped when I heard the bell-like voice from behind me and turned my head to see Alice Brandon standing a few feet away, her beautiful face scowling at the nameless freshman. "Sorry," he muttered, and immediately took his place behind me. Alice smiled and stepped up beside me. "Hi Isabella, that pop quiz was a bye. Huh?" she said cheerily, as though it was totally normal behavior for Alice freaking Brandon to defend me. I stared at her as though she had just sprouted another head, but she didn't even flinch. "What?" I croaked. "The pop quiz in history, first period." She clarified, "I'm in your class, remember?" Yes, of course I remember. I could name every single person who was in every single one of my classes. I could even count the people who had willingly spoken to me in any of them on one hand. Hell, on one finger. Alice being that very one. "Yeah, I don't think it was that hard," I whispered. "No, of course not, I bet you're totally smart," she said, and the fact that her tone held no rudeness or even a trace of condescension didn't escape my notice. Smart? No, not really. More like, having no life, so that the only thing distracting me from being reminded of my pathetic existence was to drown myself in homework and become a walking encyclopedia. Why was she even talking to me? Then I remembered the conversation she had with Rosalie in the bathroom 2 days ago, and it all fell into place, and the world finally made sense again. I'm her freaking charity case. Her new hobby. "You don't need to be nice to me, I'm not a charity case," I said through clenched teeth. Why didn't she just leave me the heck alone? Couldn't she see that I didn't want to be bothered? Her wide smile was finally wiped off her face and she gaped at me. She trailed off and furrowed her brow. "I know you're not a charity case. I was just trying to be nice," she added quietly. I glared at her and she took a step back. I guess I could be intimidating too, if I wanted to. "Alice, what are you doing? Come on, the guys are waiting. We're grabbing lunch off campus, remember?" Rosalie called from the opposite side of the hallway. "I'm coming," Alice called back before looking at me again. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you," she said to me in a small voice, before skipping over to Rosalie. She didn't mean to offend me. What did that even mean? As soon as Alice was out of sight, the freshman cut in front of me again, and the people behind him followed suit. Within seconds, I was back at the end of the line. A female freshman looked at me and snickered. "Goose," she blurted, and then she and her friend burst into a fit of giggles. I rolled my eyes, and stepped out of the line. I guess that was my cue saying that I wasn't going to have any lunch today. Fortunately, I had learned the art of surviving without lunch, so it would not be that hard to make it through the remaining classes of the day. And survive I did. Our last class was cancelled, because of some teacher conference or something, and I got to go home early. Although I had left school early, Dad was home even earlier, his cruiser already parked outside our house when I got home. I stepped inside and heard Dad moving around the living room, and when I peeked in I was surprised to see that he was dressed in a casual college sweater and a pair of jeans. I was so used to seeing him in his uniform that it was beyond weird to see him dressed in anything else, especially on a Thursday afternoon, when he was supposed to be at work. "Hey Dad, you're home early," I noted. He whipped his head around to me, and he had a flustered look about him. If that wasn't a cause of concern, I don't know what was, since my dad never got flustered. "Yes, and so are you, I see," he said. "Yeah, school let out early," I replied, "so how come you're home so early, and not in your uniform?" He sighed deeply and scratched his head. "I'm going to Seattle," he replied, gauging my reaction. My face went blank, as did my mind. "Oh," was all the response I managed to get out. "I guess it would be a lost cause, if I asked you to join me. "Yes, that would indeed be the epitome of a lost cause," I replied calmly. He sighed again and looked at me with pained eyes. "She's your mother, sweetie. She feels very bad about what happened, and she won't forgive herself until you do." I snorted loudly, and crossed my arms over my chest. "I won't ever forgive her, and I can't believe you're actually asking me to do it," I said, not even bothering to hide the feeling of betrayal that must be evident on my face. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "Bells, sweetie, I know what happened was horrible. She was trying to help you but just ended up hurting herself in the process. The doctors think she's getting better now and nothing." I cut him off. "She's insane. And she can con the doctors all she wants, and make them believe she's getting better when she's not. But I thought you of all people would be the very one she could never fool. I guess I was wrong. Now you listen to me, Isabella, she is your mother. And I demand you treat her with respect. You made a mistake that she is being punished for. She doesn't deserve your hatred. She's your mother," he argued loudly. I could tell he was holding back in order not to yell at me. I took a step back and gave him an incredulous look. I knew he didn't know what he was talking about, but his words still struck a nerve. She doesn't deserve it," I repeated slowly. "And you think I did?" He furrowed his brow and looked at me without answering. I guess that was all the answer I needed. I felt my throat close up. I quickly turned around and ran up the stairs. I would not let Dad see me break down. "You're 17 years old, Bella, maybe it's time for you to grow up and realize that the world doesn't revolve around you," he called after me, just as I slammed my door shut behind me. I threw myself onto the bed and buried my face into my pillow. My body shook with silent sobs, but the tears did not fall. It was as if my body was no longer capable of crying correctly. Yes, my eyes welled up, but the tears never fell, and they disappeared just as quickly as they came. All I was left with was violent sobbing without tears, a pretty uncomfortable feeling, if you ask me, to cry without tears, but I was getting used to it. 3 months ago, when I had come home from the hospital, I promised myself that I would never shed another tear for my mother. And I never did. Not for anyone else either, for that matter. I didn't even hear my dad leave. I was too busy feeling sorry for myself. I tended to do that a lot lately, and today it felt like I had every reason to. It's time for me to grow up, and realize that the world doesn't revolve around me. Did my father know me at all? Had I ever acted like the world revolved around me? No. Instead, I most likely acted like the world revolved without me. I was stuck in the past, while everybody else was moving forward. I hated him. With every fiber of my being, I hated my father, and everything he represented. Yes, I understand that he wanted to be loyal to his wife, and take care of her, but how could he put her before his own daughter? He might not know what had really gone down that night, but why couldn't he show some loyalty to me? I left the bed with a sigh and went down to get my bag, which I had left in the living room before walking back upstairs and began working on my homework. Algebra used to be such a cakewalk for me, but now, as I stared down at it, it could have been written in Japanese. I just couldn't concentrate, not with all the memories assaulting my mind. "Bella, sweetie, come and take a look at this, doesn't it look nice?" My mom called me from the backyard. I left the food I was preparing in the kitchen, and walked out through the kitchen door. "Wow, Mom, you have really outdone yourself this year," I smiled. Mom put her arms around my shoulders and smiled widely. The whole backyard was lit up with beautiful rice paper lanterns, and she had put down a big wine red carpet on the grass, and on the carpet she had put down big pillows for us to sit on. It was July 15th, and my mother was turning 36. But she didn't look a day over 25, A fact that my dad always reminded her of, and making her smile and giggle like a schoolgirl in the process. Like always, she went all out with the celebrations. Asia was obviously this year's theme. She was dressed like a geisha, with makeup and all, and she insisted we all dress up too. The blacks are coming over any minute now, she said, her eyes shining. Maybe Billy has some good legends from Asia he can entertain us with. I scoffed. Mom, they're Native Americans, not Chinese, I said with a chuckle. So, they're so into their legends that it wouldn't surprise me if they have picked up a few from other countries, religions and communities as well, she replied with a pout. Sure, Mom, or you can just ask him to tell you one of their own legends, and pretend it took place in China, I replied with a shrug. She nodded solemnly, and I laughed lightly to myself as I went back inside to finish the food. Billy and Jacob came over just as I was putting out the food on the low table in the backyard. We all sat down on our big pillows on the ground, and gathered around the table. We ate the countless dishes of Asian food that I'd prepared for the evening, and they all enjoyed my cooking. My own spicy rice was the most popular dish. We talked and laughed, and had a really great time. When we were all full, and the evening was getting darker, it was the perfect setup for hearing Billy tell us one of their legends. He always did that for my mom on her birthdays, since she had always been fascinated with legends and myths. It didn't matter to her what they were about, they could be about vampires and werewolves for all she cared, she still enjoyed them. She was certain that all of the stories Billy told her were true and that nothing was made up. Which was pretty amusing at times, especially since not even Billy believed them all, and it was his people's history after all. Billy, would you care to tell us one of your legends, preferably one with a lot of drama, my mom said excitedly, and Billy chuckled. When he cleared his throat we all knew it was time. One of our oldest legends on the reservation is about youth and health. The quest for eternal youth, happiness and health has always been one of mankind's most attempted ones. People don't want to grow old and die, and they don't want to be miserable in their existence. When we first settled here in La Push, several thousand years ago, there was a woman, Nukpana. She was happily married to Chunta, and though they did not have any children, they still lived a happy life together. But there was nothing Nukpana wanted more than to give her husband a child, and though they'd tried many times, she was incapable of bearing a child. Her husband, Chunta, never mentioned it and never made her feel bad about it, and that's why Nukpana grew suspicious. She knew Chunta wanted a son, someone to carry on the line, and that's why it was strange for him to be so accepting of her not being able to bear his children. Then, one day, as Nukpana was down by the river, she saw him together with another woman. The sight broke her heart. And though he had betrayed her, she knew she had to do something drastic to keep her husband. She loved him, and she wanted him to herself. She went over to a neighbor tribe, which became extinct not too long after, and spoke to a woman named Pawaka. Nukpana explained her situation and asked what she could do to keep her husband, and if there was any way for her to bear a child, and Pawaka told her that there was. She told Nukpana that she could become pregnant, and gain eternal youth and beauty in the process, if she drank the blood of a pure girl, drawn from each of the spiritual points of the body. If she did, Pawaka promised that her body would heal and she would be able to bear a child, and no man would ever be able to resist her beauty, and she did not need to worry about her husband ever looking at another woman again, but she had to be careful not to kill the pure girl when she drew the blood, because that would ruin the ritual, and it would have dire consequences. Nukpana left with a smile on her face. She had already picked out her victim, the other woman's 14-year-old daughter. Back then it was virtually a law, that a girl was clean of any sexual relations until the day she was 16. Therefore, Nukpana was sure that the girl was a pure. That very night, she kidnapped the girl while she was sleeping and dragged her into the forest, where nobody would hear her scream. And then she cut the girl in the spiritual points. She didn't know how much blood she was supposed to drink. Pawaka never mentioned the amount of blood needed, so she greedily drank from each cut, and it wasn't until she drank the last drops from the girl's temples that she realized she had killed the girl. She was petrified. What had she done? She would never heal now. She would never bear a child. She went back to her tent, and lay down next to her sleeping husband. She was terrified of what the consequences of her actions would be. She did not hold any grief for the child she had killed. She only grieved for the child she would never be able to give her husband now. The next morning she woke up in an empty bed. Her husband was gone. She immediately left the tent to search for him. It didn't take long to find him. He was standing by the river again, with the woman in his arms, dotting her passionately as tears fell down the woman's face. One of the tribe's hunters had found the body of the child earlier that morning, and Nukpana's husband was consoling her. Nukpana watched them and she gasped when they pulled apart. The woman's stomach was bulging, she was apparently pregnant. And it was Nukpana's husband's child. Billy's voice trailed off and we were all lost in thought at the end of the story. Would it have worked? My mom asked after a few moments of silence. Would what have worked? Billy asked with a gentle smile. The ritual. For beauty and happiness. Eternal life and all that. Mom asked. Billy chuckled, as did the rest of us. Renee, you are still beautiful, and you're too young to worry about your age. Dad chuckled and gave her a quick peck on the cheek. She playfully slapped his hand and I watched their exchange with a smile. I don't know, the legend doesn't say, but I assume nobody was stupid enough to try it after Nukpana's failure, Billy replied. For all we know, Powaka was just full of it. There's a reason why their own tribe ceased to exist. Mom nodded and became lost in thought, as Dad struck up a conversation with Billy about their upcoming fishing trip. All the while, Mom was rubbing my leg, with a soft smile on her lips, and a faraway look in her eyes. A thunder outside my window brought me out of my musings, and soon I heard the familiar sound of rain against my window. I glanced over at the clock. It was already after 5, and I had spent over 3 hours in my room doing. I looked down at my homework and sighed. Nothing. My stomach growled and reminded me I had yet to eat anything, and I dragged my feet down to the kitchen. I wasn't expecting Dad to be back until late, so I took my time and made a proper dinner for myself and ate it in the kitchen, instead of in my room. I hardly tasted the food I was eating. I was too lost in thought to register anything that went down my throat. For all I knew, I could have been eating dirt. My thoughts were in Seattle. Though I wouldn't forgive my mom for anything, I still wondered how she was, and if she did get the proper help she needed. How was Dad dealing with all this? He wasn't an emotional man, but he did take care of the people he loved in the ways he knew how, and visiting Renee in the institution was one of them. Even though he didn't know the real reason behind her choice to leave. A sudden sound rang out and I jumped. I went over to the phone, careful to look at the caller ID before I answered. It was Dad. I really didn't feel like talking to him right now, but I still found myself picking up the phone. Hello, Bella. Sweetie, I have great news. He said happily. It had been a really long time since I'd heard him sound so excited. Yeah, what's that? I asked. Did Mom finally kick the bucket? Mom's coming home, he said. My eyes went wide and I lost grip of the phone, letting it clatter to the floor. I could still hear his voice from the receiver. Bella, you there? Did you hear me? Mom is coming home. One single day before the accident. I had no problem of getting out of bed the next morning. I was dying to see Newton's ugly ass mug, though, I would never admit that out loud, and not because he's such a why mother f. Kerr, because, frankly, he's not. No, I wanted to see him because I wanted to see whether or not our prank had been successful. Emmett bounced down the stairs like an oversized kid, and the floor creaked loudly as he jumped down on it from the last step. He followed me into the kitchen with a shit-eating grin on his face and I chuckled at the sight. I guess I'm not the only one excited for today, I smirked. Are you kidding? I'm dying to see his sorry ass. He grinned. Oh, maybe you should have kept a couple of his magazines, I teased, cocking an eyebrow at him as I poured myself some coffee. Har, very funny, he replied with a snort, rolling his eyes. Leaning back on the counter, I began pondering how else we could make Newton's life hell today. How would we tease him about being gay, without raising suspicion? The worst thing that could happen would be if he began to suspect that it had been us. Not that it would be such a problem, since the issue would be more than easily dealt with some well-worded threats to his person. Still, it would be easier if he didn't suspect anything, he had no proof anyway. We quickly ate our breakfast and walked out to the Volvo. Emmett was practically vibrating in his seat as we drove to school, and I couldn't blame him. This day was going to be King epic. Jasper was already waiting by the principal's spot, assuming I would park there again. And hell yeah, I was. I was done putting my Volvo at risk because the people in this place hadn't learned how to drive yet. Sometimes, I wondered if the state just threw licenses at people when they turned 16. Not bothering to be concerned at all, whether or not they even knew how to operate a motor vehicle. I parked the car and we climbed out. I leaned back against the side of the trunk of the car, crossing my arms over my chest as I glanced over at Jasper. "Is he here yet?" I asked. Jasper shook his head. "I've been here for 20 minutes and he has yet to show up," he replied. "If that bastard skips today, then I'm going to stop by his place and kick his ass. We didn't almost get busted last night just so he could skip today and pretend it never happened. We need our gay Newton, damn it," Emmett exclaimed loudly. "Geez, Em, take it down a notch, why don't ya?" Jasper hissed, as he let his eyes sweep over the lot. To make sure nobody had heard Emmett's suspicious comment. "Sorry," Emmett muttered sheepishly. We watched as the parking lot began to fill up. There was no sight of Newton yet and we were almost ready to give up. Just then, an unfamiliar Volkswagen Beetle drove up, parking a few rows down, but the face behind the wheel was anything but unfamiliar. I felt a smirk grow on my lips. "He's making this too easy," I murmured in pleasure. We watched as Newton left the car and walked with his hands deep in his pockets, and his shoulders slumped, towards the steps. "Hey Newton, isn't that car kind of gay?" Jasper asked casually as he passed us. Newton shot his head up, and his eyes widened. "It's my mom's," he cried out exasperated. "Hey, man, no need to get all defensive. I was just stating the obvious, it is kind of gay," Jasper said, putting his hands up in defense. "My car broke down for real, and I needed to borrow hers until I can afford to buy another one. And the car is not gay. It's just yellow," he explained hurriedly and little too defensively about the whole thing. It was King hilarious to watch. "Still, looks pretty gay to me," Emmett nodded. "I'm not gay," Newton hissed hysterically through clenched teeth. "Whoa, man, I never said you were," Emmett said in feigned shock and held up his hands in a defensive manner. Newton's face couldn't get any redder after that, and he quickly walked away, leaving us laughing. If there was a better King way to start a day, I had yet to find it. I parted with my friends to get to my first class. I was still grinning like the Cheshire Cat, and that seemed to attract the ladies even more than usual. "Hey Edward, you're in a good mood today," Tanya giggled, as she walked up to me and clung to my arm. I was too King satisfied with life to be bothered by her clinginess, so I threw the arm around her shoulders instead, and the squeal she just barely contained was evidence enough for me to realize I just made her King day. "God, these girls are easy. So the party at Mike's tomorrow, I heard you're not going," she said, pouting her already too big lips, making herself look like King duck in the process. "That shit's still on?" I asked, a little surprised, since I had expected him to cancel it. "Yeah, it's still on. Apparently his mom is even helping out by supplying booze, how cool is that?" she replied. I chuckled and nodded. Cool indeed. His mom was probably thinking that a party and some free liquor would be enough to get him out of his faggot state, and who was I to deny free booze? Besides, he was just setting himself up for even more embarrassment. There was no King doubt that he had probably cleaned his room of the evidence of our prank, but there was no chance that he had managed to get it all. We had been clever enough to hide some stuff in the bottom of his drawers and in the back of his closet. He couldn't have found it all. There was no way. Maybe we could even bring a few more things to the party, and lay them out in his room, just to make sure that somebody found it. This was going to be the best party ever. And, who would have thought that the best party ever would be one hosted by Mike King Newton. "I'm King there," I grinned. "Wouldn't miss it for the world." "Yay. But you know, if it gets too boring, you know we can always go somewhere more secluded and private," she said, her voice a little lower and a little more seductive. If this had been any other day, I wouldn't have King let myself get teased by this chick. But considering the good mood I was currently surfing, I thought I might as well humor her. I pinned her against a locker, and she looked at me through heavy lashes. I licked my lips and leaned down. She licked her lips quickly too, obviously thinking I was going to key her, but that was where she made her mistake. I was Edward King Cullen, and I did not key people on the lips. Especially not skanks like Tanya. Because if a girl is skanky enough to give a guy head in a dirty janitor's closet, then you can be sure she's skanky enough to do even dirtier things to even dirtier people, only God knows where the hell her mouth has been. I wouldn't let my own mouth get near that shit. I leaned down and pressed my lips against her throat, and then I gently nibbled on her skin, effectively making her moan, and in my ear, F. King easy. Edward, she breathed heavily. We can't do this here. Says who? I muttered against her skin, pressing myself even harder against her. She was totally stuck between me and the locker now, and though she pleaded for me to stop, she made no effort to get away. I didn't pay any attention to the other mother F.'s in the crowded hallway, as I let my hand slip under her short skirt, and felt the dampness of her panties. This shit was turning her on. I smirked and bit down a little harder on the skin by her collarbone, while I put some pressure on her making her squirm and moan, and under my touch. Then the warning bell rang, and I pulled away quickly. She looked at me wide-eyed, and the lust clouded over her eyes completely. F. King sleaze. Edward, she whimpered in disappointment. Sorry, I have to get to class, I said with a shrug and disappeared down the hallway. I could feel her shooting daggers at my back, but I just chuckled. What the hell did she expect? That I would get her off in a hallway? I don't think so. Not in a million F. King years. I leaned against my locker and played with my car keys. It was time for lunch, and I was waiting for the others to get out of class, so we could get out of here and get some real food for once. But that wasn't going to happen if they didn't hurry up. The only person I wasn't in the mood to see right now was, of course, the only person moving towards me. Tanya. Didn't I scare her off enough this morning? What the hell was she, some kind of masochist? I rolled my eyes as she reached me. I was too King hungry to deal with this shit. The high from my good mood earlier was beginning to fade. Me in the janitor's closet, she said with a hurried voice as she gripped my shirt. I looked down at her hands in disgust. People did not King touch me if I didn't grant them access first. I pried her King fingers off me in irritation, noticing how her grip had King wrinkled my shirt. Sorry, I replied coldly. But you'll have to find someone else to sat your needs. She gaped at me and I cocked an eyebrow at her, silently challenging her to argue with me. But, earlier. What the hell, Edward, you can't do that and not finish what you started. She whined like a damn 5-year-old. Are you telling me what to do? I asked incredulously. Instead of complaining what I didn't finish off, you should be grateful that I even give your sorry ass any attention at all. We both know you need me more than I need you. She narrowed her eyes and stomped her foot. The sight was pretty damn amusing. Cullen, she spat and stormed past me. Yes please, but not right now, I called after her, and I heard her growl in response. Oh man, that was just mean, Emmett said from behind me. I turned my head around and smirked. What did I do? I asked, tilting my head innocently. That girl is so King in love with you it's not even funny, he chuckled. Too bad she's dumb as bat, I replied with a sigh. But whatever, where are the others? I'm King starving. Rosalie went after Alice, and Jasper is, well, here he is, he said, looking over my shoulder. Jasper joined up with us, and then the girls turned up from the direction of the cafeteria, soon after. Did you guys forget we had plans? Emmett asked, putting an arm around Rosalie as we walked down the hallway, towards the entrance. No, but Alice was feeling up for doing some charity work before lunch, Rosalie replied with an eye roll. Charity work? Jasper inquired, looking down on his tiny girlfriend, in confusion. She's not charity work, Alice argued with a sigh. I was just helping her out. Her? It's a person, I asked amused. Isabella Swan, she almost choked the other day, remember? She replied. I stopped as we reached the doors, and I feigned a look of concern. Don't tell me she was almost choking again, I said in mock horror. She rolled her eyes and I chuckled as I opened the doors. No, I was just being nice. She's a nice person, and I don't understand why people are giving her such a hard time. She hasn't harmed anyone, Alice muttered, and Jasper squeezed her shoulder. Maybe because she's a King freak. Maybe she keeps away from other people because she knows she doesn't belong on this earth. She belongs on planet Freakazoid, Rosalie said, cutting me off. I smirked at her in appreciation. Exactly. Thanks, Rose, I nodded. Anytime, Eddie, she smirked back. Oh come on, she's not that bad, Emmett argued. Yeah, she's a quiet little mouse, but it's not like she's weird about it. So what if she doesn't talk to other people? Maybe she just likes to keep to herself. Why are you defending her? Rosalie complained. Maybe because I agree with Alice on this one. Isabella might be weird, but I don't think she deserves the bullying and the name-calling, he replied with a shrug. What? Her name is Swan, and she looks nothing like it. Of course people will call her Goose and Duck, it's just common sense, I argued. We reached the car, I unlocked it and everybody climbed in. Emmett rode shotgun, since he was too big to fit in the backseat when the others had to fit too. You're a jerk, Ed, Alice muttered. You have no respect for other people's feelings. I put the car into gear, and drove off, shaking my head slightly. Alice could be so absurd sometimes. Of course I considered other people's feelings, and respected them. I cared about their feelings, didn't I? And what the hell did she think I was anyway? A chick. Why would I care what other people were feeling? Especially someone as worthless as Isabella Swan. Had she done anything to be even worth the air she was breathing? I thought not. We drove out to the only restaurant in town, the Lodge. The food there was ridiculously overpriced, and totally not worth it. But the town of Forks didn't leave us with a lot of options, since the Lodge was the only restaurant in town. So you were forced to pay for their overpriced, greasy fries if you wanted to have a meal out, whether you liked it or not. Normally we would drive to Port Angeles if we wanted to eat out, but that was almost an hour drive away, so it was not an option when it came to getting out of school to have lunch. Was it really that hard to open up a decent burger joint or something in this place? AF. King Mickey D's or some shit. Seriously. I couldn't be the only one growing tired of having to drive all the way to Port Angeles in order to get a decent burger. You simply didn't want to get burgers at the Lodge, since they used the most disgusting King dressing ever, and even though you ordered it without it you still got it. King imbecile idiots can't even get an order right. We sat down in an empty booth, and picked up our menus. Not like we needed to look at them. We all knew what they had, and we all knew what we would order anyway. I guess it was all a part of the damn act of going to a restaurant, always checking the menu even if you could recite it in your sleep. The waitress came over to us, asking if we were ready to order. Her apron was greasy and dirty, and her even greasier hair was pulled back into a ponytail. She looked like she could use a King shower. Even her King forehead was shiny, and I didn't even want to know whether it was because she was sweaty, or if it was grease from the fryer. I assumed that the only reason they hadn't been shut down yet, due to health code violations, was because there simply was no other place to get a King meal, other than your own goddamn house, and the department who checked up on these things felt sorry for them and let them keep it open. Even though they should have been shut down a long time ago. Did I tell you I hate the Lodge? We all ordered the usual, and I slumped in the booth, playing mindlessly with a napkin. So I hear you and Tanya are getting serious, Rosalie smirked, getting my attention. Are you kidding me? Where the hell would you hear something so absurd? I asked incredulously. I overheard her talking to Jessica Stanley and Lauren Mallory in the bathroom between periods. Apparently you were so hot for her that you couldn't keep your hands to yourself, and almost kept her against a locker this morning, Rosalie explained with an amused tone. Oh dear God, I muttered, and hid my face in my hands, and rested my elbows on the table. I always thought you guys would end up together. So when's the wedding, bro? Emmett laughed. OFKU, I muttered and let my hands down on the table. I was just in a good King mood, and she happened to get in the way, and I teased her a little before class. And what the hell do I get? King stalker. Maybe if you didn't tease them so much, they wouldn't get any ideas, Jasper suggested with a shrug. Oh come on, how can they not know by now that I don't do girlfriends? I asked, exasperated. Except other people's girlfriends, I added with a smirk. You're such a pig, Alice sighed with a frown. Yes, I am, and the girls love it, I replied throwing a dazzling smile her way. They think they can change you, they think that they will be the one to get you to change your womanizing ways and make an honest man out of you. They're too naive to know that you're a lost cause, Alice continued. And you're an A.S. for getting away with it. I sure hope you meet a girl someday, a girl you really care about, A girl you will actually love, and then I sure as hell hope she dumps your sorry ass, so you can feel even a dash of what you make the girls at school feel every day when you tease them like that, making them believe they are special. I scoffed at her comment, letting that be my response. Why did girls always want to change a guy? Why couldn't they be happy with what they got and leave it at that? Of course I knew where Alice was coming from, and I knew what she was getting at, but come on already. It wasn't like I was stringing the girls along. They knew very well what they were getting into when they went to bed with me. I never gave them a reason to think that they could change me. That mistake was all on them. Ah, Alice Brandon, ever the Mother Teresa. Rosalie smiled and Alice frowned. I'm serious, you guys, I can't believe we're actually friends with this asshole, Alice replied and gestured to me. He's my brother, Emmett replied simply. He may be an ass, but he's a great ass, Jasper chimed in, much to Alice's dismay. Alice turned to Rosalie, and Rosalie laughed. I don't know why the hell we're friends with him. I'm with you on this one, she laughed. Good, finally someone at this table with an ounce of brain, Alice said. With a satisfied smile. I should have been offended, but frankly I wasn't. We'd had this conversation too many times to count during the past few months. Alice apparently thought I was getting worse by the day. She had taken me aside on more than one occasion, pleading with me to get my act together. But I didn't know what the big deal was. I was acting just like I've always had, so why did it matter so much now? I enjoyed the ladies, and they enjoyed me. What was so wrong with that? Alice kept bugging me about getting a girlfriend, and to stick my dick in one girl at a time, and not in 5 different girls in as many days. She wanted me to settle down a little, so I could experience the wonderful, her words, not mine, aspects of being in a serious relationship. According to her, the say, was even better when you love the person. I wouldn't know anything about that though, since I had never loved a girl, because there was not exactly an abundance of lovable girls in this town. Cable. Yes. Lovable. Nope. At least not one I was aware of. Alice glared at me from across the table. I sighed and looked out the window. Get a grip, get a girlfriend. Those were her exact words when we had that conversation a week ago. I swear she just wanted me to get one so we could triple date, or something equally ridiculous. The waitress came back with our food, and I stuffed my mouth full, so my friends wouldn't expect me to get involved in any more conversations. I wasn't in the mood for talking. I was just in the mood for eating and stuffing my starving stomach. I was furious with Alice. This day had started out great. I was King flying through my first classes thanks to my mood, but then she had to drag me down with the whole feelings thing. Who the hell did she think she was? I swear to God, that if she wasn't such a tiny little person, and the fact that she was a girl, I would have kicked her ass a long time ago. The thing with Tanya was killing my buzz too. I knew better than to tease her like that in the hallway. I knew she would get the wrong idea and become even clingier, but still, I did it for the hell of it. If I had done the same thing with someone else, say, Lauren Mallory, she would just have begun to admire me more from afar, giving me flirty glances when we passed each other in the hall, and she would probably beg me to FK her when she got a little alcohol in her system. But she would not become the clingy mess that was Tanya. That was weird, to say the least, since Tanya was so much King hotter than Lauren, and she didn't need any help landing a guy. Maybe that was why she kept running after me. She liked the chase and the challenge. She knew she couldn't have me, and that drove her mad. I guess I would feel the same way, if a girl turned me down for no good reason. But unlike Tanya, I had my standards, and I would never stoop so low just to get a girl. I would never beg and plead just to have a girl. That was absurd. No girl would ever be worth the hassle anyway. Before I knew it, we had finished our food and were driving back to school. Did you guys hear that Newton is having that party after all? I asked, addressing my question to nobody in particular. He will. King awesome. Emmett grinned. I wonder what secrets you can unravel in his house. I threw him an amused glance and Jasper chuckled from the backseat. The only secrets that guy has is that he probably still wets his bed, and that he sleeps in Star Wars pajamas, Rosalie muttered with a bored tone. Guys, come on, what is this? Be mean to everybody day. Alice complained. Sweetie, we're just having fun, don't be a buzzkill, Jasper murmured in her ear, and I didn't need to see her to know that she melted in his arms. She Was so King easy. Jasper was one of the very few people in the world that could manipulate Alice so easily. No, he was the only one who could manipulate her. Period. Besides, Al, you are usually pretty good at badmouthing people too, so don't pretend you're a saint, I said, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. She met my gaze and narrowed her eyes. But when I do, I always have a good reason to, she argued. Just because girls checks out jazzy pants A.S. doesn't mean that's a reason to hate a girl and call her a skank behind her back, I replied with a sweet voice. Maybe you should practice what you preach, girlfriend. Oh shut up, she muttered, snuggling up to Jasper, and we all laughed at her. Alice may have been good at telling people what to do, but she was also very good at pretending that she wasn't just as good at hurting people like the rest of us were, though she believed she had a good reason to. Then again, who was she to decide what reason was a good one, and what was not? She was a hypocrite, plain and simple, but she wouldn't be Alice any other way. Alice seemed to be the only one passionately annoyed by my womanizing ways, which was why I didn't let myself get bothered by it. Emmett always had my back, and though he casually told me that he didn't agree with the way I was sometimes, he didn't give me shit about it the same way Alice did. Jasper didn't get involved in the issue at all, since he didn't want to get on either of our bad sides, and I respected that. Rosalie, on the other hand, I couldn't care less about what she thought. She could agree with Alice just out of spite for all I knew, since we had that good old love-hate relationship going on. So why would I care? I parked the car in the lot, and I didn't even care that we were 10 minutes late for class. We parted ways when we walked through the main entrance, and I stopped by my locker before heading to class. I opened the door to the biology classroom, not even caring what the teacher said about me being late, again, and taking my seat without a word. A girl you will actually love, and then I sure as hell hope she dumps your sorry ass. I scoffed inwardly as Alice's voice echoed in my head. Did she actually think I would ever fall in love? I didn't even think I was capable of loving anyone other than myself, so the risk of me falling in love was slim to none. Therefore, I would never have my heart broken. I rolled my eyes at nothing in particular and hid my face in my hands. Alice always managed to get inside my head, making me think like King girl, and it was driving me insane. Why did I let her get to me like this? I leaned back in my seat with a sigh and let my eyes wander around the room. There was only one way to get Alice's words out of my head. To quit thinking like a girl, I needed to nail a girl. Preferably during the next break between classes. I looked around, quietly contemplating who to bring to the closet. Tanya was out, obviously, I didn't need her clinginess right now. As though I had no control, I felt my eyes being drawn to the plain-looking brunette girl in the corner. She sat with her head down and her lips moved infinitesimally as her eyes traveled over the pages in her book. And Alice said she wasn't weird. Swan couldn't even read King book in silence without doing something weird. I turned my eyes to the front with a huff, and slumped even lower in my seat. I guess I wasn't getting laid today. No, this can't be happening. I leaned my back against my closed bedroom door, slowly sliding down to a sitting position on the floor. I wrapped my arms around my legs and rested my forehead against my knees. I slowly rocked back and forth, while my entire body was shaking with silent sobs. My throat was closing up, making it impossible for me to take a proper breath and fill my lungs with much-needed oxygen. How could he do this to me? Haven't I been through enough? I had barely been able to pick up the phone after I dropped it. My hands had been shaking so violently that I had to grasp the phone with both of them. Dad was speaking excitedly about Mom's return, but the words weren't registering with me as he rambled on. Only 4 small words made their way through the haze. Mom is coming home. I couldn't even begin to explain how much I hated my dad at that moment, particularly the way his voice rose in excitement when he spoke about Mom's return. I hated him for sounding the most excited he's ever been since she was admitted. But most of all, I hated him for not considering what this was doing to me. He didn't even seem to care that I wasn't responding to him on the phone, and that I was slowly falling apart in our kitchen. He was too caught up in Ray telling everything the doctors had said to him. And oh boy, was my father excited, and the excitement made no sense to me. What was there to be excited about? I didn't care what he had to say, because no matter what, all I could hear him say in my head was, Yay, my crazy wife is coming home. Let's order cake and make it a party. This was not a time for celebration. I tried to recall what Dad had said about the doctors, and I frowned as his words came back to me. Apparently, Mom was getting better according to the doctors, and they said she had shown great improvement over the past 3 months. For reasons unknown to me, they were convinced she was ready to get back into the real world, and visit us for the weekend. Just for the weekend. I tried to find solace in the fact that I wouldn't be forced to be with her for longer than 2 days and 2 nights. Then, she would be sent straight back to the loony bin where her crazy ass belonged. But though it was a short time, I still thought it was 2 days and 2 nights too long. I had my doubts on whether or not I was even ready to face her. I haven't even seen her since she was admitted 3 months ago. I never joined Dad when he went up to Seattle on his weekly visits. And for a damn good reason, too. Was I ready to face her? No, I didn't think I was. I had serious doubts on whether or not I would even survive a meeting with her, let alone an entire weekend. An entire weekend. Crap. Dad wouldn't be there to support me and help me through my weekend either. If I knew my father at all, I assumed he would probably just act like nothing was wrong, and that Mom hadn't been in an insane asylum for the past 3 months. And most likely, he would act like what happened 3 months ago didn't happen at all. Then they would both gang up on me and be angry with me for not welcoming my mother with open arms and lots of hugs and kisses. When it all came down to it, was that what they were expecting of me? Did they really think I would forgive her? Did they really think I could forgive her? What was wrong with these people? No tears fell from my eyes, and for that I was glad, because she wasn't worth my tears. She's not worth anything. She doesn't matter at all. I scoffed at myself, tilting my head up and leaning back against the door. Who was I trying to kid here? It didn't matter how much I tried to tell myself that she meant nothing to me. If that was true, why did I still have a hard time breathing at the mere thought of her? She was my mother, for crying out loud, and no matter what she did to me, and no matter how much I hated her, it would not change the fact that she gave birth to me. Her blood pulsated through my veins. Her body gave life to mine. I was the spitting image of her, and maybe that's why she did what she did. I had her chocolate brown eyes and brown hair. I even had the same freaking streaks of red in my hair, which were only visible in the sun. I looked like my mother. Did that mean I was like her? Did that mean I was insane too? Maybe. I had been on the quest of finding a way to kill myself for a while now. How could that not be crazy? To be suicidal at one point in your teenage life was the rule, not the exception, but it still didn't make it okay. I knew what I was thinking wasn't good, but what the hell was I supposed to do? I couldn't handle the pain anymore, and death was my only way out. Somehow, for some reason, I had been able to hold on for almost 3 months now. The pain was excruciating, but I was still managing to hold on and not give up completely. That must mean something, right? No, Bella, you idiot. It just means you're too afraid, too freaking chicken, to actually go through with it. You always look for excuses to not kill yourself. It's too messy, it's too painful, and yada yada yada. Like any of it matters when you're dead. I stared into space and every time I blinked, I would see my mom's face. It was the good face, not the crazy face. The beautiful face. The face of the mother she used to be. The mother who always used to bake chocolate chip cookies with me on Sundays, even though they always ended up tasting like crap. The mother who would say she loved me. The mother I would believe when she said those words. I gnawed on my lip and tried to gain control over my body. Ever so slowly, the shaking and the sobbing subsided and I was able to breathe properly again. Dad said he was going to spend the night in Seattle and drive back with Mom tomorrow at noon. They would be here when I come home from school. He wanted me to make the dinner for tomorrow, preferably lasagna since it was her favorite. He was even considering asking the Blacks over. It's been so long since you've seen Jacob, don't you miss him? He had asked, but I was still so bewildered by the situation that I couldn't even cough out an answer to that. No, of course I didn't miss him. What the hell was there to miss? My best, and only friend in the entire world, stabbed me in the freaking back. How could I ever miss a person like that? Of course, I couldn't tell my father that. He didn't know the true story about what went down that dreadful night, and maybe that was for the best. Because if he knew all the gory details, Billy Black sure as hell wouldn't still be breathing. Dad would have gone over there so fast, pointing his gun to Billy's head and pulled the trigger without as much as a second thought. At least that was what I liked to believe he would do. Billy deserved to die. As did Jacob. As did Mom. But as life would have it, I was the only one aiming for my own demise. When I was dead, why would I care if they kept on living? Karma would get them soon enough. What goes around, comes around, right? I like to believe that too. I stood up on shaky legs and slowly made my way over to my bed. It wasn't even close to my bedtime, but I had no energy left in my body to do anything else. I removed the clothes from my body and threw them on the floor, before pulling on a worn t-shirt and climbing into bed. Mom was coming home in less than 24 hours, hell, it was more like 20 hours. And then it wouldn't matter whether or not I thought I was ready to see her, because I would be forced to look her in the eyes and know that she wasn't my mom anymore. She would always be my mother, the one who gave me life, but she was no longer my mom, the one who loved and took care of me. Ready or not, here she comes. The blaring of the alarm clock was not a welcoming sound in the morning, and I resisted the urge to just turn it off, turning my back to it and going back to sleep. But I couldn't do that. I needed to go to school because that would leave me with a few hours of peace. Mom would be here when I came home, and the longer I could stay in school and put off our meeting, the better. I did my morning ritual in such a haze that I was surprised to suddenly find myself in the cabin of my truck, and it was already 7:30. Maybe I would get through the weekend like that too, if I was lucky. The grass outside our house was covered in white frost, and as I backed the car out of the driveway I saw that the pools of rainwater on the streets had become frozen solid during the night. I was lucky that my truck was such a sturdy piece of metal. It would take a hell of a lot more than a few patches of ice to stop my truck from going anywhere but where I was steering it. Never once had I been even close to getting into an accident with my truck. All the parents that were scared of their children getting into accidents during the winter should buy them a sturdy truck from the late 50s, since it wasn't affected by anything. I was beyond frazzled when I reached the school parking lot. I had been checking the rearview mirror every other minute, feeling slightly paranoid and half expecting to see Dad's cruiser behind me. And when I climbed out of my truck, I let my eyes wander over the parking lot once, just to make sure Dad wasn't there. It didn't matter if it made no sense for them to come here, I was still afraid they would. What Mom did 3 months ago didn't make sense to me either, so it wouldn't surprise me if she made Dad drive her to school just to torture me. Being her, that would only make sense after all, in a weird and twisted kind of way. Breathe, Bella, it's only 8 a.m. They won't be here until noon. That's 4 hours from now. And you won't be home from school until 3:30. That's another 3.5 hours. You have time to prepare yourself. Just breathe. I closed my eyes and took a deep, cleansing breath. Just as I opened my eyes I found myself a little too close to someone's back, and I didn't have time to stop myself from walking into said someone, making us both tumble forward. I grasped onto whatever was closest to me, to keep from falling and hitting the cold ground. The guy the first had smashed into was not that lucky. As if in slow motion, I saw him hit a thin piece of ice, which was covering a puddle of mud. The ice broke under his fall, causing the mud to splash everywhere, but nothing came into contact with me. "What the F, K?" he yelled. He was practically laying face down in the mud as he growled. He slowly turned his body to see who hit him, and when he noticed me, he gave me the deadliest of glares. I tried to ignore the fact that Edward Cullen looked good even covered in icy mud. "F. King idiot, look what the F, K you did," he yelled yet again. I felt myself blush a million shades of red, and I gripped harder on whatever it was that kept me from falling over. Then I realized that whatever I was gripping was soft, while still steady. What the hell? I looked down at my hand, and my eyes went wide when I saw that I had clutched onto another person. I slowly let my eyes wander upwards. When I saw the face that belonged to the person, I felt myself gasp, but Emmett Cullen just grinned back at me. "Walk much," he joked. I quickly pulled my hand back, as if I had burned myself. Edward was still sitting in the mud with a furious and murderous look in his eyes. "Are you F, King insane? Do you have a F, King death wish?" Edward asked, his voice low and menacing. "Death wish? You have no idea. But of course, I couldn't tell him that. Hell, I couldn't even tell him anything. I became some sort of mute in his presence, because at that moment, Edward Cullen scared the crap out of me, especially by the way he was looking at me, like he was trying to kill me with his eyes. I'm sorry, I stuttered, I was lost in thought. He stood up, groaning as he looked down at the mud caking on his clothes. He tried to dust it off with his hands, but instead he ended up smearing it even more. He clenched his fists, and his breathing was deep and labored, like he was fighting some inner demon. Then ever so slowly, he turned his glare down at me. He was even more terrifying while standing up, since he was now towering over me like a giant, even if he was only a head taller than me. His emerald eyes were shooting fire and I felt my breath hitch. His eyes are beautiful. Yeah, obviously, he spat. Were you musing over how pathetic you are? And how tragic it is that you have no King friends and that a guy would never even touch you with a King stick. And that you will most likely die a painful death, alone. Ed, come on, it's not like she meant to push you, Emmett said, trying to calm his brother down. Are you King kidding me? These jeans were brand King new. Edward yelled, infuriated. I'm sorry. I'll pay for the dry cleaning, I swear. I said quickly, feeling my throat close up. Please, no tears in front of Edward. Please, please, please. Dry cleaning, he snorted. No dry cleaning in the world could get this shit out from these pants. And like you could ever afford it anyway, he shook his head. These pants are worth 10 times more than what your car was worth when it was new. Come on, Ed, Emmett sighed and gave Edward a tired look. But Edward didn't listen, instead he took a step towards me, now standing so close that I could feel his hot breath in my face. It smelled like a mixture of smoke, mint and something simply mouthwatering. Not the time, Bella, so not the time for this. You're King dead, goose, he hissed at me. I will kill you. Trust me when I King say that I will destroy every little part of your pathetic little existence. Enough, Edward, Emmett said, this time with a tone of authority to his voice, and grabbed Edward's arm, dragging him off. Let's drive home and you can take a King shower and chill the K out. Edward didn't resist Emmett's pulling, but I doubt he could have made any difference at all if he tried anyway. He glared at me all the way to his car. Edward promised he would destroy my life. And in a few hours my mom would be home. Fantastic. Maybe I should pair them off, since they both seemed to share the same mission in life. I couldn't have started this day off any worse, even if I had tried. I hid out in the old music room during lunch, and I sat by the window looking down on the parking lot. I could see the mud pool, where I had pushed Edward, and it was like I could see the whole scene play out again from afar. I saw myself close my eyes, and walk right into Edward, pushing him face first into the mud. Edward had every right to be angry with me, and I was surprised that Emmett came to my defense. But then again, that was probably just for Edward's benefit. I don't think it would have ended well for him if he would have hit me or done whatever it was that he wanted to do in order to punish me for ruining his expensive jeans. I looked down on my cell phone, just as it went from 11:59 to 12 o'clock. It was officially noon, and Mom was probably back in Forks now. It was an eerie feeling knowing that she was so close, and in a matter of hours I would see her again. I tried to imagine what she looked like. For some reason, I imagined her hair to be tangled and frizzy, her eyes would no longer shine with life, and her skin would be pale and pasty. Her lips would be chapped and she would have some dried drool on the corner of her mouth. She would just be skin and bones, he would slouch when she walked, and the proper posture she used to have would be long forgotten, she would be broken and destroyed. At least that was what I imagined, because that was the woman I wanted to meet. It would make it so much easier to see that she was just as broken on the outside as I was on the inside. The mother that left 3 months ago still had life in her eyes, her hair was ever so shiny and her skin flawless. She had the posture of a supermodel and there was no drool in the corner of her mouth. And I did not want to meet that woman, because that would make it much harder for me to keep my head straight and remember that I hated her. I had to remember. Mom, are you okay? I asked slowly, more than a little concerned by the odd look in her eyes. Of course, sweetie, why wouldn't I be? This will be a night we'll never forget. Everything will change tonight, she replied, her eyes sparkling by the lit candles on the table. I sat down on the pillow on the floor next to her and looked at her bewildered. Her eyes were scaring me, and when she looked at me it didn't even seem like she recognized me. Or even saw me at all. "Mom," I said, my voice shaking in fear, "what are you gonna do?" She smiled lazily at me and took my hand. "We're gonna do this together. We're gonna make everything okay. No more pain and suffering." "But, Mom, I'm not in pain. I'm not suffering," I replied confused. "I know you say that now, but soon that will all change, and better to be safe than sorry." There was a knock on the front door and I looked at it puzzled. Who the hell was coming over at this hour? "Come in, it's open," my mom called, without letting go of my hand. The front door opened and I subconsciously gripped my mom's hand tighter as I watched our guests walk in. They nodded at Mom and closed the door behind them as Mom nodded back. "I thought you'd never come," she said with a smile. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. I looked down on my untouched food with a sigh. It wasn't the first time the thought of Mom had made me lose my appetite. I made it down to biology just in time. I did my best to ignore the glare Edward was giving me from his seat, but I still felt my cheeks blush furiously. He hissed something under his breath when I passed him, but I couldn't make out what it was. I guess I should count myself lucky. He was no doubt muttering a bunch of things I didn't need to hear right now, anyway. Our teacher, Mr. Molina, was preparing 2 piles of files on his desk, and then he looked at us from over his glasses, which had slid down on his nose. Nobody was paying any attention to him. The whole classroom was still buzzing with lunchtime talk. I guess people didn't realize that lunch was over, and that they were sitting in a classroom and not in the cafeteria. Mr. Molina cleared his throat, but still didn't get a response out of his students. I could see, more than I could hear, him sigh as he slowly shook his head, but for some reason he was smiling softly in amusement of this current situation. "Say, will education," he said, his voice no higher than normal conversational tone, but still the entire classroom went silent and everyone turned their heads to him. I guess I understood his amusement now. Nothing gained the attention of teenagers more than the subject of say. Will education," he said again, smiling at the unusual attention he got from his students. "We will, together with the high schools in Port Angeles and La Push, be a part of a Ed project, and the project will last for 4 weeks. You will be separated into groups of 4, and you will pick a random subject from my cap of topics." He picked up a white baseball cap that was filled with small white notes, "and your project will be based around this topic. You shall discuss within your group, and write down your conclusions and present them in 4 weeks, together with the kids in Port Angeles and La Push." Is this supposed to be purely theoretical, or are we supposed to experience these topics? A boy asked, with a serious tone, and a few students snickered. "Ha ha, very funny, Mr. Molina muttered. "No, this is purely theoretical. Our school's official policy is abstinence, and we do not encourage such behavior." A few students groaned and I rolled my eyes. "I've already created the groups. When I say your name, I want you to come up here with your group and pick a topic, and grab a folder, which contains all the information you need about the project. And before anyone asks, yes, this will be a big part of your final grade, Mr. Molina said and picked up a paper from his desk. "Okay, so these are the groups." He began rambling names and each student walked up to the desk, and grabbed their topic, before walking back. "Mike Newton, Lauren Mallory, Isabella Swan," he said, and I heard Lauren groan loudly, as she left her seat, when she heard my name, and Edward Cullen, he finished. My eyes immediately shot to Edward, and he was frozen in his seat. His eyes staring into space. "Excuse me," he said between clenched teeth, without moving a muscle, his eyes still staring at nothing in particular. "Mr. Cullen, you will work with Newton, Mallory and Swan, Mr. Molina clarified, as if he really believed that Edward hadn't heard him. "Can I please switch groups?" Edward asked, his voice shaking and it was obvious that he was boiling underneath. "No can do, Mr. Cullen, if you switched, then everybody would switch, and before you know it everybody would be working with their friends, and that is not what this project is about. You will gain so much more if you work with people you do not normally talk to, Mr. Molina replied. "What if I don't care about gaining anything?" Edward muttered. "What if I'm happy just the way I am? And what if I don't King care what that King Goose thinks about anything?" His voice rose at the end and he shot his eyes to me. People gasped at his outburst, and I blushed as they all turned to stare at me. Sorry, Mr. Cullen, but I guess you will just have to live with the fact that you will have to listen to what Miss Swan has to say for the upcoming weeks. The fact that he called me by the wrong name did not go unnoticed by anyone, which was proven when the whole class snickered in response. Edward muttered and left his seat. Mike and Lauren were already standing by Mr. Molina's desk, and Edward joined them. I was too embarrassed to even leave my seat. They didn't seem to care anyway. Edward put his hand in the cap and picked a topic. He looked down at the note in his hand and snorted. What did we get? Mike asked and Edward showed it to him. True love and one-night stands. Discuss the possibility of falling in love at first sight, and the good and bad aspects of having a one-night stand. Can a one-night stand end up being your true love, and how would you know? Mike read aloud and I frowned. What the hell kind of topic was that? My eyes were drawn to Edward, as he sat back down in his seat. He didn't look entirely happy about the topic either, but maybe it was mainly because he had to work with me on this one. Like I would ever want to work with you anyway, I thought, as if Edward could hear it. Mr. Molina listed the last group, and explained more about the project for the remaining time of class. I couldn't help but wonder how he had created these groups, because some of my classmates had been lucky enough to get paired up with their best friends. And wasn't this project about getting an outside view? That proves how much he knew. The project and thoughts of Edward had me so distracted that I had almost forgotten all about Mom. The issue she presented didn't even come to mind again until I skipped my last class and went home early, seeing Dad's cruiser parked outside the house. I froze at the sight as the realization hit me at full blast. Mom was in that house. I was less than 30 feet away from her. I turned off the engine at the same moment as I saw the front door open. And for the second time today, it felt like everything was going in slow motion and I was extremely aware of every little detail of everything. Dad stepped out through the front door, followed by a woman. A woman with shiny brown hair and sparkling eyes. The woman pushed past my dad and went straight over to my truck. I felt my face being drained of blood, and my brain was no longer working. This was not the woman I was expecting to see. This was not the woman I wanted to see. I was prepared to see that broken woman with dry drool on her face. Not this at all. Mom threw open the car door, and before I had any time to react, she pulled me into her arms and hugged me to her furiously, not minding that I still had my seatbelt on. Her soft hair was in my face, and some got into my mouth. I took a trembling breath, and her scent violated all my senses. She even smells the same. Oh sweetie, I've missed you so much, she whispered softly in my ear. The sound of her voice was what brought me back and I pushed her away from me. Get the F.K. off of me. I tried to yell at her, but it came out as a choked sob. Oh sweetie, she said, ignoring my outburst, and stroking my cheek. I flinched at the touch and she furrowed her brow in confusion. In confusion. What the hell was so confusing about it? I undid my belt with shaking hands, and climbed over the seat to leave the car through the passenger door. My mom stood dumbstruck on the other side. She even had the guts to look sad about it. I looked over at my dad, who was still standing by the front door, his arms crossed over his chest. He was frowning and looking at me disapprovingly. How did he expect I would react at her return? I can't take this right now, I mumbled and quickly made my way up to the front door. I tried to walk past my father, but he put his arm out to hinder me from going inside. I think you owe your mother a proper welcome, he said to me seriously. I gaped at him and I felt my traitorous lower lip tremble. This was too much. He put his hands on my shoulders and turned me around. Mom was standing just a few feet away from me, her arms extended and a loving smile on her lips. I've missed you so much, sweetie, you don't need to be afraid of me. I'm your mother, everything is going to be okay, sweetie, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Her voice was almost singing in its softness, and I bit down on my lip to keep it from trembling even more. You're sick, I said with a shaky voice, trying my best to keep it steady enough to make my words comprehensible. What you did is sick, and what you are is sick. Suddenly I was looking to the right, and I had a stinging, warm feeling on the left side of my face. Out of nowhere, too quick for me to notice, she had raised her hand and slapped me across my face. I was too shocked to react, move or say anything at all. I am not sick. Do you think the people in Seattle would have let me leave if they thought I was sick? No, they would not, she said sternly. I understand completely that you feel bad about what happened, but you can't blame that on me. It was all on you, remember? Sweetie, I would appreciate it if you didn't paint me out to be the bad guy here, when all I tried to do was help you. I slowly turned my head to her, and saw that there was no regret in her eyes, and she meant every single word she said. I felt the bile in my throat and I tried to swallow it back down. Dad still had his hands on my shoulders, and much to my annoyance I felt surprised by the fact that he had not intervened and come to my defense when she hit me. Apologize to your mother, he said in my ear, and I stiffened. He wanted me to apologize. She hit me. My mother's lips twisted into a creepy smile, that probably was supposed to look all loving and sweet, but looked nothing but menacing and sick to me. I'm sorry, I muttered, and her smile widened. See, that wasn't so hard, now was it? She smiled. Can I go to my room? I have homework to do, I lied, turning my eyes down. I just needed a reason to escape from these people. Yes, but please come down in an hour to prepare dinner, Dad said and let go of his hold on me. I nodded once, before quickly disappearing into the house and stumbling my way up the stairs. I couldn't get away from them fast enough. I slammed my door behind me and threw my bag on the floor, before I started to pace back and forth, gripping my hair in frustration. My mom was here now, and I had been in her presence for a mere 2 minutes before she hurt me again. Where did she get off slapping me like that? Renee Swan. She looked like my mother, she dressed like my mother, she even smelled like my mother. But the look in her eyes showed me that she was still that crazy person from 3 months ago, and that person was not my mother. I thought I could take it, seeing her again, but now in the comfort of my room, I felt my heart slowly break and my insides turn. The pain was like nothing I've ever experienced before, and it was way worse than what I've been feeling for the past months. She would be the death of me. No doubt about it. And then there was Dad. He acted just how I feared he would. He was on Mom's side, he was acting like nothing ever happened and whatever did happen was all my fault. Mom was an angel, and I was the devil trying to cut her wings. I could hear my parents move around in the living room, beneath my room, and I heard the distant mumbling of their talking. I lay down and pressed my ear to the floor, trying to make out their words. She'll come around, don't worry. She is just being a teenager, Dad said with a loving tone. Oh, I hope so, honey. I can't stand her being angry with me. This was not how I wanted our reunion to be, she sighed. She should really talk to someone. I don't think it's healthy for her to go around with all this anger, especially when she's pointing it all at the wrong person. I know, Dad replied soothingly. And she looks so broken, haven't you noticed? I think she's hurting herself. Did you see the scars on her arms? They're even worse now. I think she's sick, Charles, she needs help, Mom continued, concern lacing her voice. I quickly stood up again and glared at the floor, like it was the one saying the words and not my mother. Was she actually suggesting I was cutting myself? Was she actually implying I needed help? The same kind of help she was supposed to be getting in Seattle. What the hell was wrong with her? I stormed out of my room, with the intent of telling her off, and filling her in on every single thing that happened that night, and how none of those things were my fault. I almost tripped on my own feet on my way down the stairs, but caught myself on the banister. I shrugged it off and walked into the living room, ready to let all of my feelings toward her out in the open, and let her make what she wanted out of it. I couldn't take this anymore. I needed her to know how much she hurt me. I needed closure. Entering the living room, I stopped dead in my tracks when I found my parents in a loving embrace. Dad had his eyes closed, and a small smile was playing on his lips as he hugged Mom. He looked genuinely happy, and I felt myself waver. Maybe this wasn't the time. Who was I to deny my father happiness? Just because he never cared for mine, didn't mean I had to become like him and destroy the only thing in his life that seemed to make him happy, no matter how crazy that one thing may be. I turned around with a sigh and went into the kitchen. I might as well start dinner. I stared down on my plate of lasagna, and though it smelled delicious, I couldn't find it in myself to pick up the fork and take a bite. My entire body was aware of every single movement my mother made, and every noise that came from her made my skin crawl. She was evil. Beyond evil, and she was sitting by our dining table, acting like she was the victim. In the corner of my eye, I saw her put down her fork and put her plate aside, so she could rest her clasped hands on the table. "Bella, sweetie, how is school?" she asked, tentatively. "Fine," I muttered. "And friends? How is Jacob?" she asked eagerly, seeming happy that I was even giving her a response. I turned to glare at her, and the smile that was plastered on her face faltered. "Jacob? You're seriously asking me about Jacob? What the hell is wrong with you?" I spat. "Isabella Swan. Language." Dad barked and I sighed. Was this how it was going to be this weekend? You used to be such good friends. I'm sad to see your friendship go to waste just because you're having a hard time, she sighed. "Sweetie, talk to me. What is bothering you? Why are you so angry? You shouldn't shut people out like this. Has something happened? Something at school? Is this about a boy?" I pushed my chair back so hard it fell over, but I scarcely noticed as I ran up the stairs to my room, grabbing my car keys and my jacket before storming back down, and out through the front door. "Sweetie, I just want to talk to you. You know I'm here for you." Mom called after me. I climbed into my car and turned the key. The engine roared to life, drowning whatever it was she was calling after me. As I put the car into gear, I saw her stand by the front door. The lights from inside giving her an eerie glow, making her look like an angel. Dad stepped up behind her and wrapped his arms around her. The sight made me sick to my stomach, and I drove off as quickly as my car allowed me. My grip on the wheel was so hard my knuckles were turning white, but I didn't care, because it was the only thing holding me together at the moment. "Why are you so angry? Is this about a boy?" And the doctors had the nerve to say that she was fine. I must have been home sleeping the day the dictionary people decided that fine was synonymous with the word delusional. By the way she was acting, and how sure she seemed to be of herself, I was beginning to wonder if she had actually deluded herself into thinking that whatever story she had come up with in her head was actually what happened. And that it was all my fault. My head was spinning and I drove aimlessly for a while. It was almost 6 p.m. now. I had no desire to go home, therefore I decided to drive to Port Angeles and check into a motel. I had enough cash to afford a night or two. Maybe I could stay the entire weekend there, so I wouldn't need to see my mother again. I stepped on the gas pedal, steering the car out of Forks, and towards the highway. It was dark outside and there were no street lights on this road, since it was going through a thick forest. This particular road wasn't the one most people used, anyway, when they wanted to get to the highway. The only lights on the road were the headlights of my car and the only sounds were the roaring ones coming from the engine. That was why when it began making weird sputtering noises I immediately noticed. The car began to shake violently beneath me, and the steering wheel was shaking oddly in my hands. Out of nowhere, the headlights went out and the engine sputtered a few times before it went silent. The car kept rolling, but I pushed down the brakes and it slowed to a stop. "Crap, isn't this the cherry on the crap sundae that is my life?" I muttered, as I climbed out of my car. I looked down the road, seeing nothing but darkness. Great, this is just getting better and better. Alone in the dark on a deserted street that nobody ever uses, I said to myself, and felt for my cell phone in my pockets. I picked it up and pushed a button so the display lit up. I scoffed at myself. Who did I intend to call? My dad? I don't think so. I threw my phone in the car, closed the door, and proceeded to lean my back against the truck. It was freaking cold outside, and the street was slippery with black ice. But somehow, the freezing cold was comforting in a way. At least it made me think of something else for a change. I hugged myself to keep warm, as I kept looking up and down the empty road, in the hopes to see a car. Am I really hoping for a car? Freezing to death might be painful. But it's dying just the same. Right. I don't know how long I stood there, freezing my butt off in the cold wintry night, but soon I saw the headlights of an oncoming car. I stepped out onto the road and waved frantically at it as it came closer. When I thought it was slowing down, I turned to open my car door to grab my phone from inside. It was the screeching noise that made me turn around. And it was the weird, twisted, angle at which the car was closing in on me that made me freeze in place. I couldn't find it in me to move. Although, time seemed to be moving in slow motion, for the third time today, and I could make out every little detail of the shiny Volvo's front, I stood my ground, and watched it come. I could have made it if I had wanted to. But the truth was, I simply didn't. This was the exit I had been waiting for. This was it. I was finally getting my wish fulfilled. I was going to die. You would think that the collision would have hurt, that I would have screamed in pain as I hit the windshield with a deafening crash, before rolling down to the cold, icy road and landing under the moving car. But no, it didn't hurt and I didn't scream. I welcomed the eternal darkness that was sure to follow. I couldn't even feel the pain. Maybe death was painless after all. No matter what way you go. I was unconscious long before the car stopped dead. The last sound I heard, before I slipped into the eternal darkness, was a desperate cry. Edward Cullen Pav. I'd been awake for like an hour and the day was already turning out to be a crappy one. I was flat on my stomach in a puddle of King mud. And it was King cold. I was surprised the puddle wasn't frozen solid already, seeing as the temperature must have been below freezing point. What a wonderful way to start the day. Did I ask for a King mud mask? I think not. What the K? I yelled, fuming as I turned my body to see who the mother Cur was that I would get the pleasure to beat the K up. I felt a lump of mud fall down from my cheek and I growled in disgust. I looked up and saw a pair of brown eyes looking down at me with a terrified expression. Oh K me backwards. Isabella, the goose, Swan. Of course. Who else would be stupid enough to push me into a puddle? And I guess she did the right thing by looking terrified. Her face was paler than a ghost's, her doe eyes were wide, as she gripped onto Emmett's arm. He was looking at this situation like it was the most exciting thing he'd ever seen, instead of helping me up. That jackass. I narrowed my eyes at the stupid goose and put all the effort I could into making the glare as menacing as possible. Since I obviously couldn't kick her seeing as she was a girl and Chief Swan's daughter, I could at least scare the crap out of her for being such an idiot. King idiot. Look what the K you did. I yelled at her, and the paleness of her face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by a dozen shades of red when she blushed, and she turned her eyes away. I guess she hadn't realized she was holding on to Emmett like her life depended on it because her eyes went impossibly wider as Emmett grinned back at her. Walk much? He joked. She pulled her hand back quickly and I stared at her, barely keeping the murderous rage inside me under control. Are you King insane? Do you have a King death wish? I asked, my voice low, and I think my question was justified in that moment. Didn't she have any idea who I was? Clearly not, because if she did, I wouldn't be sitting in a cold puddle covered in mud right now. I could have sworn I saw her shaking at this point. I'm sorry, she stuttered. I was lost in thought. Was she King serious? That was her excuse. She was lost in thought. I stood and turned to look down to estimate the damage she had done. The mud was already beginning to cake on my clothes and I made a fruitless attempt to try to dust it all off. But of course, I ended up smearing it out and ruining the jeans even more. I took a deep breath and clenched my fists. The anger was boiling through my veins, all I saw was red. Edward, do not hit her. Under no circumstances are you going to raise your fist and hit her straight in the face and make her see stars and cartoon birds. I tried to get the anger under control, but it was almost King impossible. After a few deep, and very forced breaths, I managed to do just that. I slowly turned my head and took a step towards her. I towered over her and her breath hitched as I put all my anger into glaring at her. Damn straight, goose girl, you better be scared. Yeah, obviously, I spat at her, and she flinched slightly. Were you musing over how pathetic you are? And how tragic it is that you have no King friends? And that a guy would never even touch you with a King stick, and that you will most likely die a painful death, alone. Ed, come on, it's not like she meant to push you, Emmett said. Really, brother? Now you decided to butt in. And not when I was lying flat on my face in mud. Are you King kidding me? These jeans were King brand new. I yelled infuriated. I'm sorry. I'll pay for the dry cleaning, I swear. She said quickly, as she stood up straight and looked me straight in the eyes. The gesture made me snort. She might have acted all strong and courageous by offering, but her eyes betrayed her and the way she kept swallowing indicated that she was close to King tears. Good job, Eddie, you're about to make a girl cry. You feel like a man now, huh? Actually, yes. She should count herself lucky that I didn't do something worse than making her cry. This was me letting her off easy, for crying out loud. Dry cleaning. I snorted, she couldn't be serious. No dry cleaning in the world could get this shit out from these pants. And like you could ever afford it anyway, these pants are worth 10 times more than what your car was worth when it was new. Come on, Ed, Emmett sighed and gave me a tired look. I took another step forward and glared down on her. She took a deep breath, and something changed in her eyes. She didn't look to be on the verge of tears anymore, and that pissed me off. She was supposed to cry, she was supposed to be scared. She wasn't supposed to look at me like I was. I don't even know what the hell that look was. You're King dead, goose, I hissed in her face, making sure my message was clear. I was someone to be afraid of. I will kill you. Trust me when I King say that I will destroy every little part of your pathetic little existence. Enough, Edward, Emmett said, and I could hear in his tone that he was serious this time. And when he grabbed my arm, I just went with it. There was no point in hanging around this since I couldn't kick her ass. Let's drive home and you can take King shower and chill the out. I followed him to the car, but kept my glare on the stupid goose until she was out of sight. Emmett let go of my arm and I got the keys from my pocket. You drive, I said, and I swear to God I'm gonna castrate you if you. Don't worry, bro, he cut me off, grabbing the keys from my hand. I have a towel in my bag. You can take that and sit on it so you don't get mud on your precious leather seats. Thanks, I muttered. I grabbed the towel from his bag and draped it over the passenger seat, and when I sat down, I was careful not to come in contact with anything else in the car. I didn't put on my seatbelt, because it would press against my muddy chest, and it would be a to get clean. Geez, bro, I thought you were gonna kill her there for a minute, Emmett chuckled as we drove off. She's lucky she has a beep, or else I would have, I muttered. Oh, and the fact that her father is the chief of police had nothing to do with whatsoever. He grinned and for some inexplicable reason, he sounded surprised. Please, do I look like someone who would hit a girl? Come on, I'm not that guy, I replied indignantly, glaring at him. Yes, and I'm sure our parents are gonna be happy to hear that, he said, glancing at me with an amused smile. I snorted and looked out the window. Yeah, I might not be one of God's best children, but did Emmett have to sound so surprised at the fact that I didn't kick her ass? Like I would ever hit a girl, no matter how incredibly annoying she was. Swan was King waste of space, but I would not be the one to get rid of her. Because if I did what I wanted to do with her, I would most likely end up in jail and be stuck there for the rest of my life while being somebody's ch. I may be a lot of things, but I was nobody's ch. Emmett parked the car outside our house, and I was silently fuming as I went up to the front door. Mom was in the living room when I came in and she made a snorting noise when she tried to hold back her laughter. What happened to you? She asked, pressing her lips together. I glared at her and saw her shoulders shake lightly as she tried to contain the laughter. Laugh all you want, I muttered. Ch pushed me into a puddle. Please, Edward, language, she chastised, but the message was lost as she tried to keep a straight face. I rolled my eyes and walked up the stairs. Don't get mud on the stairs. I just cleaned. I made a point to stomp a little harder on my way up, and let the dried mud fall off my shoes. I heard Mom groan behind me and I snickered. That's what you get when you laugh at your son. When I got up to my room, I was careful not to get the mud anywhere. My room was one of the few areas in our house that Mom didn't clean, simply because she wasn't allowed in here. So if I got dirt anywhere, I would have to clean it. And I was so not in the mood for that shit. I removed my shoes before entering my room, and then walked carefully to my bathroom. The mud had dried and caked over my chest and jeans, so it was impossible to walk without having parts of it fall down to the carpet in my room, no matter how carefully I moved. As soon as I stepped inside my bathroom, I quickly removed my clothes and threw them in a pile. I didn't care if the mud got in the bathroom, since it was easier to clean than the king carpet on the floor in my room. I turned on the shower and stepped in, hissing when the cold water came in contact with my skin. Luckily, it warmed up quickly, and I relaxed in the spray. The shower should have taken 5 minutes tops, but somehow I ended up standing there for like 30 minutes. I didn't leave until Emmett pounded on the door. Did you drown? Come on already. He called through the door. I'm coming, geez, I sighed, stepping out of the shower. I dried myself off and kicked my clothes aside, deciding to take care of them later. I wrapped a towel around my waist and walked back into my room. Emmett was lounging on my black leather couch, flipping through a magazine. You could have taken your own damn car and driven back if you're so anxious to learn, I said to him, and turned to open my dresser. Yes, but where is the fun in that? He asked, shrugging. I snorted and pulled on a clean pair of jeans and the first shirt in sight, not bothering to care what it looked like. I was one of those lucky mother f***ers who could put on a black plastic bag and still look good, so I didn't need to care about what the hell I was wearing, the girls liked me anyway. When I was dressed and ready, we went back downstairs, and I noticed that the stairs were already clean of all the mud. I guess Mom wasn't wasting any time when it came to having a clean home, and I almost felt bad for a moment for kicking the dirt around like I did. But that feeling didn't last long when I remembered how she had looked when I first walked in. She had barely managed to keep a straight face, way to fuel the humiliation, mother. Emmett grumbled when I grabbed the keys from him, and I wanted to smack him for being stupid enough to think I was going to let him drive my car twice in one day. Bye. Please, like I would let anyone drive my car if it wasn't an emergency. People had no respect for the Volvo, and that's why he should count himself lucky for getting to drive it from school in the first place. We barely made it to second period, but it wasn't like I cared. Or that it mattered if I had missed anything. Not that I was an underachiever or anything, but because I had no problem of keeping up at school. I could skip all I wanted, and still manage to get straight A's. I was a smart mother f***er. Who would have thought, huh? Both beauty and brains in one neat little package, not that my package is small, but you know what I mean. The day dragged on and I wasn't really paying any attention. I was still furious with how my day had started. Before I knew it, I was sitting in the cafeteria, and Emmett was in the middle of telling the story of how I got a mud bath, very animatedly I might add, with lots of wild hand gestures and ridiculous faces. And I swear he almost grabbed some mud and threw it in her face like a 5-year-old. He laughed loudly. I did not, I stated simply. Oh, you did too. Don't pretend like the thought didn't cross your small-minded mind, he said, still laughing. But the truth is, I hadn't even thought about it. I had been too occupied with keeping myself from hitting her that it never even occurred to me that I could have thrown some mud at her. God, why didn't I think of that? That would have made me feel so much better, an eye for an eye and all that shit. Poor Isabella, Alice sighed. She must feel so bad. Yes, poor goose, I scoffed. Because the goose was the one who had to drive all the way back home to take a shower and change clothes. Oh, stop complaining, you got to miss a class, boo freaking who, I feel so bad for you, Rosalie said with her usual snarky-ass tone. Whatever, are we going to that party tonight or what? Who's driving? I asked, changing the subject. Rose and I are gonna meet you there, since we're going to Port Angeles beforehand, Alice told us. Shall I get the booze, or should we count on Newton to provide it? Jasper asked, sounding quite bored by the subject. Get some, Emmett replied with a nod. I don't think I'm in the mood for whatever girly booze he will have available, and I need booze, not some girly sparkling cider or whatever, that won't even get me a buzz. Baby, you need to drink a bathtub worth of vodka before you get a buzz, Rosalie cooed and key at his cheek, and Emmett huffed before key, dotting her back. She was right though. Emmett was a big guy and he was one of the few people I knew that could really hold his liquor. It took a lot for him to get drunk, and I had only seen him really wasted 2 or 3 times in my life. And that was one of the few things that Emmett hated. He envied the little people, his nickname for us, for being able to get drunk without much effort. I, for one, thought it was a good thing that he always ended up somewhat sober, with just a small buzz, because then he could drive home without risking getting pulled over for driving all over the place. Like Jasper once did. May I join you girls in Port Angeles then? Jasper asked, tilting his head to Alice. Of course, baby, Alice replied with a smile. If you don't mind waiting for us, since we're getting manicures and pedicures and the whole 9 yards. Pain flickered across Jasper's face, but he forced a smile for his girlfriend anyway. Sure, no problem, he said, and it was evident that he was holding back a groan, as he slouched down in his seat. I smirked at the sight. I bet he regretted asking. I doubt there was a worse way to spend the afternoon than to watch his girlfriend getting her nails done. I was just about to open my mouth and ask if he was getting his nails done too, just to mock him, but the bell rang before I had a chance to utter a single word. Damn it. I never get to have any fun. I reluctantly pushed my chair back and dragged my feet to my locker before going to class. My mood darkened immensely when I sat down on my seat and saw Isabella F. King Swan walk in just a moment before the bell rang. I glared at her, and her cheeks reddened instantly even though she wasn't even looking at me. Hope you get shot, you F. King Goose, I hissed quietly under my breath. She didn't even flinch, so I guess she didn't hear, and that was just as well, or else she might tell her dad I was harassing her or some shit. I doodled mindlessly in my notebook, not paying attention to anything around me, wanting to get the hell out of there and get my drink on already. Say. Wool education. My head snapped up. What the hell did Mr. Molina just say? Say. Wool education. He was smiling now. We will, together with the high schools in Port Angeles and La Push, be a part of a Ed project, and the project will last for 4 weeks. You will be separated into groups of 4, and you will pick a random subject from my cap of topics. And your project will be based around this topic. You shall discuss within your group, and write down your conclusions and present them in 4 weeks, together with the kids in Port Angeles and La Push. Some dude made a stupid joke about experiencing whatever topic they got, and I rolled my eyes as the whole class snickered at his joke. When Mr. Molina replied by saying that the school policy was abstinence and that they were not encouraging such behavior, I just wanted to leave the King room altogether. Was this project supposed to be some religious wait until you are married bullshit? Because if it was, then I was out. I was not going to spend 4 weeks getting brainwashed. I've already created the groups, and when I say your name, I want you to come up here with your group and pick a topic, and grab a folder, which contains all the information you will need about the project. And before anyone asks, yes, this will be a big part of your final grade, he said, as he picked up a list from his desk and continued listing the names in each group. Lauren Mallory, Isabella Swan and Edward Cullen. Dear God, please tell me that I did not just hear the goose's name before mine. I stared in front of me like I'd just been given the death sentence, and I guess in a way I had. I gripped my pen tightly, on the verge of breaking it in my hand. Why did I get the feeling that I was being stalked by that girl, even though she wasn't doing anything? Excuse me, I asked, clenching my teeth. Mr. Cullen, you will work with Newton, Mallory and Swan, the idiot teacher replied, proving that I had in fact heard him correctly the first time. My life. Can I please switch groups? I asked, trying to keep my voice nice and even, but probably failing miserably. I couldn't care less. No can do, Mr. Cullen, if you switched, then everybody would switch. And before you know it, everybody would be working with their friends, and that is not what this project is about. You will gain so much more if you work with people you do not normally talk to, he replied evenly. What if I don't care about gaining anything? What if I'm happy just the way I am? And what if I don't King care what that King Goose thinks about anything? I shot my eyes to the goose, and she looked like a deer caught in the headlights, with her eyes widening and her cheeks blushing. What the hell was with her and blushing all the time anyway? Sorry, Mr. Cullen, but I guess you will just have to live with the fact that you will have to listen to what Miss Swan has to say for the upcoming weeks. I smirked slightly at his miscalling. That was King Epic. Oh it, I muttered, and pushed back my chair and walked up to his desk, where Mike and Lauren were already standing. Without waiting for the goose, who seemed to be stuck to her seat, I put my hand in that stupid cap of his and pulled out our topic. I unfolded the note and looked down on it. They have got to be King kidding me. What did we get? Mike asked, taking a step closer to me, a little too King close if you ask me. I handed him the note and he read it aloud. True love and one-night stands. Discuss the possibility of falling in love at first sight, and the good and bad aspects of having a one-night stand. Can a one-night stand end up being your true love, and how do you know? I glanced over at Swan, and she seemed to be frowning at the topic. And who could blame her? She probably didn't have any experience in either of those areas. Frankly, who would ever fall in love with her, especially at first sight, and who the hell would ever want to sleep with her even once? Disgusting. I pursed my lips together and went back to my seat. That topic was King ridiculous, and now I had to spend 4 weeks discussing that shit with Swan of all people. Was this some kind of cruel joke of the gods or something? What could she ever have to contribute on the subject anyway? Her thoughts on true love were most likely derived from fairy tales, and she was probably waiting for her knight in shining, silver armor to come and rescue her from her sad, little existence. I shook my head lightly, trying to get all thoughts of Swan out of my head. One would think I was obsessed with her by the way I could not stop thinking about her. Hello. Could you blame me? The girl King pushed me in the mud. And now I was stuck with her for 4 weeks. Of course, I had to think about her, it was only natural, since she seemed to have become a permanent fixture in all the bad aspects of my life. What had I ever done to deserve it anyway? I've done nothing wrong to anybody. When school finally let out for the day, I couldn't get to my car fast enough. This day was turning out to be cur, and I needed to get my ass out of here before things really turned to crap. Emmett decided he would run home. He used to do that occasionally to keep himself in shape, and I didn't mind, because that meant I didn't need to wait for his sorry ass in the parking lot. I drove home in record time, and the delicious smell of Mom's casserole invaded my senses as soon as I stepped inside our house. I followed the smell to the kitchen, and Mom smiled at me from the stove. What? No more playing in the mud? Why, Edward, I'm shocked, she teased, putting her hand to her heart in mock shock. Ha ha, very funny, I said, opening the fridge. Where's your brother? She asked. He decided to run home today, I replied, grabbing a soda from the fridge and closing the door with my food. Oh, I wish he would stop doing that, especially now when it's cold and dark out. He's going to hurt himself, he will get himself hit by a car one of these days, she sighed. Don't worry, Mom, I chuckled. I think he'll do more damage to the car than the car will do to him. He's a sturdy guy. Don't make jokes like that, she said frowning. Come on Mom, lighten up a little, I smiled, and patted her on the shoulder before going up to my room. My dirty shoes were still standing where I left them this morning, reminding me about the humiliating experience in the parking lot. Stupid goose. I couldn't even be in my own house without being reminded of her. I went into the bathroom and grabbed the dirty clothes from the floor. The jeans and shirt were stiff with dried mud, and there was no King saving them now. I threw them in the trash can, under my desk and sat down on my chair. I turned on my laptop, and my leg bounced restlessly as I waited for it to boot up. I needed to King relax. This entire day had been such a trial, and I was counting on Jasper to get us the good stuff for the party. If he came back with flavored vodka, then I swear I would kick his King ass so hard that there would be no hope for him ever having children with Alice, or anyone else for that matter. And I needed to get laid. I hoped Lauren would be there, and that she would make good on her promise. And of course, that she would be drunk enough to agree to whatever I asked of her. Not that anyone ever denied me anything, but you can never be too sure, especially not with the King day I've had in my stupid luck. I need to get drunk. I need to get laid. And if I see Isabella King Swan again today, I swear to King God that I can't be held responsible for the outcome. Are you King kidding me? I groaned into the phone, and gripped my hair with my other hand. Sorry, man, but we're King stuck here, Jasper sighed, and I could hear Rosalie huff in the background. Jasper had just told me that when they were just about to leave, his King piece of crap car broke down and wouldn't start. And of course, this being a Friday night, there were no shops open to help them out, and they had no means of getting out of Port Angeles now. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose. What about the booze? Yeah, your concern for us is really heartbreaking, Edward, he mocked. And don't worry about your King alcohol, I took care of it. But you won't have a chance to enjoy it if you don't come and pick us the K up. Man, seriously. But we won't be back for like 2 hours, and I need to get my drink on already, for K sake, I groaned and he chuckled. Dude, if you want to get your drink on at all, you have to come and get us. End of King story. So get your ass down here, okay. I hate you, man, I sighed, as I grabbed my car keys and my jacket. No, you love me because I bring you the booze, he chuckled back. Yeah, and that would be the only reason, I sighed. I'll call you when I get there. I hung up the phone and left my room. Maybe I should have just stayed in my King bed this morning, since the entire universe seemed to be conspiring against me to make this the worst day ever. I wondered if I could blame this on Swan too. My parents were standing by the window in the living room, looking out over the backyard, both enjoying a glass of red wine. I'm going to go pick up Jasper and the chicks in Port Angeles. Tell Emmett that when he gets his ass out of the shower, I sighed. Drive carefully, sweetie, it's dark out, Mom said with a soft smile. Like I would ever risk the Volvo. Come on, Mom, you know me better than that, I smirked. I heard Dad chuckle softly behind me, as I opened the door and stepped out into the cold. Mom wasn't kidding when she said it was dark out. The sky was clouded over, so there weren't even any stars out. Driving down our driveway, through the forest, turned out to be a ch. Even if I knew every twist and turn by heart, I still had to drive unusually slow to get out onto the road without crashing. The roads were slick with black ice, but I already knew that from driving home from school, so I was prepared, and this car was magic on ice, so I wasn't worried. I decided to take the old road to the highway, since it was the closest from our house. It was dark as f***, and the headlights weren't as effective as one would hope. But it didn't matter, since the road was f***ing deserted, no one took this road anymore What the hell is that? Something glimmered in the distance and I squinted my eyes to make out what it was. A street sign. No, a car. No, was it a deer or something? It seemed to be moving. I slowed down, but not much, and as I came closer I could make out the back of a red truck. Then suddenly, a figure came into view right in front of my car, and though it was several yards away, I slammed the brakes in surprise, to avoid a collision. That turned out to be my biggest mistake, and the beginning of the worst event of the day. The car hit a patch of black ice, and it began to skid to the side. I panicked and gripped the steering wheel tightly, turning it to the left, in order to try to reverse the skidding to the side. After a moment of struggle, I finally gained control of the vehicle. As I stared in front of me, I realized that the figure was again in front of my car, and I was seconds away from hitting it straight on. And that was when I recognized her. F.K. Swan's eyes were wide in shock, she was frozen in place, and it felt like she was staring right at me, though it was impossible, she must be blinded by the headlights. At one moment, everything was moving in slow motion, and I could see her face so clearly. Her pale skin was shining in the brightness of the headlights, and her mouth was opened in a silent, "Oh." Then, suddenly, everything appeared to be moving at double speed. Swan hit the windshield with such force it cracked, then her body rolled off the hood. Since the car was still moving, she rolled under it, and I could feel a slight bump as I drove over her. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the night, as I slammed the brakes yet again, and the car skidded to a stop. It didn't occur to me until afterwards that the scream I heard was not from Swan, but from me. The screeching sound from the tires must have drowned any sounds emitting from her. I stumbled out of the car, racing over to her, and I stopped dead as I reached the body. The taillight of my car threw a red eerie glow over the scene, and the light was enough for me to see her. What I saw made me sick to my stomach, and I hunched over in order to puke my guts out. I don't know how I managed, but somehow I had pulled out my phone and dialed a number. What number? I don't know. I didn't care. I just needed to call someone. Anyone. Hello. Dad, I whispered, and it felt like the word wasn't coming from me. I felt like I was in a bubble and my voice was coming from outside. Was this normal? My entire body was shaking so violently that I fell down to my knees on the ice-cold road. Edward, is that you? Dad asked, bewildered. I looked down at Swan, and noticed a dark pool growing around her, and the eerie glow from the taillights enhanced the sight of blood. There's blood everywhere, Dad. I don't know what happened. There's King blood everywhere. I cried. My throat was closing up on me and I was hyperventilating. This is not good, this is not good. This is so not King good. What happened? Where are you? Are you okay? His voice rose in alarm. I think she's dead, Dad, there's blood everywhere. I was sobbing now, hiding my face in my free hand. It was no longer me sitting there on the ground. Because I would never cry, and I would never hit someone with my car. And, this was so Get up. Son, where are you? What happened? He asked again, sounding beyond desperate. On the old road to the highway, a few miles in, I croaked. I'm on my way, he said. In the background I could hear my mother ask him what was going on, and he told her to stay home and that he would call her later. I heard him open the front door, and walk down to his car. What happened? Are you hurt? He asked again and I shook my head, even though he couldn't see me. No, I'm not hurt, I whispered. I was simply not able to raise my voice any higher than that. I was exhausted. I was on my way to pick them up, when she came out of King nowhere. Dad, I didn't see her. I tried to stop but the car hit black ice and I lost control. King hit her, Dad, and there's blood everywhere. I heard the engine of his car roar to life in the background. Have you called the hospital? He asked. No, I called you first, I mumbled. Then I am going to call the hospital and ask them to get us an ambulance. The old road, you said. Yeah, I'm going to hang up now, okay. I'm going to call the hospital, and I'm going to be with you in just a few minutes, okay. So hold on and don't do anything until I get there. Okay, I mumbled. Good, see you soon, son, he said before hanging up on me. I held on to the phone in my hand and tried to keep my eyes off the body. Was it wrong of me to call her that? The body. Like she wasn't even King person anymore. I tried to snort at myself, but it just sounded like a choked sob. Who was I trying to kid here? I never thought of her as a person before, so why would I begin now just because I hit her with my car? I just hit a goose. The thought alone made my eyes water, and then my eyes betrayed me by traveling down her body. Her eyes were closed and I couldn't see her chest move, so I wasn't even sure whether or not she was even alive anymore. And then my own words from before came back to bite me in the ass. You're King dead, goose, I will kill you. Trust me when I King say that I will destroy every little part of your pathetic little existence. I guess I hadn't been lying to her this morning. And now I was probably going to jail for manslaughter or some shit where I would become someone's ch and my life would be in King ruins. All because I ran over King goose. Her leg was bent in an awkward angle, and I felt the bile rise in my throat. I reached out a trembling hand and stroked a blood-drenched strand of hair from her face. She looked so peaceful, like she was sleeping, and her lips had been twisted in an odd way, which made it appear as though she was smiling. I stood up and began to pace back and forth on the empty road. I gripped my hair and stared at nothing in particular with empty eyes. The shock was apparently beginning to set in, and my mind was slowly shutting down. I was not even there anymore. Only my body was pacing on the road. My mind was somewhere else. Somewhere safe. This was something I could not handle. King killed a person. Everyone was going to believe I did it on purpose. It was a known King fact that I hated her. My hatred could not have gotten past anyone. Everybody knew, and quite a few had heard me threaten her in the past. Everybody would believe that the mud incident and the biology project were what sent me over the edge and triggered me to kill her. Nobody would believe it was an accident. Everybody knew I had a temper. Now I guess I finally got the answer to the question I had been asking myself all day: could this day get any worse? Yes, it could. And it did the moment I became a murderer. Isabella Swan Pav. So this was death, huh? I didn't know what I had expected, maybe white fluffy clouds and a rippling river. At least there should have been something resembling the heaven from all the movies. But no, instead I was stuck in this weird darkness, hearing phantom voices and sounds all around me. I felt like I was underwater, the noises muffled, but if I concentrated I could make out what was said. You'd quit. You promised me. Yesterday when we left Seattle, you promised me, and still I find these in your pocket. Where did you even get those? Did you hide them in the house before you left? The voice was low, almost hissing, and most definitely upset. It reminded me of my father. I wondered how he was reacting to the news about my death. Was he sad? Did he cry? Most likely not. My dad was not the crying kind. It's no big deal, you know that. I just took one to relax, okay. Can you blame me, after everything Bella has put us through? This isn't the first time she has pulled a stunt like this, and she almost succeeded in killing herself this time. When will you open your eyes and see that your daughter is not well? Okay, I guess I wasn't in heaven, because I could recognize that voice anywhere, and that voice did not belong in heaven. That voice belonged to my mother, who belonged in hell. Renee, she was hit by a car. It was an accident. She was not trying to kill herself. She is not sick, and we both know that. So don't you dare put any blame on Bella, she's the victim here. All right. I wanted to smile at my dad's sad attempt to defend me. Maybe he cared more than he had let on when I was alive. Maybe that was why I was hearing this now. Maybe I was supposed to know what they really thought about me, before I moved on to a better place. Oh please, Charles, you are so blind. Even before I left, I could tell something was wrong with her. And I tried to help, but instead she made me out to be the bad guy. Open your freaking eyes, honey, your daughter is not well. Someone cleared their throat. Mr. and Mrs. Swan, I'm Drive. Carlisle Cullen. I was the doctor who took care of your daughter when she came in last night. I stopped listening after that. My head was starting to hurt, along with other parts of my body. It felt like my whole body was beginning to wake up, piece by piece, inch by inch. First, I got the feeling back in my fingers and toes, then a prickling feeling flowed through my arms, up to my shoulders, and from my toes to my ankles, to my knee, to my, oh my God, that hurt. Was heaven supposed to hurt? I don't think so. Maybe I wasn't in heaven. Maybe I went straight to hell. Didn't the Bible condemn suicide? But this wasn't a suicide. It was an accident. Just because I wanted to die, doesn't make it a suicide. I guess it was true what they say about God working in mysterious ways. For months I had been wishing I could be brave enough to commit suicide, and here I was, stuck in some kind of limbo because a car accidentally hit me. But not just any car. It was the shiny, silver Volvo. And it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out who had been behind the wheel. Edward made good on his endless threats about being the end of me, about killing me, removing me from existence. I wondered if it had been a conscious act on his part, or if it had truly been an accident. What had I ever done to Edward Cullen anyway? Why did he hate me so much? I couldn't for the life, or death, of me figure it out. I had never done anything to him, and still he acted like I was some kind of bug or something that needed to be killed and made extinct. The pain was beginning to radiate through my body, and I was squirming in the darkness. The pain seemed to be coming from one part of my body in particular, or rather a couple of parts, in my right leg. It felt like someone was picking on me with burning sticks, and it hurt like hell. There was fire in purgatory, right? Maybe that's where I was. Gonna wake up. Is she ever going to be okay? The voice of my father seemed a lot closer now, and I didn't need to focus to make out the words. I could make out them fairly clearly now, the sound almost wasn't muffled at all. As I told you before, she suffered serious injuries, and we had to spend several hours in surgery to correct her leg. She will need a lot of physical therapy to get back on track. But it's very unlikely that she will ever get back to where she was. She will most likely never get back the full function of her leg. What does that mean? Will she become a cripple? Will she need a wheelchair to get around? How is that going to work? This is Forks. We live in the woods. How is she ever going to get around in a wheelchair? Mom, always with the practical things. She has still full use of her other leg, so there is no reason for us to believe that she won't be able to walk again. The doctor had a very soothing voice. As to when she's going to wake up, it's hard to say. It's all up to her when she's ready. It can be an hour from now, it can be a day, or even a week. But once again, we have no reason to believe she won't wake up within a reasonable time. I felt pressure on my hand. I wanted to squeeze back, but I couldn't. It was as if I wasn't connected to my body at all. My mind and my body were no longer buddies. The doctor said it was unclear when I would wake up, and that it was all up to me. So what if I didn't want to wake up? What if I wanted to stay in this dark bubble forever? They couldn't make me wake up. They just couldn't. I relaxed, as much as I could during these unusual circumstances, and felt myself get lost in my own body. It was an unsettling feeling, but somehow I felt an odd sort of comfort in it. I felt myself slip into deeper unconsciousness and the dark became impossibly darker. I had no way of knowing how long I was out for, how long I let myself get lost in the dark. But all good. Things come to an end, and I was jolted awake, or jolted back to awareness in the darkness, by the piercing pain in my leg. My entire body tensed from the pain, and I was surprised to find my mind was once again somewhat connected to my body. When I gained enough control, I clenched my hands into fists in order to endure the pain. Ever so slowly, I felt my mind attach itself to my body again, and the last parts to attach were my eyes. I felt my eyes flutter a few times before they opened fully, and I found myself staring into darkness yet again. But this darkness was different because there were small sources of lights in it, the main source being the light from the hallway, pouring in through the small gap between the door that was slightly ajar in the wall. I guess I wasn't in heaven after all. In what sick and twisted world would heaven need hospitals? Because that was where I obviously was at the moment, stuck in a bed in a stinking hospital. Great. I turned my head to the window and saw that it was dark outside. I had no idea what time it was and how long I've been here. Was it still Friday? I was half sitting in the bed. I tried to adjust the way I sat, and the movement shot fire through my leg, making me groan in pain. The leg was wrapped in a cast, all the way from my knee down to my toes. I tried to wiggle my toes, which only led to even more pain. My other leg was fine though, and I could wiggle those toes without causing any more pain. The hospital gown I was wearing had short sleeves. I immediately panicked at the thought of having my arms bare and totally exposed, but my arms turned out to be covered in gauze, for which I was grateful. The gauze hid all my scars from view. I tried to relax, but it was impossible. The pain radiating from my leg was ever present, and made it impossible for me to think about anything else. I saw a shadow in the hallway, and then my door was gently pushed open by a man in a white coat. The light flowing into the room from the hall was enough for me to make out his features, and I groaned when I realized who it was. His eyes shot up from the chart he was holding at the sound of my groaning, and he smiled softly at me. "I assume you've slept enough now, Drive," Cullen said. "Your parents will be very happy to hear that you're awake." "What time is it?" I asked, my voice hoarse and my throat dry. "Almost 8:30, he replied, after glancing at the expensive-looking watch on his wrist. "What day?" I asked, and he chuckled lightly. "It's Saturday," he replied. He went over to the door and flipped the switch for the ceiling light, and I squinted my eyes at the sudden brightness of the room. He walked over to me and began looking me over. He started with shining a small flashlight in my eyes, like he hadn't already blinded me enough by turning on the lights. "How are you feeling? Do you remember what happened?" he asked, with his serious doctor voice. I wanted to scoff at that. Did I remember? Of course I did. I could recall every little detail that led up to me hitting the windshield with such force it knocked me unconscious for 24 hours. I recalled the slippery, icy road, the way my breath turned into smoke when I exhaled, the sound of the skidding tires, and how I was blinded by the headlights, but still able to see the Volvo logo on the grille as the car came closer at a frightening speed. "Yes," I replied in a shaky whisper. How was I even alive? Why didn't Edward make good on his promise and kill me? "Doctor." Cullen stopped shining me in the eyes, and put the tiny flashlight in his pocket. He was frowning slightly as he looked at me, and I could tell he was silently asking me exactly what I remembered about the night. "It was Edward," I said, my voice surprisingly strong, yet still a little hoarse. "Doctor." Cullen didn't say anything, he just kept looking at me with that curious look. "I remember the Volvo. I know it was Edward. Nobody else in this town owns a car like that." He sighed and nodded softly, before looking down at the chart again, scribbling something down. I guess it was no surprise to him that it was Edward, and I wondered what kind of bullshit story Edward had told everybody. Maybe he claimed that I jumped right in front of him, that I gave him no time to react and that he didn't mean to hit me. "Are you in any pain, Doctor?" Cullen asked without looking up from the chart this time. "My leg," I replied. "It feels like someone is poking me with burning sticks." "That is to be expected," he said. "You broke your right leg in 4 places. 4 places. I broke my leg in 4 places." I grimaced at the mere thought of it. No wonder I was in so much pain. "Give me the verdict, Doc, what exactly are my injuries?" I asked with a sigh. "Something terminal, I hope," I added under my breath, looking away from him and out the window. "Apart from your leg, your injuries include 2 broken ribs, a sprained wrist, along with cuts and bruises, mainly on your arms and legs," he said, listing whatever was written on my chart, "and also you suffered a mild concussion. You came out fairly unscathed, considering the circumstances, I must say." Can I get something for the pain? I asked with a small voice. I can ask a nurse to put some morphine in your IV, he agreed, and maybe something to help you sleep. Can't I get medicines or something instead? I asked, thinking that maybe I could scam the medicines I needed this way. If I just pretended to take them, I could save enough up to make a lethal dose. A little pain in my leg was worth it, right? But of course, drive. Cullen didn't agree with me on this, as he shook his head. No, Isabella, you can't, he sighed, sounding tired. And I wish you would stop trying to scam medicines from me, he added with a sad and amused smile. I looked at him surprised and he chuckled humorlessly. I was not born yesterday, he said. I may not be a specialist in psychiatry, but I do know when I'm getting played. Fantastic, and here I thought I had been so clever with the whole thing. What was with the Cullens anyway? Edward did everything in his power to make my life miserable, which ended up with him almost killing me, accident or not, and then drive. Cullen did everything in his power to keep me alive. In a way, they both lived to torture me. I wish your son would have done what he promised, then I wouldn't need to be scamming you right now, I muttered, mostly to myself. I wish Edward had just done what he said he would and killed me already, but not even his precious car could do the job. I wouldn't have been able to hide the bitterness in my tone, even if I had wanted to. Doctor. Cullen gaped at me, his mouth open in shock. I had obviously caught him by surprise, and here I was thinking he was always collected and knew everything. I guess I was wrong. I'm sad you feel that way, he said finally. Life is a precious gift, and you shall not waste it. I smiled humorlessly and looked down at my hands. Precious gift, my ass. I'm going to go call your parents. They will be happy to hear you're awake, he said. That was when I realized what I had just told him. Did I just admit to him that I wanted to die, that I was scamming medicines from him, and that I was mad at Edward for not making good on his promise? I really hoped I had spoken the last part quietly enough for him not to hear it. Oh my God, how hard did I hit my head anyway? I obviously lost a few IQ points on the way and the inability to keep my freaking mouth shut. Are you gonna tell them what I just told you too? I asked nervously, biting my lip. Don't worry, Isabella. We can keep this between us for now, but I really wish you would agree to get help. Suicide is not the answer, he said, and gave me a smile that was probably supposed to be comforting, but only succeeded in making me uneasy, before leaving the room. I hoped he was going to keep his promise to not tell anyone, and not be like his son, who only talked the talk, but never walked the walk. The last thing I needed was to give my mom another reason to kick me while I was down. If a doctor told Dad that I was suicidal, then even he would be concerned and probably let himself be even more blindsided by Mom and all her lies. A nurse walked in and gave me a tight-lipped smile before she squirted something into my IV. This will take the edge off the pain and make you relax, she explained, and I nodded. She didn't linger after she was done, and that was just as well. I wasn't in the mood for company. It didn't take long for whatever it was that she put into my IV to kick in, and I felt my eyes droop and the pain subside. I welcomed the darkness like an old friend. Bella. Bella. Can you hear me, Bella? I was being shaken by someone, and each movement made the pain radiate in my leg in the most excruciating way. My eyes flew open and I clenched my fists in order to endure it. I was hoping the pain would subside, but as long as I was being shaken, that was not going to happen. Oh, Bella, baby, my mother cooed. I wanted to close my eyes again, but at least she eased up on the shaking. How are you feeling? What were you thinking jumping in front of that car like that? I turned my gaze slowly to her and narrowed my eyes. I did not jump in front of it, I said between clenched teeth. Oh, baby, you don't need to hide. We know, she said, tucking my hair behind my ear. Renee, if she says she didn't jump, then we should believe her, Dad protested weakly. He was standing by the foot of my bed, with a serious expression on his face. Mom threw him a look and shook her head. You are so blind, Charles, she chided. Bella would never risk someone else's life like that, he replied tight-lipped and gave Mom a stern look. Excuse me, I'm right here, I said incredulously. And I didn't jump in front of that stupid car. Mom kept stroking my hair and her closeness was putting me on edge. Oh, baby, she cooed, and I lost it. Don't King touch me, I yelled. She jumped in surprise and took a step back, her hands leaving me as if she had burned herself. "Don't talk to your mother like that," Dad sighed, but there was not even a hint of authority to his voice. It was like he was just saying it because he thought he had to. "Maybe Mom should leave," I said quietly. "I don't want her here." "But, baby, I can help you. All I always wanted to do was help you, make you feel better, and get better," Mom protested, squeezing my hand. I looked at her and shook my head slowly. "No, Mom, all you ever wanted was to make yourself feel better. You never think about anyone but yourself," I replied, too tired to ignore her and too angry to stay quiet. "Now you listen to me, young lady," my mom said, all the love gone from her voice, and back was that stern and emotionless tone from yesterday, that had been accompanied by a slap to my face. All I could do now was hope she wasn't going to hit me again. "I always wanted what's best for you, and it's not my fault if you're too immature to see it. Renee, let her be. I don't think you should get her upset right now," Dad said, giving her a pointed look. "She needs to rest." Mom sighed and stepped up to my father. "Your daughter is sick," she said quietly to him, probably thinking I couldn't hear her. "Maybe she should go with me tomorrow, back to Seattle. She needs help, Charlie." Something changed in my dad's eyes just then. There was a fire I've never seen before. "You are not taking my daughter anywhere, you got that?" he said in a hushed tone that held all the authority of a police chief. Mom frowned and clicked her tongue disapprovingly. "You were always too blind to see what's right in front of you," she sighed. "One of these days she's gonna hurt someone, and that will be on you." She threw a look over her shoulder at me and I cocked an eyebrow at her, silently daring her to say it to my face and not to my father. She huffed and walked out of the room. Dad gripped the iron frame of the bed and sighed deeply. "Your mother is doing the best she can under the circumstances. It's an adjustment for her to be back home, even if it's just for the weekend," he said to me, but it sounded more like he was trying to convince himself of something. "She doesn't belong here, Dad. I don't understand what she's doing home or why they let her out anyway," I replied. "Your mom was not involuntarily committed to the place. She went there on her own free will, and she can leave at any time. The only reason she hasn't come home earlier is because I've asked her not to. I figured you weren't ready for that yet, and the doctors have agreed with me. But when I visited her on Thursday, they thought she had gotten well enough to come home for the weekend. To test the waters, they thought that since it's been 3 months, maybe you would be okay too," he mumbled, avoiding my gaze. He was uncomfortable with this conversation, I could tell. "And what does that mean?" I asked. "Will she be home permanently now?" "No, I will drive her back tomorrow. We discussed it last night, after you stormed out, and we agreed you were not ready for that just yet." She agreed she would stay in Seattle to complete her treatment, he said, and forced himself to look at me. "And she really does want what's best for you, but she just don't know how to show it," he added. "And I do too. Is that why she hit me last night?" I asked, my lip trembling. "And is that why you didn't do anything to keep her from doing it?" "Because you thought it was for the best." "Oh sweetie," he said, his tired voice laced with pain. "I never thought she would do that. I was just as shocked as you were. That doesn't excuse that you didn't do anything, you didn't even say anything about it, you just let me have it. Just like last time." My voice trailed off, I was simply not ready to open that can of worms again. Not yet. My lip was trembling even more now, and I bit down harder on it. "Bella, let's not talk about that right now. I wish you would get over it and move on. It's never a good idea to be stuck in the past, it will only end up eating you alive," he sighed. I snorted and leaned my head back and stared at the ceiling. "You have got to be kidding me," I muttered. "Move on. If it were that easy, then I would have done it a long time ago." "Did Drive Cullen say anything about how long I will be stuck here?" I asked, changing the subject. "He wants you to stay for the remainder of the weekend, and depending on how you feel on Monday, you might come home then," he replied. "And you don't need to worry about school. You will get the next week off, so you can get used to the cast and everything. And how the hell am I even supposed to get around with this thing on my leg? I could barely walk without tripping on air before," I complained. "I will drive you to and from school, and you can get a wheelchair if you want." "A wheelchair? Sorry, Dad, no deal," I cut him off. I was not about to be the cripple in the wheelchair in school, it was bad enough I was going to have the giant cast on my leg. I would get enough negative attention as it was. Well, then you will have to learn to get around with crutches, he replied, but it would be easier for you and less painful with the wheelchair. I shook my head no, and he sighed. I guess it's your choice. Where's my truck anyway? I asked. It was towed to the car shop in Port Angeles, along with the, yeah, he said, trailing off and turned to look out the window. Along with the Volvo, yeah, I said, nodding. You don't need to walk on eggshells around me, Dad. I know what happened, and I know who did it. That damn boy. I have a good desire to put his sorry ass in jail, he muttered. Careless driver, and he had the audacity to blame the road. What? You talked to him? I asked surprised. Yeah, he was here last night when you were in surgery. He had gotten a nasty cut on his forehead. The bastard tried to apologize, like an apology would make it all better, he snorted. I silently wondered what exactly he was apologizing for not killing me or for hitting me in the first place. Either way, Dad was right. An apology wasn't worth much, especially not from him. Dad shuffled his feet and looked towards the door. I should go find your mother, I think you upset her, he said with a deep sigh. Yeah, you go do that. Go console the crazy lady, don't mind me, I muttered under my breath. He gave me a bleak smile and left the room, leaving me to myself and my thoughts. I hoped that the cut in Edward's forehead was a nasty one, that it ruined his beautiful face, and that he was now so ugly that no girl would ever want him again. The ugliness would force him to rely on his personality, he would realize he had none and then everyone would too. Ever so slowly he would fall into obscurity, and nobody would ever want anything to do with him again, he would become me. If only. The cut on his forehead was probably the good kind, leaving him with a why scar that would draw even more girls to him, and even more guys would fight to be his best friend. His life would be even greater than before, and he would have only me to thank for it, but of course, he never would. He would never thank me, and he would never apologize, because I wasn't even on his map. Not even after being one with his windshield. I bet he was going to ask me to pay for the repairs. He probably blamed the accident on me, saying something like, you were in the middle of the road, not me. So of course it's your fault. I bet he didn't even know it was me he hit. I wondered what happened after the accident. After I blacked out, what did he do? Did he try to drive away? Did he call 911? Did he laugh? Did he cry? Did he? Hi. I looked up and jumped slightly in surprise, making a wave of pain shoot through me, though I scarcely noticed, because of the shock of seeing Edward Cullen himself standing in the doorway. What the hell are you doing here? I asked, annoyance lacing my voice. He had his hands deep in his pockets, and he awkwardly rocked back and forth on the heels of his feet. He had a small bandage on his forehead, hiding away my mark. Because that was what it was my mark. If it wasn't for me, then he wouldn't have that cut right there, and that made it my mark. I was permanently etched on his forehead. I wanted to see, if you were, breathing, he said with an awkward shrug, not leaving the doorway. Yes, as you can see, I'm still breathing. No thanks to you, I said, giving him a sarcastic smile. It's not like I wanted to hit you, he said, his voice rising slightly in aggravation. What the hell were you doing in the middle of nowhere anyway? Driving, obviously, I replied icily, before my car broke down. Shouldn't you've been home with your nose in AF, King Book or something? He continued, shuffling his feet as he neared the bed. What are you really here for? Are you gonna give me the total on how much it cost to repair your precious car? And you want me to cough up the dough? I asked him, not even kidding. Something flickered past his face, shock maybe. No. Annoyance. Yeah, that sounded more likely. Too bad I never got to find out, because at that moment Drive Cullen walked in. He gave Edward a serious look, and Edward pursed his lips. What are you doing here, son? I thought I asked you to leave Miss Swan alone, Drive Cullen said, giving him a pointed look before looking at me. Is he bothering you? Nah, he was just going to give me the total on how much it cost to repair his car, I replied coolly. Dr. Cullen immediately shot his eyes to Edward. Excuse me, Isabella, but I will need to have a talk with my son, Drive Cullen said, giving Edward a more than annoyed look, and proceeding to practically drag his son out of the room. I wanted to smirk at the sight. That's what you get for being an ass, Edward. Not a moment later, I heard an angry voice from the hallway. What the hell is wrong with you? I heard Drive Cullen hiss. I asked you to leave her alone and not visit her. You're not doing anyone any favors by coming by here. All right. She's in pain, excruciating pain at that, and you coming here is just rubbing salt in her wounds. What the hell were you thinking? Were you actually asking her for money? Who are you, and what the hell did you do to my son? I don't care what you, She could sue you, you know that right. And I would not blame her if she did, and I would actually encourage her to do it. And if she does do it, I can promise you that neither me nor your mother will help you out with it. You will have to get a job and pay it yourself. She will never walk like a normal person and she will never ever run again. Because you crushed her leg. Do you even comprehend what kind of damage you have done? But, Dad, No, there are no buts in this, son. You almost killed her, and it's nothing short of a miracle that you didn't. And if you don't remove yourself from my hospital, and go straight home right now, I promise you that your car will be the very least of your problems. I didn't hear Edward respond to that, and I guess he did what his dad told him to do, since Drive Cullen came back into my room alone. His face was a little flushed after the argument. So you want me to sue your son? I don't mind, I could use the money, I said, not able to contain the joke. The corner of his mouth twitched, and I could tell he was fighting a smile. You'll have to excuse me. I didn't mean for you to hear that, he replied, grabbing my wrist and looking down at his watch in order to check my pulse. Once again, I was hit by the irony of it all. Dr. Cullen kept taking care of me and excusing himself and his son, and Edward kept making it all about him and making my existence pure hell. Yet, they were both torturing me, but in two totally different ways. Were they even related? Maybe Edward was adopted after all. Dad said I could leave on Monday. I said, making it a question, and Dr. Cullen nodded. Depending on how you're feeling, he replied. We will need to run more tests and make sure there isn't any infection in the leg from the surgery. What exactly happened to my leg? I asked, feeling a little doubtful about whether I really wanted to know or not. As I told you before, your leg was broken in 4 places, though it's more like 2, since 3 of the breaks were so closely together the bone was all but shattered, he replied, with a slight frown. So my leg was shattered. I guess there was no wonder why it hurt like hell then. I could only imagine how it looked on the inside. And the surgery did what? I asked tentatively, trying to remove the image of a shattered bone in my body from my mind. We removed the pieces we could not save, inserted a metal rod in its place, and fastened it to the remaining bones, he explained clinically. We had to do this in order to save your leg. I was trying to come up with some funny, sarcastic response to that, but my mind was drawing a blank. All I could think about was the fact that now I had a metal rod in my leg. That wasn't natural. I wasn't supposed to have pieces of metal in me. Was I one of those people who no longer could walk through a metal detector at the airport without making it go off? You will have to wear the cast for 6 to 8 weeks, it will depend on how well your bones heal. Depending on the healing, we might put your leg in a cast again after that or simply a brace to keep it steady. But you are young, and from what we could tell, you are in good health. It will help you to heal more quickly. And then what? You remove the rod. He gave me a sad smile and shook his head. Your injury was too severe. If your bone hadn't been as broken as it was, then yes, the rod would have been removed as soon as your body had grown enough bone tissue for the bone to be able to reattach itself and replace the shattered pieces we removed. But we can't promise that that will happen. The amount of bone we had to remove was simply too much, he replied. I nodded slowly, and let the information sink in. I know it's a lot to take in right now, but with some physical therapy after the cast has been removed, you will be able to walk again without the aid of crutches. It's not that bad, he said, trying to cheer me up. But it wasn't freaking working, and he couldn't have expected it would. But I won't be walking normally, now will I? I will probably have one of those limps that people make fun of. And what did you say to Edward? Oh yeah, that I will never run again. Wow, Doc, you're right. It's not that bad at all, I said, my sarcasm losing its edge by the underlying whimpering in my voice and the trembling of my lip. Isabella, I know it's hard, and considering how you were feeling before the accident, I really wish you would agree to talk to someone, he said, almost pleadingly. We wouldn't want you to do something stupid. No, we wouldn't want me to do that, now would we? I whispered. My throat was closing up on me, and I was slowly breaking apart from the inside. This was it. How much more pain did a person have to endure before God agreed that this was it, and helped to end the misery? That was all I wanted, to end the misery. Was that too much to ask for? Please, Isabella, don't do anything stupid, he said, giving me what appeared to be a hard look, but the pity and pain in them betrayed him. I can't even move without burning with pain, let alone getting out of bed in order to do something stupid. I think you're safe, Doc. I'm not dying today, or any other day for that matter, I sighed, biting down on my lower lip, surprised that I wasn't piercing the skin, I was biting so hard. This isn't the end of the world. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, he said, with a weak chuckle in a sad attempt to cheer me up, and I snorted at his effort. If that was true, then Edward must have been on the brink of death a million times over. Edward Cullen Pav. By the time my dad came to the scene, I was so completely shut down from what happened that I didn't even notice him until he put his hand on my shoulder and I jumped in surprise. Son, he said, and I slowly turned to look at him. He frowned as soon as he saw my face. Thought you said you weren't hurt. He pressed two skilled fingers to my forehead and I flinched at the pain radiating from where he touched me. I guess I got a cut after all. But what the F? K was a cut on my forehead compared to losing your life. F. K. He sighed and pulled his hands back after assessing the damage, before walking over to the body. I didn't want to look at what he did to her, so I just turned my back to him and pretended like the situation wasn't bothering me at all. Because, frankly, why would I care that I ran her over? It's not like she matters to me. Well, she probably matters to someone. She has a family, you idiot. I guess her family will have to plan a funeral then. And let's face it, I did them a favor. Putting her out of her misery like this. She even asked me to, that one time in the hallway. So killing someone is suddenly okay in your book. Who's next? Newton. I flinched at the harshness of my own thoughts. I could pretend all I wanted. But nothing about the situation would ever be okay, no matter how much I tried to twist it. I had killed Isabella Swan. I was a murderer. Plain and simple. And just because I didn't like her when she was alive, it didn't give me the right to pretend like this didn't bother me. Of course it bothered me. Hitting someone, no matter whom that particular someone was, had to bother me. Or else I would not be human. Lost a lot of blood, but she's breathing and her pulse is all right. Lower than I would want it to be, but enough for now. I just became aware that Dad was speaking to me, and it took a moment or two for me to process exactly what he was saying. You mean she's alive? I asked, incredulously. I turned around, so quickly it made my head spin, and stared at him. He looked back at me and nodded. F. K me backwards. I'm not a murderer. I don't know what the hell came over me, but relief was running through me like a wild spring river, and without intending to, I began to laugh hysterically. She is F. King breathing. Dad paid me no attention, as he continued to look her over. I guess the relief flooding through me was what finally did me in. She's not F. King dead. I was just dimly aware of the lights blaring in the distance and the ambulance coming closer, as my legs gave out, and I passed out. The first thing I saw when I came to was the cleavage of the young intern who was stitching me up. The way she smiled, when she noticed I was awake, was not one of those you give your patients. No, it was one of those you give a guy when you want to get a ride on his special member. Trust me, I know that look. If this had been any other time, I would not have thought twice before I gave her my patented dazzling smile and had her bent over the bed. F. King her to the point where she no longer knew her name. It was F. King obvious that she wanted it. But even I knew this wasn't the damn time for that. Running over someone and thinking you were a murderer for a whole 10 minutes were not really things that put you in the mood. I wouldn't be able to get hard even if I tried. No matter how hot the beeps hanging in my face were. All done, handsome, she said, cutting the thread and putting a bandage over the cut. Have you seen my father? I asked, ignoring the seductive look she was giving me. He's in surgery with the girl, she replied, still with that look, like she was already picturing me BPD, but your mother is in the waiting room. I jumped off the bed and stalked out. The intern looked a little baffled as I passed her without as much as a, thanks. I guess she wasn't used to being ignored. But who the F. Kay cared. The only thing tackier than me having her bent over, was her undressing me with her eyes when she knew I had just run over someone. Who the F. Kay hits on patience anyway. I walked over to the waiting area where I found my mom pacing back and forth. I don't think I've ever seen her so flustered and worried. I honestly didn't understand why. I was not the one who got run over. She stopped pacing when she noticed me. She quickly made her way over to me and pulled me into a tight embrace. "Don't you dare scare me like that ever again," she said, her lips by my ear and her voice trembling with worry. "I'm not planning on running anybody over again anytime soon," I tried to joke, in an attempt to brighten the mood. She pulled back and held her hands on either side of my face. I winced a little when her perfectly manicured finger came in contact with the skin near my cut. She noticed and frowned. "How are you feeling? Are you all right?" she asked and I nodded. "I'm fine," I sighed. "And now I just wanna go home." "You don't want to wait here until your dad gets out of surgery?" she asked, and I shook my head. "Why? I'm fine, so I don't need to see him," I replied. "Don't you want to know what happened to the girl?" she asked, looking a bit confused. I scoffed and shook my head. I couldn't care less. The words left my mouth before they even registered in my mind, and I felt some sort of weird twinge in my stomach after I said them. The words were obviously some kind of reflex, because had this been a few hours ago, I most certainly wouldn't have cared what happened to her. So what had changed? Mom obviously didn't agree with my thought process, as I could see the distaste in her eyes. "She almost died, Edward. How can you not care?" she asked, her voice sad. "I didn't care before, so why would I now?" "Nothing has changed," I replied with a tired sigh. "Can I go home now?" She frowned and let me go. "You surprise me, Edward. This is not the son I raised," she said, disappointment lacing her tone. "Is that a yes?" I sighed. She sighed in return, but didn't answer. I took her silence as a yes. Another doctor had to check me over before I could get out of there, but finally I did. I stepped out through the hospital doors into the cold, and it wasn't until then that it hit me that I had no car and no way of getting home. I plopped down on a nearby bench and pulled out my phone. I had 3 missed calls from Jasper. They must be wondering where the hell I was. I should have been in Port Angeles by now. It had been almost 2 hours since I left home. 2 hours since the accident. 2 King hours. How was that even possible? Time had really flown. I called Jasper back, and he answered after the first ring. "Dude, what the F, K happened?" He answered frantically, not even bothering to say hello. "Don't even ask," I sighed. "I figure you guys know you have to find another source of transportation." "Yeah, I figured as much when Emmett called. He picked us up 10 minutes ago. We're on our way back now," Jasper replied. "So, dude, what the F, K? What did you do? Seriously, man, I'm not in the mood. Can you guys drive by the hospital and pick me the F, K up? I need to get shit-faced, 10 minutes ago." "Emmett wants to talk to you, hang on," Jasper said. I heard the phone change hands, and soon Emmett's loud voice came on. "Bro, what the F, K? Emmett. Always so eloquent. I don't even know where to begin. This is all so F. Get up," I sighed. "Mom said you ran over someone, are you okay?" "I'm alright, got AF. King cut, and I needed stitches." "I bet I'm gonna get a badass scar," I chuckled darkly, and Emmett sighed in my ear. "Come on, bro, don't be a douche. Who did you hit? Did he or she die?" he asked, with morbid curiosity, and for once I damned the fact that my brother never beat around the bush and got right to the point. He asked what he wanted to know, and that was that. No matter how inappropriate it was. And not caring if I was up for his shit or not. "No, she didn't die, Dad is working her over in surgery." I leaned back on the bench, pinching the bridge of my nose and squeezing my eyes shut. "I so don't need this shit right now. And you're avoiding the question, who was it?" he pressed, and I groaned. "Goose," I replied with a tired sigh. "What? You hit a goose? But you said Dad was in surgery. Why would he operate on a beer?" He cut himself off and gasped as the realization hit him. "My brother could be real slow sometimes. You hit Swan." "Dude, what the hell?" I didn't say anything, and I could hear the others talk frantically on the other side of the line. Nobody missed that particular detail. From what I caught them saying, I could tell that they were all doubting my sincerity, none of them believed I actually hit Goose of all people. And of course, when they realized I wasn't joking, the inevitable follow-up question had to follow. I love you, bro, you know that, but I got to ask, and don't take this the wrong way, but you didn't do it, you know, on purpose. He asked awkwardly, and if he had been standing in front of me right now, he would be scratching his head and avoiding my eyes at all cost. And if he had in fact been standing in front of me right now, I would have punched him in the King face for even suggesting it. I wouldn't even King care that he could beat me down with both his hands tied behind his back. I don't King care how bad it all looked, he should know me better than that. I would never physically hurt a girl, let alone hit her with my King car, no matter how annoying she was. Dude, seriously, you didn't, did you? He asked hesitantly, when I hadn't said anything for a while. It was King dark. I didn't see her until it was too King late. You really think I'm capable of killing someone? What the I said incredulously, though I couldn't be totally insulted by his words, since I knew that it was a fair question given the circumstances. But still, it King hurt that my brother thought so low of me that he actually had to ask. Chill, I was just asking, can you blame me? You threatened to kill her just a few hours ago, so how can you? I snapped, before hanging up on him. I don't King care if what he said made sense. I already assumed people would make the wrong assumptions when they found out. It was the first King thing I thought of, after I realized who it was I had hit in the first place. But come on, he was my brother. He should have known me better than anyone, and if Emmett thought I was capable of hitting someone on purpose, then what the hell was the rest of the town going to think? My reputation would be ruined. And my life would be over. King Swan Goose. It was all her fault. What the hell was she doing in the middle of nowhere anyway? Shouldn't she have been at home, thinking about how pathetic she was? Wishing she was cool, and maybe play with her dollies or what the ever it is that geeks like her do for fun. Maybe she was setting me up, maybe this was her intention all along. To King destroy me before I had a chance to destroy her. A moving flashing light caught my attention, and I looked up. I first thought it was an ambulance, but I was proven wrong when the car drove up into the parking lot, not to the entrance, and parked in an empty space close to the main entrance instead. It was a King police cruiser, and the person stepping out of the car was none other than Chief Swan himself. Swan's father. For some idiotic reason, I stood up and stepped in front of him just as he was about to enter the hospital. He had a woman with him, whom I assumed was his wife and the mother of Swan, because she looked exactly like her, same brown hair and deep brown eyes, just older. I didn't know what the I was doing, but this was my moment to prove myself. I did not hit that on purpose, and I was going to man up and actually apologize to her parents for putting them through all this. I was not going to mention what a waste of space their daughter was. I was simply going to apologize. Nothing more. It was the human thing to do, right? The chief glared at me and I tried my best to show him that he didn't scare me. But that King gun in his holster sure did. Move out of my way, son, he said with what I assumed was his frightening cop voice. He's not scaring me. My name is Edward Cullen. I know who you are. Now get out of my way. My daughter is in there. He snapped. I know, and I believe the reason is my fault. Something shifted in his eyes. The woman grabbed a hold off his arm and looked at me with panicked eyes. I had to look away from them when I started talking. I would not be able to apologize if I had to look into their eyes and see their pain. It was King dark, and I hit a patch of black ice. And I didn't see her. She was in the King way. And she got hit. Sorry, I said, all in one breath, with no ounce of remorse in my voice. I was just going through the motions, doing what responsible people did. My mom should be proud of me for even bothering. You hit my daughter. The woman said with a shaky voice. What? Why? Did she jump in front of you? Did she do it on purpose? I was a little taken aback by her question and looked at her confusedly. Was it a coincidence that that particular question was the first thing she asked? Or was there more to it? If even her King Mother had to ask whether or not she jumped, then maybe it wasn't my fault at all, and I had nothing to apologize for. Renee. Bella would never. The chief said, turning to glare at his wife. I don't know. It all happened so King fast, she might as well have jumped. I don't know, I said, though a part of me doubted it was true. I remember every millisecond before the accident, and I knew for a fact that she didn't jump in front of my car, she was just standing there even though she had time to get out of the way. But that might as well have been on purpose. Who knew what the K was running through that crazy head of hers? I will deal with you later, the chief said to me, before pushing me out of his way and walking inside. I went back to my bench and sat down. At least I had apologized. I should get some King credit for that. It wasn't like it was my fault that their crazy daughter was more or less suicidal. I played with the phone in my hands, as I silently pondered my next problem, how the hell I was going to get the K out of here. It would be an hour before the guys were back in Forks, and I had no desire to hang out with them now anyway. They would ask for details, and they would ask me again if I did it on purpose. Because it would all sound so unlikely in their ears, they would ask me how the hell I managed to lose control of the car in the first place. I was an awesome driver, that was a known King fact. I simply didn't lose control. Not like this. Could I have stopped? Could I have prevented the accident? Did I actually hit her on purpose? That was a question I rather not try to answer, because I simply did not know. The more I thought about it, the hazier became the memory that had been so clear just moments before. Did I in fact see her, but not caring to slow down in time? Because I knew who she was. But what the K, why would I actually try to kill her? She wasn't that annoying. She was just a waste of space. And that was no reason to hit her on purpose. Even I knew that. It would do me no good if I continued obsessing over it. I didn't have the energy to deal with this right now. Not tonight. I scrolled through the list of numbers on my phone and I smirked darkly to myself as I pressed the green button and put the phone to my ear. Getting out of here would be too easy. It didn't take long for the skank to answer. Edward, she sang, and I tried not to cringe at her voice. Pick me up. I'm outside the hospital. And I don't have a ride to the party, I said bluntly. Oh, you're not sick are you? She cooed, and I rolled my eyes. Are you going to pick me up or not? I have a lot of girls lining up to do the job if you're not up for it, Tanya, I said with an annoyed sigh. I'm on my way, she said quickly. Good, I replied curtly, before hanging up without as much as a bye. I regretted calling her as soon as I had heard her voice. But I needed a King ride, and she was the safest bet, because I knew she would be King fast. If I knew her at all she would be here within 5 minutes. And I needed a King distraction. Tanya was as good as any. I leaned back on the bench and stretched out my legs. My entire body was stiff and I groaned loudly as I stretched my neck. The doctor said I didn't get a whiplash, but I begged to differ, since it hurt like a ch. My phone rang again, and I looked down on the display. Alice. I didn't need to think twice before declining the call. I was not in the mood to talk with the overly moral pixie, because her comforting would only make me feel worse. She would tell me shit like, Isabella is a human being with feelings, and that she was so great, and so nice, and she didn't deserve this. Like I deserved this. King Pixie. A car honked, and I looked up. Tanya was here. I looked down at my phone to look at the time and shook my head. 3 minutes. Too easy. Baby, what happened? You're hurt, she said pouting her full lips when I got into the car. I glanced at her and cocked an eyebrow. I got into a knife fight. I smirked. I won. You're so bad, she giggled and put the car into gear. I kept the smirk on my face, because it was the only thing keeping me from going insane at that moment. I tried to act casual and be myself, but as soon as the car was moving I felt an uneasy fluttering in my stomach. And my head began to spin. So straight to Newton's, or do you want me to stop somewhere and make your pain go away? She teased and gave me a suggestive look. I felt the bile rise in my throat and I nodded frantically, as I tried to swallow it back down. Pull over somewhere, I managed to reply, my voice hoarse, it didn't even sound like me. Why, Edward, you surprise me, she giggled, misinterpreting my tone completely. She probably thought my husky voice was a good thing. Just Stop talking, I sighed and closed my eyes. I rested my elbow on the door and pinched the bridge of my nose. This feeling was unsettling. Was I carsick? No, I never got carsick. Maybe I have a concussion. They say that one of the signs of concussions is nausea. But this wasn't that kind of nausea, I just felt off. It took forever for her to find a place to pull over, and when she did, I was ready to burst. I needed air. I needed to get the out of this King car. I threw open the door, jumped out quickly, and took a few deep and greedy breaths of fresh air. I heard her open her door and the sound of gravel, as she crept up behind me and put her arms around my waist. "Don't worry, sweetie, I'm gonna make you feel so good," she whispered, and let her hand travel down to my crotch. She began rubbing my dick outside my pants and I closed my eyes, ready to feel the familiar stirring and the pleasure that followed. Distraction. A good distraction. Though I tried to let everything go and just enjoy the feeling of her skilled hands on my dick, there still was no King reaction from my body. I couldn't get hard, because all I could see when I closed my eyes was Isabella's wrecked body and her twisted leg, and the blood. Shit. Isabella. Since when did I call her Isabella? She was not King Isabella to me. She was goose, or duck, or King turkey. She was not Isabella to me. Come on, boy, you need more help getting ready. Tanya giggled from behind, as her hand slid inside my jeans and inside my boxers. She grabbed my dick and stroked it a few times. But my body wasn't King working. There was no King reaction whatsoever. It didn't feel good. Frankly, it felt King disgusting. That's because you are disgusting. You almost killed a girl not 2 hours ago. And here you are, standing in the dark somewhere with a girl's hand down your pants. I grabbed Tanya's wrist and pulled her hand out roughly. Let's get to the King party, I mumbled and walked back over to the car. Oh, you're right. It's King freezing, she said and went over to the driver's side. Freezing. Yeah, like that was my problem. I closed my eyes and tried to ignore the uneasy feeling that crept up my spine as soon as the car was moving again. I tried to think positively, we were just a few minutes away from the party. Just a few short minutes until I would get access to alcohol. I was going to drink until I passed out. And forget this day ever happened. The party was in full swing when we got there, and I quickly removed myself from Tanya and got lost in the crowd. I made it to the kitchen and grabbed the first bottle of vodka I saw. Cheap stuff, but it would do the trick. At least it wasn't flavored. My cut drew more attention than I thought it would, and when people asked me what I had done, I just shrugged and took a swig from the bottle. It wasn't their King business anyway. I removed the King bandage after a while, because it was itching like hell, and because it screamed, "Hey, look at me." But it was King useless, since I couldn't even cover the cut with my King hair anyway. At least it was slightly less noticeable, and I guess I should count the small victories in a shitty day like this. My head was buzzing quite a bit after a while. But it wasn't the good kind of buzz. I wasn't happy and horny, I was anxious and brooding. I was sitting on the kitchen counter, staring down at the bottle in my hands, when Tyler Crowley walked in with the biggest shit-eating grin ever. I cocked an eyebrow at him as he waved something in my face. "Haha, look what I found in Newton's room," he yelled. "Stop waving whatever it is in my face or I'll punch you in yours," I replied sourly. His grin faded a little, and when he stopped waving his hands around, I recognized what it was. I smirked lazily at the sight of Tyler holding that bright pink dildo. I wondered if Newton had used it yet. "A dildo," I said, nodding as I took a swig from the bottle. I always knew Newton liked it in his ass. Tyler chuckled at my comment. "By the way, your brother is looking for you," he said and nodded towards the living room. "Good for him," I replied coolly, without moving an inch. Tyler gave me an odd look, before leaving the kitchen. I took yet another swig, gulping down the last remains. I threw the empty bottle in the sink next to me and sighed in annoyance. I wasn't drunk enough yet. "There you are. King ass, why haven't you answered your King phone?" I groaned at the sound of my brother's voice and slowly turned my head to the doorway leading to the living room, and found not just my brother staring back at me, but Alice, Rose and Jasper too, as they were right behind him. "I turned it off," I replied with a lazy shrug. "What the K are you doing here?" Mom is going crazy with worry. She thought you were passed out in a ditch somewhere. When she came home and noticed you weren't there, Emmett said, irritated. Shit, your forehead looks gross, he added, and I rolled my eyes. What happened, Edward? How is Isabella? Alice asked with her gentle, caring voice, which reminded me of the reason why I wasn't in the mood to talk to her. She pushed past Emmett so she could walk up to me. I wouldn't know. I didn't exactly stick around to find out, I replied with a shrug. Are you kidding? What the hell is wrong with you? Rosalie asked, and we all turned our eyes to her in surprise. Who knew Rosalie of all people would care about this? Nothing is wrong with me. I'm fine, apart from this say. Why, little cut, I said. Seriously, dude, didn't you stay long enough to find out if she's going to be okay or anything? Emmett asked. Mom said she was in surgery. Dad was cutting her open, and if Dad is treating her, I'm sure she'll be perfectly fine. It's not my problem anymore, I replied. OFKU, Cullen, Alice spat, narrowing her eyes at me. Is it that hard for you to be human for even a minute? I chuckled humorlessly and jumped off the counter, almost falling on my ass in the process. I guess the booze had affected me more than I thought. I couldn't even stand upright like a normal person without holding on to something in order to not fall over. I could feel the alcohol in my system, and since I had never removed my ass from the kitchen counter, I guess it was the reason why I never felt the alcohol hit. Because now it did, and then some. I am human. See, I bleed and everything, I said, pointing to my cut, accidentally poking it in the process, and making it sting like a ch. I didn't even have any control of my limbs anymore. Christ, you're wasted, Emmett sighed. Let's get your King A.'s home. Emmett grabbed my arm and all but dragged me out of the house. I guess I should have been thankful that he was holding on to me, or I would have fallen on my ass. What the K was in that bottle anyway? Who knew that even cheap shit did the trick? Ha ha, cheap trick. I was just about to get into the car when someone grabbed my arm. I turned around lazily and found myself looking at a very drunk Tanya. And the only thing worse than a sober Tanya was a drunk one. Fantastic. This day just gets better and better. Leaving so soon. Come on, Eddie, we never got to finish what we started, she complained, slurring slightly, and tugging on my arm. I looked down on her hands and smiled humorlessly. If I couldn't get it up for your sorry ass earlier, what makes you think I would be able to now? I asked bluntly. Her face fell as she gaped at me. But, baby, it was cold, she said quietly, and I wanted to roll my eyes at her sad attempt to come up with an explanation. If she knew what had happened tonight, then she sure as hell wouldn't be begging me to F.K. her right now. I guess my cock is just tired of you. Bye, Tanya, I said tiredly, and slid into the car and slammed the door. Edward, please tell me you didn't try to sleep with her after you almost killed a girl. Alice hissed and leaned forward between the front seats. She glared at me, and I rolled my eyes. After you try to kill someone, you always have to sleep with someone else, I muttered sarcastically, and rested my head against the cool car window. How hard did you hit your head today, Edward? You seem even douchier than usual, Rosalie commented from the backseat. I wanted to laugh at her comment. Because the whole situation was so ridiculous, but no sound escaped me. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. As I slowly breathed out again, all I could see was Swan and her body. Her body that I broke. All her blood that I spilled. I'm fine, but you should have seen Swan. Her leg was twisted in the most awkward way, and the blood, there was King blood everywhere, the taillights lit up everything, making everything look like it was covered in blood. Quite beautiful really, I murmured to myself, without opening my eyes. I didn't even know what I was talking about anymore. Edward, how serious was this accident? Jasper asked carefully. There was blood everywhere, I murmured. And then I passed out for the second time that night. I woke up again when we got home, and Emmett was trying to help me out of the car. Mom was standing by the front door with her hands crossed over her chest and a disappointed look in her eyes. Edward, what are you doing to yourself? She asked, as Emmett dragged me inside. I was drinking, isn't that what kids my age are supposed to do? I slurred. Emmett all but pushed me down on the couch in the living room, and the entire room was spinning when I tried to sit up. Mom sat down beside me and rubbed my knee. I didn't like it when she looked at me with those big eyes that held nothing but love and concern for me. I didn't King deserve her love. Or her concern. I groaned, hid my face in my hands, and leaned back on the couch. Sweetie, what is going on with you? What were you thinking, going out drinking like this? You should have gone straight home. I've been worried sick, she scolded me, and she sighed softly when I didn't reply. Your dad called a while ago. He was out of surgery. My hands fell down to my lap, and I looked at my mother. I didn't like the tone she was using. The tone she was using suggested that the surgery didn't end well. And I just couldn't deal with that right now. Did she die? I asked, my voice empty and barely a whisper. She shook her head softly and squeezed my knee reassuringly. No, she didn't, but her injuries are pretty severe. Your dad doesn't think she will, her voice cracked, ever get back to normal. I immediately turned my eyes away. My throat was closing up on me again, and I felt that weird stirring in my stomach again at the mere mention of what happened to her. I thought we could go over to the hospital tomorrow and see how she is. Maybe we could buy her a flower or something, she suggested with a choked voice, and I didn't need to look at her to know that she was close to tears. I had apologized to her parents, and that was as far as I would go for Swan. I had done my part. Now I wanted to move on. I stood up unsteadily. My legs were wobbly and I almost fell over. I don't want to see her. Why would I care how she is? I asked in an emotionless voice. Because that's the right thing to do, she replied, a single tear trailed down her cheek. I wanted to scoff at her words. The right thing to do, my ass. The right thing to do would have been not hitting her in the first place. Sweetie, I know this is hard for you, but you can't act like this doesn't matter to you. You were in a serious accident. You are allowed to feel, she said softly. I finally looked her in the eyes, and she flinched slightly at whatever she saw in my gaze. I am feeling, mother, believe me, I'm King feeling. And what I'm feeling right now is annoyance. Because that CH had no reason to be out there in the first place. I'm annoyed because now I will have to wait to get my car repaired again. And I'm King annoyed because all of you expect me to care what the K happens to her now. I snapped at her. Eyes grew wide. Edward, my name was the only word that left her lips, but all she wanted to convey was within that simple word. The sorrow and the pain in her voice pierced my heart, or at least the area where my heart was supposed to be, and the disappointment in her eyes twisted everything inside of me. She had never looked at me like that before. She was giving up on me. I could tell. And I was not going to stand there for another minute, just to see how her motherly love for me slowly faded into nothing. I knew I didn't deserve her love, but that didn't mean I wanted to see it leave. I'm going to bed, good night, I mumbled. She didn't say anything, and this time she didn't need to. Her silence said enough. My head was pounding when I woke up in the morning. It felt like my brain tried to hammer its way out. I don't know whether the reason was the booze or the cut, and frankly, I didn't care. All I cared about right now was getting something for the King pain. I grabbed my pajama pants, not bothering with a t-shirt, and pulled them on, before walking downstairs. I walked over to Dad's office, opening the door without knocking, since I figured he wasn't home anyway. But I was proven wrong, when I found him sitting by his desk, going through his usual shit from the hospital. My head is King pounding. I need something, I muttered, and he looked up. His reading glasses were perched on his nose, and the look in his eyes was not kind. That's what you get when you are stupid enough to go drinking right after a serious accident, he replied coolly. Oh come on, I wasn't hurt. I'm fine, I replied with a sigh. Yes, and thank God for that, he said exasperated, putting down his glasses. Do you have any idea how long I spent in surgery last night? Trying to correct the damage you cause. I shrugged. I didn't like the way he pinned the accident on me. It wasn't my fault. I don't care. For some reason, there was a slight tremble in my voice. Of course you don't, he replied harshly. Why would the big, important Edward Cullen care? He almost killed a girl, but who cares? Right. And I heard you spoke to Chief Swan too. He said you apologized by telling him that his daughter jumped in front of the car, and even if that was true, why the hell would you go tell him that to his face? What is wrong with you? I crossed my arms awkwardly over my beefy chest and looked away. I tried to look bored, Like I simply didn't give a crap about what he thought, and that I was just waiting for him to finish. And I hoped he was angry enough not to notice the slight trembling of my bottom lip. I'm not about to King cry. I'm not King girl. I'm gonna go to the hospital today. And tell her I'm sorry, and that I didn't mean to hit her. Will that make you happy? I asked. You will not step your foot in that hospital, you hear me? You leave Isabella Swan and her family alone. You did enough damage last night. I thought you were going to handle the situation like an adult, and at least wait until you found out how she was doing before leaving. But no, going out and getting drunk with your friends was more important, but not before ripping her parents' hearts out, he snapped. His neck was getting red, and I knew he was about to reach his boiling point. Whatever, I snorted, not even caring that I was pushing him. You will not put your foot in that hospital, understood? He said again and I nodded. Good. I want you to stay indoors today, and I will deal with you when I get back from work tonight. What do you mean, deal with me? It was King accident. Why am I getting punished for it? I asked and he tilted his head and gave me a pointed look. I will deal with you later, was all he said in response to my question. Take an aspirin from the bathroom. And put a band-aid back on your forehead. You shouldn't let it be exposed like that. And go back to bed. You look like hell. I all but slammed the door behind me as I left. There was a weird ache in my chest, but it didn't feel physical. I simply didn't understand it. I rubbed my chest with my hand, as I walked back upstairs. The ache didn't subside. It felt like a weird pressure, making every breath feel like such a labor. I went into the upstairs bathroom and grabbed the bottle of aspirin. It felt light, and I heard nothing when I shook it. I opened the bottle and looked inside. Empty. Of King course. This is what you get when you run over someone, idiot. You are left with a disgusting cut, a pounding headache and no aspirin. Deal with it. I couldn't go back to sleep. My head was killing me, but it wasn't all about the pain anymore. My mind was slowly starting to process the previous day, and everything that had been said and done came back to me. Each memory more vivid and painful than the other. And I hated the way it all made me feel. I couldn't wipe the sight of Swagoose's broken body from my mind, and the way my mother had looked at me in the living room. And now I could add my dad's respect for me to the list of things I managed to screw up. My father might not agree with how I was living my life, but he always said he respected me. When I left his office this morning, I knew that said respect was history. That hurt more than it should. Why would I care whether or not my dad respected me? He's my dad for crying out loud. He's forced to love me no matter what I did, so I didn't need his King respect. But still, it all added to the weird ache in my chest. I spent an eternity in my shower, trying to wash off the failures of yesterday, trying not to cringe when the water and soap came in contact with the cut. And I felt just as dirty when I stepped out as I did when I stepped in. I wrapped a towel around my waist and sat down by my keyboard. I didn't lift my hands from my lap. I just stared at the black and white keys, letting them taunt me with their silence. Haha, you can't play. You can't play. You're messed up. You're messed up. There was a knock on my door, and it squeaked open a moment later. Morning, bro, what's up? Emmett said, giving me a smile that I knew was just as fake as Tanya's nose. I'm awesome, I replied, without looking up. He sighed and sat down on my bed. Of course you are, he replied with a sigh. What did you say to Mom last night anyway? I heard her crying in their room after Dad came home, and he had to spend like an hour just to calm her down. I was just being honest, I muttered. Yeah, and that's what scares me, he muttered. I shot my eyes to him, and he was frowning at me. I told her I didn't care what the K happened to the goose, alright. I snapped. Come on, bro, don't call her that, what the hell? He sighed, looking frustrated. This accident changes nothing, alright. She meant nothing to me before, and she means nothing to me now. Why would I start caring just because King hit her with my car? It was her King fault anyway. What the hell was she doing in the middle of nowhere? I said, gesturing wildly with my arms, feeling the aggravation pulsate through my body. You're King douche, you know that. He said, standing up. You almost killed her, and you act like it doesn't even matter that she almost lost her King life. I know you don't like her and that it was all an accident, but dude, come on. She's a person, just like you. And how can you not care that you almost killed her, accident or not? I glared at him without answering, and he sighed, shaking his head, as he turned to walk out of the room. I thought more of you, bro, he sighed, before closing the door behind him. I looked back down on the keyboard and I bit down on my tongue, so hard I could taste the blood, in order not to scream out loud. Dealing with this would be so much easier if people didn't keep telling me to care. Why couldn't they just leave me alone? Why did they have to push me like this and keep throwing shit in my face, as if I wasn't aware of everything they said already? Of course I was aware I almost robbed someone of their life yesterday. And no, I wasn't f***ing happy with that fact. Of course I felt bad. I squeezed my eyes shut and pinched the bridge of my nose hard between my fingers. The cut was stinging by the way I was squeezing my eyes shut, but I didn't care. The pain was welcome. I almost killed Swan. I lied to her dad, by basically saying she tried to kill herself. I told my mother I didn't care what happened to her. And I acted like I was fine with it all. I wasn't okay with it. The ache in my chest was a painful f***ing proof of that. I was the most skilled driver in Forks. And I ended up almost killing a person. How does shit like that even happen? My hand fell down on my lap and I looked out the window. If she had died, would I still claim I didn't care? Or was it easy to say I didn't care because I knew she was still breathing? Isabella, I murmured, and the name alone twisted something in my gut. I left my place at the keyboard and went back to bed. I reached for the remote control on my nightstand and turned on the flat screen that was hanging on the opposite wall. Maybe some TV would get my mind off things. I stayed in bed for the rest of the day. I didn't even get up to get something to eat. I had no f***ing appetite. Mom always used to make me something to eat and bring it to my room when I was sick. But I guess this didn't count as sick, and the fact that she hadn't even been up to my room at all during the day spoke volumes about how much she must hate me right now. She didn't even call me down to dinner. And neither did Dad or Emmett. The logical part of my brain told me that they were just trying to give me space and let me deal with things on my own for a while. But the illogical part of my brain told me that they simply didn't care, and that my behavior towards them had been unforgivable. But I could not believe that, no matter what I said or did, my family would never turn their backs on me. Not even if I had killed her on purpose. They are just giving me space. That is all. When the red digits on my alarm clock switched to 8 p.m., I knew I had to get the f**k out of there. I was beginning to feel claustrophobic in my own room, and that was never a good sign. I pulled on the same clothes I had on yesterday, and made my way downstairs. The house was quiet, apart from the low voices from the dining room, and I was actually happy that they hadn't asked me to join them. I quietly left the house, and walked down the steps of the front porch, quickly running down the driveway into the woods. I didn't slow down until I no longer could see the house behind me. It would take forever to walk to town from here, since I was used to taking the car, but it was alright. I needed the fresh air in order to sort all my thoughts. I didn't know how long I walked for, and I had no thoughts on where to go either. I just let my feet guide me wherever they wanted. And I guess I shouldn't have been surprised when I found myself outside the hospital. My subconscious was obviously mocking me. I looked at the clock on my phone, it was after 10. Visiting hours had ended hours ago. But if I didn't care about what happened to her, why would I care about something as trivial as visiting hours? I scoffed at myself as I walked up the entrance. I had no idea where her room was, but I figured she was in the ICU. I took the elevator to the 4th floor, and was just about to walk over to the nurse's station, to ask what room was hers, when I saw a familiar woman leave a room nearby. Mrs. Swan. Her long brown hair was flowing down her shoulders, and I was once again struck by just how similar she and her daughter looked. She walked past me, looking upset, and she didn't even throw a glance my way. Maybe she didn't recognize me, and that was probably a good thing. I steered myself in the direction of Swan's room. And when I reached the door, I kept on walking. I just couldn't f***ing do it. What the hell was I supposed to say anyway? And what the f**k was I trying to prove by coming here? I told everybody over and over again that I didn't care. So what the hell was I doing here? I obviously cared about something, or else I wouldn't be here. Maybe I was just trying to prove to everyone that I wasn't as big an ass as they all thought. I paced back and forth in the hallway, and I saw Chief Swan leave the room shortly after. I stared at the door as it slowly shut behind him, and I sighed. She was most likely alone now. I could apologize to her, or just make sure she was still King breathing. She King owed me that much. I thought over what I was going to say, and decided on telling her that I didn't do it on purpose, tell her that I was King sorry that I was the cause of her injuries, and that I was sorry that she may never fully recover to what she was before. Whatever that meant. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. She didn't notice me at first. She was looking down on her hands with a strange expression on her face, like she was trying to figure something out or some shit. I took the time to look her over. She had always been small, but her body appeared even smaller in the hospital bed, with all her limbs covered up in gauze and plaster. Even though every single part of her body seemed to be more or less injured, she still had some kind of weird aura or something about her that made her appear strong. "Hi," I said lamely. It caught her attention, and she snapped her eyes up, flinching slightly for some reason before her eyes went wide when she met my gaze. I was struck by all the emotions in her eyes. She didn't look afraid or scared of me, which I had expected, but simply pissed. "What the hell are you doing here?" I was slightly taken aback by her annoyed tone, but I should not have been surprised. There was a fire in her eyes that showed that she was not about to take any crap from me today. I put my hands in my pockets and looked around awkwardly. This would have been so much King easier if she had been the shy, little lamb, not talking back like this. "I wanted to see if you were, breathing." I shrugged, hoping it looked nonchalant, and that my voice didn't betray me, making her aware of the fact that I was freaking out. "Yes, as you can see, I'm still breathing." "No thanks to you," she replied with a sarcastic smile. I looked at her incredulously. Was she for real? I was trying to apologize, goddammit, and I sure as hell didn't need her King attitude. This was hard enough as it was, and I guess I simply couldn't contain my anger and irritation, when I lashed out at her and raised my voice. But she didn't seem to be affected at all. She just continued to reply icily to anything I said after that. Then came the punch line. She asked me if I was there to get money from her for the car repairs. And the comment was like a punch in the King gut, though it sounded sarcastic. I was sure she was genuinely asking me. Did she actually believe I was that damn cold? I couldn't believe she actually threw that in my face. Who the hell did she think she was? She should be counting herself King lucky that I was even there in the first place to apologize. Edward King Cullen rarely apologized to anyone, especially not to people who were such obvious wastes of space. The shit really hit the fan when my dad walked in and found me there. The anger in his eyes was nothing like I've ever seen before. "What are you doing here, son? I thought I asked you to leave Miss Swan alone," he said to me, his anger barely contained in his voice, before looking over at Swan. "Is he bothering you?" "Nah, he was just giving me the total on how much it cost to repair his car," she replied calmly, and Dad shot his eyes to me so quickly I flinched. Before I knew it I had been dragged out into the hallway. I guess I now knew where Emmett got his strength from. As soon as we were out in the hallway, he began to lash out on me, and I tried to take it like a man, since I knew he was right. I had no reason to be there, and I knew I should have kept my ass at home, and not disobeyed him by coming here. I wasn't helping matters. I knew that. But come on, she didn't have to throw me to the wolves like that either. King apologized to her. What more did she want from me? I tried to cut him off, telling him that I just wanted to see how she was doing, but he never let me finish. Then he told me about her injuries, and I didn't even know how or what the hell I was supposed to respond to that. When he spoke about her injuries, it all became real to me, and reality hit me like a ton of bricks. She will never walk like a normal person and she will never ever run again. Because you crushed her leg. Do you even comprehend what kind of damage you've done? No, I couldn't comprehend that. She would never King run again. How was I ever going to be able to grasp something like that? He pushed me out towards the elevators, after he was done lecturing me, telling me to call Emmett or my mom to get picked up. And if I see you here again, he threatened in a low voice, not needing to finish the sentence. I just nodded, as I stepped into the elevator and pushed the button for the bottom floor. I closed my eyes, and images of Swan flashed before my eyes. Memories of her broken body on the cold road, and her bandaged-up body in the hospital bed, all flashed before me and assaulted all of my senses. But even though it seemed like there was no part of her that was not bruised or hurt, she still seemed more alive and stronger than I've ever seen her at school. The fire in her eyes had not been there before, and the way she talked back to me and actually lied to my father about the money thing wow, she had insane survival instincts. That's for sure. I'll give her that much. The more I thought about it, though, I came to the conclusion that she only had strong survival instincts and the gut to speak her mind when she was at the hospital, and probably because she knew she was just seconds away from getting saved by a nearby doctor. All she had to do was yell. There was no doubt in my mind that the fire in her eyes would be gone as soon as she was out. And she would once again become the wallflower at school and she would never talk back to me again. I picked up my phone when I came outside, calling Emmett and asking him to pick me up. He didn't ask me what I was doing there, I guess it was obvious even to him. I sat down on the same bench that I had sat on just 20 hours before, to wait for my brother. Swan would go back to being the loser that she was, wasting the space she occupied and annoying me with her mere presence. Yes, of course she would. This didn't change anything. The accident didn't change her, and it most certainly didn't change me. It was just an unfortunate happening that would soon be forgotten and we would never speak of it again. We would all forget, and there would be no reminders. She will never walk like a normal person and she will never ever run again. No reminders, indeed. Isabella Swan Pav. Dr. Cullen was a liar. Plain and simple. It had been almost a week since the accident. I was still stuck in this uncomfortable hospital bed, and Dr. Cullen was not showing any signs of letting me go anytime soon. I've been subjected to 2 additional surgeries since Saturday, one on my leg and one because of some internal damage in my abdomen. I didn't really pay any attention when Dr. Cullen explained it to me and my dad, because frankly, I stopped listening to him when I realized he was a liar. For all I knew, he could be lying about everything. So why would I listen to him? Overall, I felt fine, at least physically. At least as fine as I could considering the circumstances. Though the pain had subsided in my leg, I was still bothered by it. If I made any sudden movements or tried to move in a way that my leg didn't agree with, I could be sure that there would be bursts of pain shooting through it. It would be painful to the point of me passing out. But that was something I quickly learned to control, and I never made any sudden movements, or any movements at all really. I never left the bed, except for the times I had to go to the bathroom, and that turned out to be a pain too, but in a different way. The cast on my leg had gone all the way from my foot up to mid-thigh, which of course made it impossible for me to bend my knee and sit like a normal person while on the toilet, which in turn made the whole experience worse. They removed a part of the cast a few days later, so the cast just went up to my knee. Apparently the thigh part was just for stability during the first few days. I laid in my bed and looked out the window. Earlier this morning, it had been snowing, but now it was raining. Everything felt gray and murky, which suited my current mood perfectly. I had yet to see Drive Cullen today, and it was already after 3 in the afternoon. I figured he might have a day off, but something told me that Dr. Cullen was the kind of doctor who would rather go torture his patients on his days off than spend time with his family. But then again, I couldn't blame him if that were true, considering who his family consisted of, particularly his son. Speaking of the devil, Edward had not bothered me since Drive Cullen threw him out of my room on Saturday, and I don't know if I was thankful for that or not. A part of me wanted him to try to apologize like a real person and show some kind of remorse for what he did, while another part of me wanted nothing to do with him. If I never saw him again in my entire life, it would still be too soon. On Monday, when I woke up after my first surgery since the accident, I was met by the sight of a big, elaborate bouquet of wildflowers on the table next to my bed. It was very pretty and expensive looking, and I knew instantly that it wasn't from my dad. And that assumption proved to be correct, when I noticed a woman standing by the window with a wistful look in her eyes. Her brown hair had splashes of bronze and was gathered in a messy, yet classy, bun, and she was dressed in a casual, light gray suit. I could only see her profile, but what I could see was enough for me to gather that she was beautiful. As soon as I saw the color of her eyes, I knew who she was. Edward's mother. I cleared my throat to get her attention, and it felt like I was choking on sandpaper, my throat was so dry. She turned to me with a soft smile on her lips. "Isabella," she said, my name rolling off her lips like it was something precious. "I'm Esme Cullen, Edward's mother." I didn't need her clarification, I already knew who she was. But something about her kept me from blowing her off and telling her to go to hell. She had an odd, loving glow about her, and her eyes shone with unveiled love and concern. Everything I needed to know about this woman was present in her eyes. She was a happy person, full of love and concern for everyone, and I almost felt dirty when she looked at me. Dirty and unworthy of her presence. I could tell she wasn't here out of pity, or out of guilt because of what her son had done to me, she was here out of concern for me, and me alone. And what made me unworthy was the fact that I did not want it. I did not want her concern. Oh, my articulate side had never been proven to be more underdeveloped than at that moment. But Mrs. Cullen didn't seem to mind, as she stepped over to me and put her hands over mine on the bed. "How are you feeling?" she asked with a motherly tone while looking at me like I was her child or something. What I would not give to have my own mother look at me the same way. "I'm fine, Mrs. Cullen," I replied, biting my lip self-consciously. "I'm sure your husband could have told you that. You didn't need to come all the way down here. My husband is under oath. He can't tell me certain things, but I still would have wanted to see you myself," she replied. "And please, call me Esme. Mrs. Cullen is my mother-in-law and she is, to be blunt, a real ch. My eyes widened in shock at her choice of words. Mrs. Cullen Esme didn't appear to be the kind of person who used such language, especially not in describing someone else. Esme laughed lightly at my reaction and patted my hand. "She is," she said smiling, "and I sadly believe my son has inherited quite a lot of his personality from her." I could not argue with her on that one. Edward was a real ch, if a guy could ever be described as such. And it was as if she knew what I was thinking, because she tilted her head to the side and looked at me seriously. "My son is not a bad person. He just makes bad decisions, which more often than not, hurt people around him, even if that is not his intention." I didn't say anything in regard to that. I didn't know Edward, not really. All I knew about him was the way he treated me, but I did not know him personally, therefore, I should not judge him. I wanted to scoff at myself for even thinking that. Of course I was going to judge him, no matter if I knew him or not. Edward ran me over for crying out loud. My body was broken beyond repair, and I would never be fully healed. I had every reason to judge him. He was a freaking jackass, and it pained me that his mother had to actually defend him and his actions. The thing that bothered me the most was the fact that she seemed to believe every word she said. She really believed that her son was not a bad person, and the only thing wrong about him was that he made poor decisions. Like that would excuse his behavior and make everything okay. "Sorry, lady, no such luck. I'm so sorry for what he is putting you through. I always tell him to drive carefully. I know my son is a good driver, but sometimes that's not enough," she sighed sadly. I could not help but wonder how much she really knew her son. Did she think that hitting me with his car was the only bad thing he had ever done to me? Was she aware of the bullying and the name-calling? Of course not, why would she be aware of that? I doubt that was something that came up during their perfect family dinners. "Hi, son, how was your day?" "It was perfect, Mom. I gave the goose hell for being such a waste of space and pathetic human being. I think I managed to kill the very little will she still had left to live. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to push her totally over the edge by lunch tomorrow." Not that I really cared what people at school said about me, since nothing they said could possibly make me feel worse than I already did. But they didn't know that, and honestly, I don't think they would care if they did. They would still get a sick thrill out of kicking me while I was down, and not caring whether or not I even reacted to their bullshit. The bullying and the name-calling made them feel superior, and that was what high school was all about, right? You could never be truly happy until you were standing over someone else and making them feel like crap. Maybe that was why my life was crap, because there simply was no other person lower on the social ladder than me. And why was that? I know I've never been the popular kid, but I had never been a victim to the degree I was now. There had always been someone saying mean things about me, but never as bad as now. I don't think the whole bird-related nicknames even came up until last spring. I might not have been a popular kid before, but something changed last spring. People began to see me differently, and people who didn't even acknowledge my existence before began to say, "Ugly duckling," to my face. And I don't know why, or where it all came from. But that was during the time I still had a friend in my life. I still had Jacob Black by my side. Though he went to school on the reservation, we still hung out more often than never, and I didn't care about what the kids at school said. The only person whose thoughts mattered was Jacob. So there was no reason for me to let the idiots at school get to me. But of course that went out the window along with everything else in my life that was even remotely good. God forbid that Isabella Swan would be allowed to catch a break. And now I was stuck here, with a mom who was certifiably insane, though nobody except me seemed to see it, a dad who didn't know up from down, and a leg that was broken beyond repair. I wanted to blame my mom for everything, or Billy Black, or even Edward Cullen. But I knew that putting the blame on someone else would not heal what had already been broken. Blaming someone would not solve my problems, and it would not make me feel better. Esme stayed with me for a couple of hours, just talking about everything and nothing. She asked me about what I planned to do after graduation, if I wanted to go to college, and if so, where did I want to go, and what did I want to study. She asked me about my family, my friends, and if I had any pets. I answered all the questions as vaguely as I could, because no matter how friendly she seemed, I still didn't feel comfortable talking about my life with a stranger, especially not if the stranger was Edward's mother and Dr. Cullen's wife. The eagerness she showed while asking the questions was making me uncomfortable. Why was she so interested? Dr. Cullen interrupted her visit and told her I needed my rest. She promised me that she would be back another day, and she left before I even had a chance to reply. I asked Drive Cullen to tell her that she didn't need to visit me, and he gave me a look that indicated that he knew what I wasn't saying. I was too polite to tell him to his face that I didn't want his friendly and caring wife to visit me, and he knew that. He promised me though that he would tell his wife that I wasn't up for company rather than tell her I simply didn't want her there, and I guess he kept his promise because she didn't come by again. I guess Drive Cullen wasn't totally unreliable, though I still hadn't forgiven him for not letting me go home yet. Not that I wanted to go home. There was nothing there for me anyway, but I'd rather be stuck in my room for the rest of my life than in this uncomfortable hospital bed with no means of entertaining myself. Daytime soaps on TV are not entertainment. My dad popped in every day after work. He asked me how I was doing and I said I was fine. I asked him how his day went, and he said it went fine. After that, we always fell into an uncomfortable silence that lasted for an hour, before he stood up from his chair and told me he had to leave, because he had to get up early for work the next day, as though I didn't know his schedule had never changed once during the 15 or so years that he had worked there. But I didn't blame him. I was just glad he at least made an effort to make up an excuse about why he had to leave, in order to spare my feelings rather than tell me the truth. The truth being that he simply didn't want to be there. But I could not blame him for that because I'm not sure I wanted him there either. The clock on the opposite wall showed that it was 3:15. There were still 2 hours before I could expect a visit from my dad. Another 2 hours of doing nothing. Isabella, how are we feeling today? I groaned inwardly as Dr. Cullen waltzed into my room with his usual bright smile. I looked down at my hands so I didn't need to see his face. I was not in the mood for his cheerfulness. Just like every other time you've asked me, I sighed in response. He chuckled and wrote something down on my chart. Good to hear it, he replied, as if that was a good thing. So how would you feel about getting out of here? I looked up in surprise, almost expecting him to wink at me and tell me he was joking. But he was just smiling genuinely at me. You have done great progress, and the surgeries have been successful. I know you hate it here, so I see no reason why you can't spend the rest of your recovery in your bed at home. When can I leave? I asked eagerly, and he shook his head in amusement. I guess this was the first sign of excitement I've shown since, well, ever. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not entirely comfortable letting you go just yet, since you refused to talk to someone, But since you're psychically as fine as you can be right now, I see no reason to keep you. I will speak to your father when he gets here in a few hours and discuss the details. You'll need a lot of help the first few days. There will be a lot of adjustments for both yourself and your dad. Your inability to move around, because of the cast, will cause a problem for you. But don't worry, you'll get used to it sooner than you think. I realized that somehow I had managed to block out the fact that I would still be in the same horrible shape when I got home as I was now. A part of me had deluded myself into thinking that as soon as I stepped out through the hospital doors everything would go back to normal. Just the way it was before the accident. But that wasn't going to happen, because this was just the first step in the horrible and painful recovery I was about to endure. And then we have to talk about school, he said, sounding almost hesitant. What about school? Can I drop out? Get homeschooled thanks to my newfound disability? I asked sarcastically. Drop out? Don't be silly. He shook his head and smiled as if the thought amused him. As for homeschooling, I won't even touch that, he said with a weak chuckle. We'll discuss it all with your father later. But it's very much up to you when you feel physically ready to go back. If it's up to me, then I'll never be ready, I muttered. Isabella, I know this is hard and it will get harder before it gets better. But you are making this more difficult than it has to be. A positive attitude does wonders for a person's recovery, and your attitude right now is just holding you back. I'm not saying that a positive attitude will have you running by the end of the week, but it might have you walking with crutches. You won't need to be confined to a wheelchair, which of course will make your life easier, he said. This was one of those things I hated about Dr. Cullen. Sometimes, when he felt I was feeling really sorry for myself, he would go on these rants, talking about positive thinking and having an optimistic attitude about everything. But that was easy for him to say. Everything was easy for him to say, because he wasn't the one who had a life-altering accident, which he would never fully recover from. How could he ever expect me to have a positive outlook on life after something like that, especially since I had not been in the best place to begin with? Dr. Cullen sat down on the bed and patted my hand. God, I hated it when he did that. He always talked to me like an equal, like I wasn't just some childish patient of his, that we were somehow friends and that he genuinely cared about what happened to me. He had the same friendly and caring demeanor as his wife, though hers had been more raw and palpable. Dr. Cullen seemed to try to hide what he was really feeling some of the time, but Esme had let it all shine through her eyes, not seeming to be bothered that her feelings were exposed for the whole world to see. That was probably more about Dr. Cullen's profession than it was about anything else. I'm sure he cared, but not in the way he made it appear. His way of closing off his feelings was probably due to the fact that as a doctor he should distance himself from his patients and not get emotionally involved. This was probably pretty difficult for him in our case, since his son was the reason I was here. It was all a big freaking mess. And I couldn't wait for it all to be over. Would it ever be over? Nothing would be truly over until the day I managed to gather up enough courage to kill myself. And with my newfound disability, that would probably be easier said than done. Maybe this was God's way of telling me it wasn't really my time to go, and that I had still something to do before I was done for. Huh. Yeah, right. I'll be damned before I gave into all that religious crap and believed that I was meant for something greater, that my life was not supposed to be wasted, and that my life was precious. What a load of crap. Dr. Cullen was still looking at me, probably expecting some kind of answer out of me. The only answer I wanted to give him was to tell him to go to hell, but not before shooting me up with so much morphine that my body would fly all the way to heaven, or maybe hell was more like it. There was no way I was destined for heaven. Not after everything. That's easy for you to say, Doc, I replied simply. It's not in my nature to be optimistic. Yes, I have come to realize that, but you do know that it doesn't have to be that way. All you have to do is be willing to get help. That particular conversation was familiar to us both. A day had not passed without him asking me, at least twice, to go see someone. But each and every time I refused. I didn't want to bare my soul to someone who was only listening because they got paid. How could I ever trust someone like that with all my deep dark secrets? Secrets that I had been lying about for the past 3 months, because I knew that if I spoke them aloud, there would be hell to pay, and not just for me, but for everyone involved. By keeping quiet, I was keeping everyone safe, including myself, including my mom. Though God knows she did not deserve it. Why did I even want to keep them safe? They didn't deserve it. Maybe I was just keeping myself safe. We both know you can't go on like this. I know you were admitted to the hospital 3 months ago, and the details have been provided by your old records are vague at best. I'm going to take a wild guess and assume that what happened 3 months ago is why you're refusing help now, he said, with that caring voice that annoyed the hell out of me, because it sounded so sincere, like he really did care, and not just as my doctor. He sounded more concerned about my well-being than my own father ever had. And it was annoying, as well as devastating. He sighed deeply and studied me in silence for a moment, before continuing. Isabella, you are a bright young woman. You can have whatever future you want. You can travel the world and visit exotic places. You don't need to get stuck here if you don't want to. It all may feel as if it's too much now, but it can get better if you let it. Yeah, and how am I supposed to let it get easier when every fiber of my being tells me to die? I said, almost snapping at him for pushing me like that. He made it all sound so simple, like everything would be okay if I only got help, as if the world actually worked like that. You'll never know unless you try, he replied softly, giving my hand a squeeze. I understand your reluctance to talk to a professional, I get that. But you don't need to talk to a professional in order to let it out. Maybe there is someone else you can confide in. Maybe a friend, or someone in your family. Yeah, like my crazy mother or my imaginary friend who lives in the attic. I snorted. In my professional opinion, I think you just need to get your anxiety out. Talk about what it is that's bothering you, what you're feeling and what you think. It doesn't matter who you talk to, as long as you do, he said gently. And in my personal opinion, I think you should just drop it already, I replied. It still surprised me that I didn't feel weird about talking back to Dr. Cullen like I did. I've always been respectful to authority figures. But ever since I woke up after the accident, I have felt a surge of annoyance running through my body, and it made it impossible for me to shut up if someone pushed me enough. And that went for everybody, not just authority figures like my parents or Drive. Cullen. It was like when I snapped at Edward when he tried to apologize, or whatever it was he tried to do when he visited me, and I lied to Dr. Cullen about what Edward had said. Somewhere along the road, I had grown a spine, or maybe I was just sick and tired of everything and everyone always walking all over me. Or maybe it was the fact that I had woken up at all that was the last straw for me. I could take a lot of crap from a lot of people, but waking up after an accident that should have killed me, yeah, that was something I just couldn't live with. And after that, everything else seemed to bug me more than usual too. Mom didn't visit me again before Dad drove her back to Seattle on Sunday. I was partly disgruntled at that, because I wouldn't have minded being able to lash out at her and say exactly what I was feeling to her crazy freaking face, even though I had my doubts on whether or not my newfound attitude was able to withstand my mother's presence. Yeah, I might be able to get out a well-deserved comment or two, but I don't think I would ever be able to really tell her what I felt. That was partly due to the fact that I wasn't really sure what I felt, since my feelings towards my mother were conflicted at best. Though I hated her, I still couldn't totally distance myself from the fact that she was my mother. Maybe we should drop it for today and just focus on getting you back on your feet, Drive. Cullen said, standing up from the bed. Couldn't agree with you more, I replied. So what is my sentence? Crutches. The pain had been outrageous the first couple of times that I had tried to walk with crutches in the hallway, but that was before they gave me some medicines for the pain which really took the edge off. Dr. Cullen had, of course, been reluctant to give me anything other than intravenous drugs, but not even he could fight it anymore. But before he gave in, he made a point by asking me not to do anything stupid. He didn't need to elaborate. I knew what he meant. No, fake taking the medicines, just to save them up to use later. I guess I really screwed up any chance of him trusting me with medicines ever again. The crutches will be suitable for you at home, but the wheelchair will probably be more comfortable for you when you get back to school. I groaned at his words. A wheelchair at school, I could almost hear the laughing already. He gave me a sympathetic look, and I wanted to groan again, as if his sympathy was what I needed right now. Considering how much you need to walk around between classes at school, I would really recommend you take the wheelchair. Your leg needs to heal, and the less you walk around on it, the better. Especially in the beginning, he said. Why don't I stay at home until it's well enough to be walked on? Why can't I stay at home until the cast comes off altogether? I asked, and he chuckled. That probably won't happen for another 2 months, depending on how quickly the bones heal. Yeah, so, I could study at home and make someone bring my homework home or something. He sighed again and shook his head. I'm not your dad, so I can't make any decisions regarding school for you. I huffed and he walked over to the window. It was getting dark, and it was still raining. Don't isolate yourself, Isabella. The world always seems darker and scarier if you're all alone. He threw me a look from over his shoulder, and I looked away. The world might be dark and scary when you're all alone, but there is nothing scarier than when people you love turn on you and make you lose all grip on reality. It took another 2 days before drive. Cullen finally released me from his care, but not before making me promise that I was going to take care of myself. My dad thought it was very thoughtful of Dr. Cullen to care so much. Little did he know why drive. Cullen cared so much. He didn't think it was weird at all when Dr. Cullen said he was going to call every few days to keep himself updated on my progress. What doctor did almost daily updates on his patients once they were released, anyway? If a patient was well enough to go home, wasn't a checkup every few weeks after that sufficient? Calling every few days seemed a little too much to me, and it was weird that my dad thought it was normal. But maybe my dad assumed drive. Cullen's overly caring attitude was due to the fact that it was his son who was the one putting me through all this. And that made the whole situation personal to him too. Maybe I should have asked for another doctor. That would have made everything a whole lot easier. We drove home in my dad's cruiser with a wheelchair tucked in the backseat along with a pair of crutches. If I had my way, that wheelchair would not see the light of day and would be forever hidden in a corner somewhere. I didn't need another huge reminder of what a cripple I had become. The crutches were enough to keep me from forgetting. And the insane pain my leg, of course. Who could forget that one? Dad helped me out off the car and gave me the crutches from the backseat. The ground was wet and muddy from the rain, and there was no ice or snow to speak of. I wobbled my way over to the steps to our house and groaned as I felt the crutches sink a little in the mud. Dad walked past me, carrying the folded wheelchair up to the house. You need any help? He asked me, when he came back out. No, I got it, I replied with a huff. Each step was a pain, but not in the physical sense. The crutches kept sliding on the ground, which of course made the walk far more difficult than it should have been. You sure you don't want my help? Dad asked cautiously, as he took a step down from the door. I said I got it, I said between clenched teeth. When I finally made it inside, Dad had wet a towel to clean the now muddy crutches. I smiled meekly at him as he cleaned them. He then removed the plastic that covered the cast, which was there in order to not get the cast dirty or wet in the rain. Thanks, I mumbled. He just smiled awkwardly in return, before going to the laundry room to throw the towel away. I wobbled my way into the kitchen, and I froze when I saw the pile of papers and books on the table. I knew those books, I knew those papers. But I still felt the need to ask. Dad, what is this? I asked, as he came back into the kitchen. Oh, that's your homework. One of your friends has come over every day this week to drop them off, he said. I don't know what bothered me the most about it, the fact that he just let the pile grow here, instead of bringing them to me at the hospital, so I could have had something to do, or the fact that he said one of my friends had dropped them off. Who was this friend? I asked, trying to keep the sarcasm out of my voice. I think she said her name was Alice Brandon, or Brandon or something. I didn't catch it, she talked way too fast for me, he said with a light chuckle. How come you've never introduced her? She seemed like a nice enough girl. Alice Brandon. Since when were we friends? Just because she saved my life once didn't make us friends. Maybe she offered to take my homework just because nobody else did, and maybe she introduced herself as my friend so as not to make my dad uncomfortable or something. I picked up the assignment that was on top of the pile and bit my lip in contemplation. Dr. Cullen said you were good to go back to school as soon as you felt like it, so, yeah, Dad said, and scratched his head awkwardly, and when I didn't answer he added, I will drive you to school every morning, but I don't know how it will work in the afternoons. It would be a huge help if you could get one of your friends to drive you home. I don't think Alice would mind. She said that we could ask her if you needed help with anything. Yeah, I muttered, just to shut him up. I'll take care of it, you don't need to worry. Go sit down in the living room, and I'll order some pizza, he said, his tone suggesting that he was half expecting me to say no and offer to cook him dinner. But I didn't, and he seemed a little disappointed as he dialed the number to the pizza place. I guess not having had a home-cooked meal in a week was wearing on him. As if the hospital food I've been forced to eat was so fantastic. Pizza sounded great in my ears, hell, even dirt would have been considered a gastronomical success compared to that tasteless hospital food. A while later, the pizza came and we ate mostly in silence. I had nothing to say to my father, not something that would count as good dinner talk anyway. I was still mad at him for what happened before the accident. And I don't know how long it would take for me to get over it. I knew he was really trying to help me and show me that he cared. His visits at the hospital had shown that he cared more than he let on before. But still, it was not enough for me. He still defended Mom if she ever came up in conversation, though his defense seemed to have faltered a little since she left again. I wanted to believe that it was because he was beginning to realize that Mom was wrong, at least in some aspects. And that I was not the bad guy here. But the truth was probably that he was tired of having the same fight with me over and over again. He knew I would never change my mind about her, and he realized he was fighting a losing battle by trying to make me. When I had finished my pizza, I made my way upstairs. It wasn't as difficult as I thought it would be. As long as I held on tightly to the railing, there was no risk of me tumbling down the stairs and breaking my other leg. While we had waited for the pizza to arrive, Dad had brought my homework up to my room, and now it was neatly stacked on my desk. I barely glanced at the pile, instead I went straight for my bed and laid down. I could almost hear my back sigh in relief when it came in contact with the softness of my bed. Dad had asked me during dinner if I had given any thought to school, and for how long I had planned on staying home. And I honestly didn't know. A part of me never wanted to go back to that place ever again, and another part wanted to go back there just to show all those people that I didn't break so easily. Then there was a tiny, little part that wanted to know what people were saying. The gossip must be all over the place, and I was curious to see how many people were trying to pin the accident on me. I would not be surprised if the whole, jumped in front of the car, theory was being thrown around as a fact. And I don't think Edward would be the first one in line to correct people and tell them what really happened. It was only Saturday, and I had all the time in the world to decide if I wanted to go back to school, and when. There was no hurry. I could wait a few days or maybe even a few weeks. Or maybe, just maybe, if I was in a good mood, I would make an appearance on Monday. Edward Cullen Pav. I stared at the car door, fiddling with the car keys in my hand. Emmett was looking at me and tapping his foot impatiently. Are you driving or not? I know it's not your precious Volvo, but you always said you enjoyed driving my Jeep. After all, it can take a lot more crap than your car, he said with a chuckle, and I shook my head as I threw the keys back at him. Nah, you drive. It would feel like cheating if I drove another car while my baby is in the shop, I replied, walking over to the passenger side of the car. Yeah, because your car has feelings, he mocked as he got behind the wheel. You didn't seem to have anything against driving other cars when your car was in the shop after the incident with Mike. What gives? Maybe I'm not in the mood, I replied with a light shrug. Yeah, and Rosalie doesn't swallow, he replied with a laugh. Geez, thanks, that was a mental image I could have lived without, I grimaced. He chuckled as he drove down the winding driveway to the main road. He glanced at me with a curious look and chuckled again, while shaking his head in amusement. Dude, I might not be the world's best driver, but come on, you don't need to hold on to your seat like your life depends on it, he commented, and I looked at him confused. He nodded towards my hands and I looked down. I hadn't even noticed that I was gripping the seat, with my knuckles turning white because I was holding on so tightly. Dude, chill out, why don'tcha? He said. I tried to relax my hands and put them in my lap instead, but I still found my body oddly stiff and on edge. Emmett kept throwing odd glances at me during the remainder of the drive. When he drove up to the parking lot, I couldn't help but groan inwardly. His glances weren't the only ones being thrown my way now. People were staring, and they didn't even try to hide it. I saw how they huddled together, whispering and pointing, as we drove past them towards an empty parking space. I'm so glad I'm not you right now, Emmett said with an amused smile, as he turned off the engine. Yeah, because you would have peed your King pants if it had been you, I replied under my breath, and it wiped that amused expression off his face in a second. Uncool, was all he said, before getting out of the car. I rolled my eyes and climbed out of that beast of a car, slamming the door hard behind me. I followed Emmett as he crossed the lot, and I did my best to ignore the stares as we went. It was like I was some kind of movie star or some shit, like none of them had ever seen me before. New drama and fresh gossip were scarce in this town. Of course they would all jump on this piece and rip it to shreds until it was nothing but a bunch of lies floating around. I'm sure that by the end of this week, the accident would be described as a serial collision with 10 cars involved. There would be a few casualties, along with several injured. One of the dead would be a young child, maybe even an infant. Of course the goose would be the one to blame for the accident. People would naturally assume she went berserk for some reason and jumped in front of a car or two or maybe drove like a maniac on the road, making people swerve in order not to crash into her, which in turn made them crash into each other instead. Yeah, there would be numerous rumors floating around, and none of what was being said would be true. Today was only Monday, and the week would only get worse from here, as would the gossip. This morning, Mom had suggested I stay home and rest. Normally, I would have jumped on the chance of staying in bed all day, but today was not a normal day. I knew that if I stayed home the attention would be even worse when I finally came back, so I better just grab the damn bull by the horns and hope that the day would pass fairly quickly and leave me unscathed. But I had a feeling that today would be anything but a good day, especially since I felt like I was dead on my King legs. I was beyond exhausted. I hadn't had a good night's rest for the entire weekend, all because of the nightmares that plagued my sleep. Yeah, you heard me. Edward King Cullen was having nightmares. King nightmares. Like I was some punk kid that was scared of gremlins under the bed or some shit. I didn't do nightmares. So why the hell was I waking up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, with my heart pounding like a jackhammer in my chest? That was get up. This morning I had woken up after a particularly disturbing dream, and when I glanced at the clock on my nightstand, it had told me it was only 5 am, still an hour and a half before my alarm would normally go off. I had turned it off and rolled out of bed with a groan. There had been no reason to stay in bed any longer. There was no chance of me being able to go back to sleep anyway. My heart was still pounding like crazy, though the memory of the dream had begun to fade, and I could no longer recall what the hell it was about to begin with, and what had made me freak out like that. The nightmares seemed to have a thing or two in common. They all took place in dark and lonely places. In one dream, I found myself lost in the woods, running around like crazy to find my way out. It wasn't like I was being hunted or anything, but I still had that weird feeling of not being alone. It was very dark. The only light there was the eerie, red light emitting from nothing in particular, and the red glow made it appear as though the trees were bleeding. Red light and trees bleeding. Yeah, it didn't require a rocket scientist to figure out where the hell that came from. And I didn't need a King Dream interpreter to tell me what the it meant. Apparently my subconscious didn't think that dealing with the aftermath of the accident when I was awake was enough. Apparently I should be dealing with it in my sleep too. And never getting a break from it ever. I had been more dead than alive when I walked into the bathroom to take my morning shower. The cut on my forehead had stung as the water came in contact with it, but I couldn't have cared less. The pain had been welcome. It made me feel like a man. And not like King Pansy that got freaked out because of King Nightmare. I had pulled on my pajama pants, after I'd dried off my body and walked downstairs. Although it had only been 5:30 in the morning, I could still hear noises and low voices coming from the kitchen. The voices had quieted as soon as I stepped inside. Mom and Dad had been sitting by the breakfast table, both wearing somber expressions. "Don't mind me," I had muttered as I opened the fridge door in the hunt for something to eat. "Maybe you should stay home today," Mom had said softly. "Emmett can bring you your homework. You've had a rough weekend. You deserve a day of rest." I had turned my head to glare at her, but the glare lost its power when I met her gaze. She had been looking at me with those infuriating loving eyes. It was impossible to glare at her or stay angry with her when she looked like that. She knew this, of course, and she used it to her advantage more often than never. None of us could resist that look. I agree with your mother, Dad had said. When I had glanced at him, I saw that he didn't hold the same loving gaze, and for that I was King grateful and not even remotely surprised. At least there was one parent I could hate in all this. The next words from his mouth just gave me another reason. I think you've done enough damage this weekend to last a lifetime. Carlisle. Mom had gasped, her eyes going wide, and I had wanted to roll mine. I had expected to be blamed for this entire situation, so his choice of words did not surprise me as it had my mom. But though it hadn't surprised me, I was still a little damn irritated by it. Weren't parents supposed to stand by you no matter what kind of shit you got yourself into? My dad apparently didn't get that particular memo. I'm not talking about the accident, honey, Dad had said, looking at my mom. I was talking about how he went over to the hospital and told Isabella to pay for the damages to his car. That's bullshit. She was King lying. I had snapped. She was pissed that I came, and she said that to you just to get me into more King trouble, like I wasn't in deep enough shit as it was. I still couldn't believe she actually pulled that shit on me, and the only thing weirder was the fact that Dad actually believed her. First Emmett had asked me if I hit her on purpose, and now Dad actually believed I went there to get her to pay for my car. What the hell had I done to my family to have them have such low expectations of me? Did they really think I was such a horrible person, who would hit someone on purpose, and then make that someone pay for the damages done to my car? They acted like this was all normal behavior for me, and that it came as no surprise to them. This was the way I was, and they had learned to accept it and made no big deal out of it. To say I was freaked out by this was to put it mildly. Dad had looked over at me, something softening in his eyes, but the frustration and anger over the situation were still there. And that frustrated me to no end. Go back to bed, son. We'll talk about this when I get home, Dad had said with a deep sigh, before taking a last sip of his coffee and standing up. He had given Mom a quick key, before leaving the kitchen. He's just overworked, Mom had said quietly, after we heard the front door slam shut. I wanted to roll my eyes at her attempt to make up excuses for him. He's not blaming you for what happened. He's just tired. Quote. I had given her an incredulous look, and she had just smiled sadly at me. Just so you know, I'm not gonna spend my day in my King bed. I'm going to school, I had said firmly, before leaving the kitchen and walking back upstairs. Mom could defend him all she wanted, it still didn't change the fact that she seemed to be the only one on my side in all of this. And if she had not been my mother, I'm sure things would have been different. Mom hadn't tried to stop me when I walked downstairs a couple of hours later and followed Emmett to the car. I don't know what I would have done if she had tried. Mom's sad eyes and Swan's broken body were the two things I saw every time I closed my eyes, and it was beginning to wear on me. It was even worse than the nightmares. I followed Emmett through the halls. I was too lost in thought to even notice the staring and the whispering from the people we passed anymore. We found Jasper waiting for us by his locker, and Alice and Rosalie were with him, of course. Alice threw her arms around me and gave me a tight hug as soon as we reached them. I patted her back awkwardly, not really knowing what the hell I was supposed to do. I wasn't the hugging type. I'm glad you're okay, even though you're King jerk, she muttered into my chest. Okay, well, thanks. I said, looking down on the pixie clinging to me. You're welcome, she said calmly, letting me go before wrapping her arms around Jasper's waist instead. He looked a little more comfortable with her arms around him than I had. Your army of skanks has been asking about you all morning, Rosalie said with a bored tone, as she inspected her well-manicured fingernails. I wouldn't be surprised if Tanya drops down on her knees as soon as she spots you. Are you high? I don't think she'll ever go down on me again considering the way I blew her off at the party, I said, hoping like hell that I was right, because Tanya was the last person I wanted to deal with today. Don't overestimate her, the girl has no sense of self-preservation, and she doesn't have an ounce of self-respect in that plastic body of hers. You're hotter than Johnny Depp in full Jack Sparrow mode right now, and trust me when I say that she'll be the first in line to ride the Edward pole, Rosalie said. Though I can't see why, she studied me for a moment, and then shook her head. Yeah, I really don't see the appeal. Maybe because the appeal is in my pants. I smirked and she stuck a finger in her mouth, pretending to gag. And don't worry, the feeling is mutual. I can't see what the hell it is you have that makes my brother so eager to put his dick in you. You must have a magic beep. I trailed off when I realized Rosalie wasn't listening to me anymore. Instead she was looking at something over my shoulder, with a growing smirk on her lips. Speak of the whore and she will appear, she said under her breath, and I turned around to follow her gaze. This, of course, turned out to be a big mistake when I saw Tanya walking towards us, with Jessica and Lauren in tow. Tanya's face lit up like a Christmas tree when she spotted me. "Oh, baby, how are you feeling?" she cooed, hugging my arm as they reached us. It took all of my self-control not to gnaw the damn limb off just to get away from her. "I've been better," I replied honestly, barely containing my irritation at her close proximity. "Is there anything I can do to make you feel better?" "Anything." She batted her lashes at me, and I wondered how the hell I had ever let that face even come near my dick. Had my horniness made me blind or something? Blind and stupid. Wouldn't be the first time. "Yeah, there is one thing," I said huskily, leaning in a little. She bit her lip, and her eyes shone in anticipation. She looked at my lips and I wanted to roll my eyes at her stupidity. Why didn't these girls ever learn? Did she honestly think I would key her after everything I had done to her? "Anything," she breathed, when my face was merely an inch away from hers. "Let the F.K. go of my arm," I snapped. She blinked once, twice, before looking up at me. "What?" she croaked, and now I did roll my eyes. "Don't King touch me unless asked otherwise," I snarled and pulled back my arm. She looked at me with surprise, but the surprise was quickly replaced by anger and embarrassment. "Jerk," she spat, brushing past me. "Whore," I spat back. Lauren and Jessica giggled as they passed me, both throwing me what I assumed was their versions of seductive looks, and I smirked at them. I even threw a wink their way, making them giggle and blush even more. "God, you're such a man whore," Rosalie sighed. "Come on, Alice, let's get to class." She dragged Alice off, but not before they both and their boyfriends goodbye. Emmett slapped me in the back of the head as soon as they were out of earshot. "What the hell was that for?" I asked, rubbing the spot where he had just hit me. "For being a tool," he said. "Grow a conscience already." "Yeah, and maybe you should grow a pair and don't be such a king girl," I snapped. "Remember the times when you guys weren't at each other's throats all the king time?" "Yeah, good times," Jasper commented with a sigh, before he walked away. "Wait for me, dude," Emmett called, as he jogged away to catch up with him. I flipped them off, though they had their backs to me, before walking over to my locker and grabbing my books for first period. It would be nice to get a break from Emmett. He was being such a girl, and it was working my last nerve. Yes, I admit, sometimes Emmett's girly side could be king hilarious. It had been the cause for many great laughs in the past, but this was not the time for his antics. I needed my king brother. Not a king sister. You would think that people would get tired of whispering and talking about the accident. But no. It seemed as though the gossiping intensified during the morning classes, and at lunch it was king mayhem. The people who were brave enough came up to me, asked me how I was doing, and if they could do anything for me. Those who were too scared just kept on staring, whispering and pointing. I was a king zoo animal, for lack of a better term. I plopped down on my usual seat in the cafeteria. Emmett and Jasper were the only ones at the table when I got there. "Where are your skanks?" I asked, not really caring but feeling the need to fill the silence. "Shouldn't you guys be off getting head or some shit?" Alice had to go to the teacher's lounge, and Rose joined her, Emmett replied. I raised an eyebrow to show him that his answer didn't really make much sense to me, because Alice had no reason to go there. Alice went there to pick up a few assignments and homework, so she could drop them off later, Jasper explained in Emmett's place, and I glanced at him, even more confused now. Homework. Can't she wait for her classes before picking up her king homework? Since when is Alice such a bookworm? I asked. It's for Swan, you dumbass. You know Alice, she's in charity mode, and she has made Swan her mission, Jasper sighed, and I could hear a hint of disapproval in his tone. I assumed I wasn't the only one annoyed over how Swan seemed to pop up in every corner of our lives. The kicker was that she probably wasn't even aware of it happening. She didn't know how she kept disrupting our lives by just breathing. King Goose. Why can't Alice just leave her the K alone? I muttered, mostly to myself. Why does she insist on getting involved with her? You should keep your woman on a leash. Because Alice is a saint, and she likes Swan for reasons unknown to me. And I'm not gonna stop her from doing her thing, if it makes her happy, Jasper replied with a light shrug. I might not be first in line for the Swan fan club, because frankly, the chick freaks me the K out, but I won't keep Alice from hanging out with her, if that's what she wants. Jasper Whitlock, always the King diplomat. You're so King whipped, I groaned, and I had to resist the urge to stab him with my plastic fork. At least I have someone to whip me, he replied, with a casual raise of his eyebrows. If I wanted someone to whip me, I would have someone. But I don't see why I should be tied down to one single person when I could have all the beep I want, I retorted. No beep in the world could ever compete with the sweetness that is Rosalie, Emmett said, with a dreamy sigh. She tastes like heaven and vanilla, and she is so King. Don't you dare finish that sentence. I have no desire to know any details about your girlfriend, especially not about her beep. I bet it has teeth, I said, shuddering by the mere thought of Rosalie and her private parts. I wouldn't even touch that with a stick. You're just jealous because she chose me and not you, Emmett said, smiling widely. He acted like he had a reason to gloat, like he had won some sort of prize, when in reality he had lost big in the girlfriend lottery. Rose might be hot, but it took a great man to ever be able to stick by her for any longer period of time. So how was your morning? I bet nobody was staring at you or asking questions they had no right to ask. Jasper smirked and I snorted. You don't even want to know, I replied. Em and I had a fun time listening in on Crowley and Newton between first and second periods, Jasper continued. Apparently Crowley's mother is working as a nurse at the hospital, and she has been taking care of our lovely Swan, so he got the inside scoop from her, or so he claimed anyway. So if you hear any bullshit about her physical well-being, then I think we can safely assume where those rumors started. From what I've heard, people didn't even know who was involved in the accident, just that there had been one. Then enter Crowley and his big mouth, Emmett added. Crowley have been calling around and spreading the rumors all weekend, and it has been spreading like King wildfire, Jasper said with a shaking of his head. You would think his mother would get fired for blabbing to her son like that. So what are they saying? Are they saying I hit her on purpose? Did they think I tried to kill her? I muttered, not really asking, because I did not really care what they thought. Emmett shook his head, apparently thinking I was genuinely asking. From what I heard, people are not blaming you at all. You may not be one of God's best children, but even the guys who hate your guts in this school know you would never do that, he said, and I gave him a pointed look. Huh, not even the guys who hate my guts, EY. It didn't stop you from thinking just that, I said, not really regretting the words even when I could see the pain flash in his eyes. Oh come on, bro, he complained. I never thought that. I was just asking. I was scared, for K sake, I didn't know what happened or what the hell was going on. I was freaking out, okay. And you know I talk before I think when I freak out. Does that mean you're always in freak-out mode? Jasper laughed, with his mouth full of food, and both Emmett and I turned to glare at him, which effectively shut him up. If they don't think I hit her on purpose, what are they saying? Seeing as this is Forks, I doubt they would just accept it to be a King accident, I sighed. They need drama, and if there is none, they create it themselves. No kidding, Jasper said, they all think Swan is to blame. They're sure she jumped or something. The theories go on and on. I even heard some freshmen talk in the bathroom, and they said she was trying to rob you at gunpoint. I guess that would have been plausible, considering who her father is, but still, I doubt lame-ass Swan would be able to pull it off even if she wanted to. Lame-ass Swan, yeah right. She didn't appear so lame when she got me in trouble at the hospital. If needed, Swan could fight back, and when she did it dirty. I guess we had all underestimated her in the past. I wouldn't put it past her, she's King crazy, I muttered. Dude, Emmett groaned. Why are you still hating on her like that? Give her a King, break already. What would it take for you to just drop that unfounded hatred you hold against her? Does she need to be actually killed before that happens? I'm just calling it as I see it, I replied calmly. Just because she got you into trouble for something you didn't do, doesn't make her crazy. Just King genius, Emmett argued, and I rolled my eyes. Leave it to Emmett to bring that shit up. I had told him everything about what happened when I visited her when he picked me up from the hospital on Saturday, and he had a good laugh about it. He kept muttering about her being a genius all the way home, and I guess that opinion hadn't changed. Shut up, Em, I said with a sigh. Don't mind him, Jasper said to me. Emmett has been sulking like AF, King kid all damn morning. Maybe he's on his period or something, I muttered, and Emmett threw us both the evil eye. FKU, Emmett spat as he pushed back his chair and stalked off, startling the people sitting by the nearby tables in the process. I followed him with my eyes, a little King stunned by his weird emotional outburst. What the hell got Emmett's panties in a twist this time? It's not like it was the first time we made fun of him. I turned back and looked at Jasper, raising an eyebrow in confusion, but he didn't seem to share my bewilderment over my brother's odd behavior. He just sighed, and his earlier smirk faded from his face. Let's just say your brother isn't coping with the accident as well as you are, he explained quietly, so I could hear him. There was no hint of amusement or humor in his voice. The way he's been acting this morning, it's like he was the one who ran her over and not you. I groaned and leaned my elbows on the table, hiding my face in my hands. This was so typical Emmett. He was such a King teddy bear sometimes. I should have known that this would affect him, and I should not have been surprised when it did. He'll get over it. He's just being an overly sensitive girl right now, Jasper said assuredly. He better, or else I might have to run him over with my car too, I said, my voice muffled by my hands. Dude, Jasper groaned, not appreciating my morbid joke. I dropped my hands down on the table and looked at him amused. What, too soon? I asked with a chuckle. Way too soon, he agreed. Don't make jokes like that. It makes you appear like a bigger douche than we already know you are. I smirked and he shook his head at me, his face calm and collected as he looked at me. I'm sorry, man, but I got to ask, how are you coping with all this? All I know is how Emmett is coping. He's been a wreck, and he wasn't even there when it happened. I'm fine, I shrugged. I just wished people could stop bringing the shit up. So we could all just drop it and move the on already. It was a King accident. How long are we supposed to be hung up on it? Let's drop it already. It's not important. So, you don't feel bad about what happened, like, at all? He asked, looking a little confused. Bad? Of course I do. Do you even know how much this King cut stings? I said, pointing at my forehead. And God knows how long it will take for me to get my car back. Not what I was referring to, he said, cutting me off. I was talking about Swan. Emmett is a wreck because you crippled her, or so we've been told. And I want to know what you feel about that. Come on, what is this shit? Feelings this, and feelings that. What are you? A girl? I snorted. Just answer the damn question, Ed, he sighed. I glared at him and he just stared back with a blank expression. I'm not saying she deserved to be crippled, but she King deserved something, I snarled. She's the goose and will always be the goose. And I will be damned if I feel sorry about anything as far as she's concerned. Jasper's blank mask fell and he looked almost pained as he stared back at me. Dude, do you have a heart like, at all? He asked, sounding genuinely curious. I don't know, why don't we crack open my chest and find out? He sighed and stood up. Why don't you call me when you grow the up, he said, before walking off. Emmett was being a girl at the moment, but Jasper's hypocritical side wasn't much better. Emmett might be an evil mastermind when it came to payback, and he could hurt the people who wronged him in ways no other would ever think of. But inside he was a King girl, a girl who had feelings. And Jasper might be a cold son of a but he had a heart somewhere deep inside. Unlike me. It was really infuriating at times when Jasper connected to his heart and made you feel like an ass. He had done some really stupid and evil stuff in the past, things I wouldn't even do. But still, here he was, making me feel like an ass for not changing my opinion on the goose. Or Swan. Or whatever I was supposed to call her now. And when it all came down to it, he didn't like Swan any more than I did, but for some reason he thought I should lay off her. King hypocrite. You could say a lot about me, but I was not king hypocrite. My friends should know that about me, and they shouldn't be trying so hard to try to change me into something I'm not. Was it just me, or wouldn't it be a tad bit hypocritical to change your opinion on someone just because she was in an accident that you may or may not be responsible for? Just because I hit her with my car didn't change who she was to me or to the world. So why should my feelings change? Why should I feel sorry for her? She's the goose, and we will always be the goose. The accident doesn't change the fact that everybody hates her. The only thing that changed was that she will be a crippled goose when she comes back. A cripple. Because of me. Yeah, and why was I supposed to feel bad about that again? I thought sarcastically to myself. Why couldn't they realize I too was the victim here? Just because Swan was on the receiving end of my bumper didn't mean I wasn't hurt too. She might have to live her whole life being a damn cripple, but I had to live the rest of my life with the knowledge that I made her that way. It was my fault. Wasn't that enough? Why did people need to hear me say it? Why was it so important to everybody that I acknowledge it out loud? Why couldn't they just drop it? I hit her. She was hurt. End of King story. If I could let it go, why couldn't they all do that too? I didn't care about anyone, let alone her. So I'd be damned if they made me feel bad about it. I didn't bother to eat my lunch. I just threw it in the nearest trash can and stalked off too. The looks and whispering were almost unbearable as I walked out. I guess our scene at our table hadn't really helped matters. Now they were all probably thinking that Jazz and M were involved in the accident too and that we were trying to cover up our tracks or some shit. Even though I left the cafeteria well over 30 minutes before the next class started, I still managed to be late. And that was mainly because I went behind the gym building to take a smoke, which turned into a couple more. I was too lost in thought, and too far away, to hear the warning bell. I walked into biology, ignoring the look Mr. Molina gave me on the way in. Go sit with your group, Mr. Cullen, he said. You're working on the projects today. I groaned and let my eyes sweep over the classroom, spotting Lauren and Mike sitting in the back of the classroom. I walked over to them, grabbing a chair and plopping down so I was sitting across from them. Hi, Edward, Lauren said leaning forward on the table. How are you feeling? Never better, I muttered. Too bad we're stuck with the ugly duckling, huh? If Mr. Molina thinks she'll get credit for our work when she's not even here, he has another thing coming, Lauren said, throwing her overly bleached hair over her shoulder and smacking her lips. Her words angered me for some reason, and her carefree smile froze when she noticed me glaring at her. At least she's known to get an A or two, I replied. Unlike some people. Newton coughed to cover his laugh, and I turned my glare to him instead. He was looking down at his notebook with King smirk gracing his lips. I noticed you didn't drive your Volvo today. I'm assuming Swan will have to pay for the damages she inflicted, huh? He said, still smirking as he looked up at me. He seemed unaffected by my glare, which angered me even more. What the K did you just say? I hissed through clenched teeth. Well, I assume she has to pay. Right, like I did. She ruined your car, didn't she? He stammered, looking confused and afraid, rightfully so. I mean, if I had to pay, you're making her pay too, right? What happened next was just as much as a surprise to me as it was to Newton. But somehow my chair was pushed back, I stood up, and my fist connected with Newton's jaw, which in turn had caused him to tumble to the floor with a startled yelp and a cry of agony as he hit the floor. Edward Cullen, principal's office. Now, Mr. Molina called furiously from his desk at the front. I looked down at Newton and his terrified expression. Then I did the last thing I ever expected I would ever do. I spat at him, literally. The slimy gunk landed on his sweater and he looked even more horrified. Watch your King mouth, Newton, or it might just be the last thing you do, I hissed. Mr. Molina gave me a disapproving look when I left the classroom, but I didn't even glance at him. He had no power over me. The worst things he could do was to either fail me or send me to the principal's office. And failing me was not an option, since he knew as well as I did that I was too King smart to ever fail his class, and a punch in Newton's face could not change that. Besides, Newton had it coming. I made the familiar walk over to the principal's office, and the secretary gave me just a look before telling me to go right in. Mr. Green didn't look up from his desk as I sat down on the chair across from his desk. My leg began bouncing restlessly as soon as my ass touched the seat. This room always made me feel claustrophobic. Mr. Green looked up at me with tired eyes, and he sighed when he leaned forward. To what do I owe this pleasure today, Mr. Cullen? He asked, raising an eyebrow at me. Does it matter? I asked, looking out the window. I noticed it was raining again. Of course, there was no snow or ice to speak of anymore. It was like Friday had just been a cruel joke from Mother Nature or some shit. A week ago, it was warm enough to eat outside. A few days later, it was so cold that the water on the streets froze, and now it was raining like nothing ever happened. It was King November. Where the hell was the snow? It was like Mother Nature just couldn't decide. Maybe global warming wasn't just a joke. Not really, Mr. Green sighed, pulling me out of my random musings on the weather. He grabbed my thick file from its permanent spot on his desk. Let's just get this over with. I wanted to smirk at his comment. He seemed to be just as tired as I was at our constant meetings. I may or may not have punched Mike Newton in his face and proceeded to spit on him, I replied, with no emotion in my voice. Mr. Green didn't even flinch as he wrote it all down. I see, and what did Mr. Newton do to deserve such treatment? My jaw tensed and I grimaced automatically. Mr. Green looked up from the file, baffled by my reaction, and I guess he had every right to be. I never showed any emotion regarding what put me in his office time and time again. No anger or happiness. The only emotions I ever showed him were maybe a bit of smugness and pride for even pulling off whatever shit I did. But this was different. This had been King personal on a whole other level than ever before. What did he do, Mr. Cullen? He asked again and I glared at him. He might have suggested that Swan should be paying for the repairs to my car, I replied with a venomous voice. Understanding flashed in his eyes and he nodded once. Why yes, the accident, he sighed. Talk of the town right now, isn't it? So I've been told, I replied coolly. He made a note in my file and put it aside. I'll let this one slide, he said, and I couldn't have hidden my surprise even if I wanted to. From what I've been told, the accident was pretty brutal. And Mr. Newton had no right to make immature comments like that regarding this delicate situation. Though I wish you could have handled it better, and that you would have used your mouth and not your fist to settle the situation. I did, I replied, with a half smirk. I don't think spitting on someone is an appropriate way to settle an argument, he said, giving me a pointed look. You can leave now, and I assume you're going to apologize to Mr. Newton. I'll get right on it, I replied sarcastically and got up from my seat. As I left the room I wondered what else I could get away with thanks to my newfound situation. If the principal let me get away with punching Newton in the face, there was no limit to what else I could get away with. Maybe the accident wasn't all that bad after all. You did what? I flinched at Dad's voice. I don't think I've ever seen him so angry before, let alone heard him yell like that. I punched Newton in the face. What's the big King deal? I replied, trying to keep my voice steady and carefree. He paced back and forth in front of the desk in his office, pinching the bridge of his nose and squeezing his eyes shut. His neck was growing red, and I could tell he was about to lose it. He had never lost it before. Laid-back Dad never lost it. He was the epitome of cool and collected. He never lost it. Never. This should be interesting. Why do you keep getting yourself into these situations, son? Why do you keep trying to sabotage your life like this? He asked, his voice laced with false calm, and I could feel the anger brewing underneath. Excuse me, I replied, still trying to keep my cool and not let him know he was getting to me. I'm not saying he was right in making such stupid remarks. But you could have been the bigger man and just walked away. Why do you insist on making everything such a big deal? He asked. Yeah, and maybe I should just have walked away from the accident too, I snorted sarcastically, and not made such a big deal out of it. Don't even, he snarled, and my eyes widened at the venom in his voice. You can count yourself lucky, son. I won't lie to you, but she probably wouldn't have made it if you hadn't called me. She was losing blood at an alarming speed. We're speaking minutes not hours. And if she had been forced to lay on that cold road for just another 10 minutes, there is no saying how things would have turned out, he said, piercing me with his gaze. I looked away at the same moment as his pager for the hospital went off. He looked down on it and sighed deeply in frustration. Speaking of which, damn it, I have to get back to the hospital. He looked at me and I could tell this conversation wasn't over just yet. He had a lot more to get off his chest, and I was glad that it had to wait so I could prepare myself for the next load. I wanted to claim that his words didn't bother me, but that would have been a lie. He said that she would have died within minutes if I hadn't called him, and that bothered me more than I felt comfortable with. I knew the accident had been serious, and I knew she had been severely hurt. Hell, I saw her leg. I saw the blood. Her leg was King crushed, and there had been a ridiculous amount of blood on the road. Of course the accident had been King serious. But her attitude at the hospital made it appear as though it wasn't as bad as I thought. She had been fierce, and she had stood up for herself. And would someone who had been in a serious accident just 24 hours before act so strong? She made it so easy for me to believe it wasn't that bad. Dad, can I ask you something that will stay between us? I asked, my voice cracking in the oddest way, and I shuffled my feet awkwardly in place. Of course, son, he replied, frowning a little in concern at my tone. Is she going to be all right? She's not gonna die now, is she? I asked, my eyes darting all over the place and avoiding him at all costs. He was quiet for a long moment, silently telling me to look at him, before he would answer me. She has a long road of recovery in front of her. But no, she's not going to die, he said. For some reason he frowned as he looked away with a faraway look in his eyes, and he began shuffling some files around. I nodded once, satisfied with the answer. I was just about to leave when I heard him again. At least not due to her injuries, he said, almost inaudibly. I tilted my head as I looked at him, confusion. What was that supposed to mean? He still had his back to me, and he was still shuffling around the papers on his desk. There was nothing in his demeanor that made me think that we were still talking. He was picking up files, putting them in his briefcase, and acting like I wasn't even in the room anymore. It made me wonder if he even intended for me to hear it. Edward Cullen Pav. It's a funny thing having people jumping to get out of your way when you walk down the hall. People no longer stared or pointed at me, although they were still whispering, thinking I couldn't hear them. Did they think I was deaf or stupid or something? Yeah, probably. At least they weren't King pointing and staring. Hell, they didn't even dare to glance my way in fear of me ripping their heads off. And I couldn't be any King happier. Punching Newton in the face turned out to be the best thing I had ever done in my entire life. Now, the only thing people talked about was me being unstable and dangerous. There was no talk about the accident anymore. Not much anyway. The accident was no longer newsworthy, but me punching Newton in the face was. The accident was ancient news, and it was officially behind me. Or so I thought. Emmett was still being pissy with me, and he wasn't talking to me at all. He just kept shooting irritated glances at me, probably trying to make me feel bad or something. I didn't know why the hell he was taking this whole thing so personally anyway. He was behaving as though I had killed his King puppy or some shit. Lunch quickly became unbearable because of it. Emmett not speaking to me, Alice acting like the mediator between us, Jasper being annoyed, and Rosalie just pissed made for an awkward lunch period. I knew that Alice agreed with Emmett to a certain point, but I also knew she had my back. She didn't want us to fight, and she did what she could to try to solve it all. Which just bugged me, considering it wasn't her business to begin with. My fight with Emmett was just that, my fight. She had no reason to get involved, thinking she could change things. I was not about to change my opinion on the situation anyway, so she was fighting a losing battle. Jasper was annoyed because he didn't like the tension in the group. He had always been sensitive to the emotions of the people around him, and if it were to become too intense he usually went into what we had come to call the Jasper mode. The Jasper mode was a pretty damn frustrating thing. It took a lot of energy and patience for us all to be able to even be near him when he was like that. When he went into Jasper mode, we all knew we had our shit cut out for us, and if we had grown attached to our balls, we had better stay quiet or solve whatever tension there was, if we intended to keep them. Let's just say that it didn't take much for him to snap when he acted like that. But this time, I wasn't going to budge. I was not going to retreat just to make him feel better. I was the King victim here. Not him, nor Emmett or anyone else. So I'd be damned before I changed my mind on the matter. Rosalie was pissed because, frankly, she was always pissed about something. I'm not entirely sure she was even aware of the tension or that something was off about our group, considering her self-absorbed personality. While we were sitting at the table, quietly seething and wishing we were somewhere else, she was probably thinking about her next appointment to get her beak waxed or something. Self-absorbed by ch. Yeah, she was my friend, but that didn't mean I had to like her all the time. With Emmett being pissed at me, she automatically became my enemy too, considering with whom she was sleeping. Besides, I only needed a reason to dislike her. It's not like we would hang out just the two of us anyway. We were not that close. No, scratch that. We were not close. Period. It was only Thursday. And I couldn't wait for the week to be over. There were no parties planned as far as I knew, but I didn't need a party to get drunk. All I needed was to get to Port Angeles so I could fetch some booze from our usual supplier. Maybe I could even score some weed or something, just to take the edge off. It had been a rough King week, and I needed to chill out. Don't King judge me. The school day was cut short, due to some teacher's conference or something, and I couldn't have been happier to get out of that dump. Emmett drove us home. He was still playing the silent game with me, of course, and I wondered if he thought I cared. I honestly didn't. If he wanted to be a big girly baby, he could. That was his problem. When we drove up to the house, I was surprised to see Dad's black Mercedes parked out front. It was only a little before noon, and he was usually never home during the day. Maybe Mom finally made him take a day off, or come home for an early dinner, since we usually ate without him on weekdays. But something made me think that his early day had nothing to do with dinner or him having a day off for no reason at all. We had yet to continue the discussion we had on Monday, which had been conveniently interrupted by his pager. A part of me thought he might just drop it, but when he turned out to be the first person we saw when Em and I walked into the house, I knew I was screwed. We're going to Port Angeles, Dad announced, and Emmett scrunched up his face in confusion. What? Why? I was going to head over to Rose's later, he complained. I was speaking to your brother, Dad replied simply. Emmett threw a look at me and scoffed. Yeah, get his ass as far away from here as possible. And preferably leave him there, he said, before trudging up the stairs. I glared daggers at his back, as Dad grabbed my arm and turned me to face the front door. Let's go, he said, and nudged me forward. Why do I have to go? I asked, a little confused by the whole thing. I have shit to do. We're going, and that's that, was all he said, and his tone left no room for argument. I sighed, but did as I was told. I figured I might as well go. I could take the opportunity to stop by James while there and get me some booze so I didn't have to go there again this weekend. Two birds with one stone. Whatever that other bird was that my dad needed us to go to Port Angeles for. I slid into the passenger seat of his Mercedes, and he threw me a look and shook his head softly as he turned the ignition. He was holding his tongue again, I could tell. I frowned and looked out the window. I was not going to crack. If he wanted to talk, he was going to have to open his mouth and talk. I was not going to encourage him by saying anything. He was the one who said we were going to talk later, not me. He drove at his usual careful pace, down the winding driveway, down to the road, and when we reached it, he turned left. Left, 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 no. Dad, where are we going? I asked, trying to sound offhand and carefree, though my entire insides were suddenly screaming at me to get the hell out of the car. Immediately. Port Angeles, I told you that, he replied, giving me a strange look. Yeah, I know, but why are we? I mean, why don't we drive through town? I asked with a light shrug, looking out the window so he couldn't see the terror in my eyes. Because this way is the quickest to the highway. What's wrong with you? He asked. The tone of his voice made me turn my head and look at him, and when I met his gaze, I realized he knew exactly the reason why I didn't want us to take this route. My jaw clenched and I narrowed my eyes at him. Son of a bi. I hissed between clenched teeth, but he wasn't intimidated. This road happens to be the quickest road to Port Angeles. Do you have a problem with that? He asked, raising an eyebrow at me and acting casual as though he knew I knew what he was doing. Is there something wrong with this road? He added, and I huffed and sank lower in my seat. He might have kept talking after that, I'm not sure. I didn't hear him anymore. All I could concentrate on was the fact that we were getting close. Everything looked different in the daylight, while at the same time oddly the same. I swear to King God that I could pinpoint the exact spot where I had hit that damn patch of black ice. I didn't hear my dad talking. I couldn't even hear the quiet roar of the engine, or the radio, or anything anymore. I was deaf, except for the phantom sounds that assaulted my mind. A sound of a car skidding across the road after hitting a patch of black ice. The sound of a girl hitting the windshield. The bumping sound of the car driving over the body. And a blood-curdling scream. I didn't realize I had closed my eyes, until I was brought back to reality by the sound of the engine, which roared louder as we accelerated onto the highway. My fingers were numb, and when I glanced down, I saw that I was once again gripping onto the seat like it was the only thing keeping me there. I tried to relax and flex my fingers, and it hurt like hell when I did. I glanced at my dad, and much to my relief, he wasn't looking at me. His eyes were trained on the road, like the good driver he was. I would have snorted at the 10-2 position of his hands on the wheel, if it weren't for the fact that I was too pissed off, because he was purposely messing with me. We had rode in silence for what felt like forever when Dad suddenly decided to speak up. I'm surprised, he said casually. Why so? I asked with a scoff, keeping my eyes on the moving scenery outside. I could almost feel where this conversation was heading. That you have yet to complain about my driving, even though I have purposely driven 10 miles under the speed limit for well over 20 minutes, he replied amused. Maybe because I know it's a wasted King effort. You drive like an old man, and I have learned to live with it, I replied sweetly, shooting him a wide fake smile. Yeah, I'm not buying it, but whatever works for you, he said calmly. Something was brewing underneath his tone, but I couldn't figure out what the hell that was. There was something he wasn't saying, and he was acting all superior, like he knew everything. Why did I even agree to go, again? Because I'm an idiot for not refusing. That's why. And the booze. Of course. What are you doing in Port Angeles anyway, since you needed me to come? I asked. We're going by the auto shop, he said, glancing at me. I figured you wanted to come with and take a look at your baby. I haven't seen it since they brought it from the site. I clenched my fist by my side, keeping my eyes forward. I could sense his eyes on me. Yeah, that's great, I said, keeping my voice light. Yeah, isn't it? He replied, using that weird tone again. We rode in silence for the remainder of the drive. And I silently chastised myself for being so King slow and stupid. What the hell was wrong with me? Of course he was taking me to see my damn car. Why else would he take me to Port King Angeles? We've never had any reason to go there together before, except for the last time my baby was in the shop, so this shouldn't have come as such a surprise to me. But for some reason, it did. When we parked outside the shop, my eyes immediately shot to the space where my car had been the last time we were here. But there was no shiny silver Volvo there today. Instead it was occupied by an ugly mother King Toyota. We stepped out of the car, and I followed Dad inside. A man, dressed in dirty overalls, walked up to us as soon as we stepped inside. His long, black hair was pulled back into a ponytail, his hands and face were dirty with oil, but the dirt almost disappeared in the darkness of his skin. Almost. He tried to wipe his dirty hands off with an even dirtier cloth, and I wanted to roll my eyes. King moron. Hello, Drive. Cullen, I wasn't expecting you until later, he said, holding out his dirty hand to my father. Dad didn't even flinch before taking the man's disgusting hand in his and shaking it. Nice to see you again, Sam. I wasn't planning on coming until this afternoon, but then my son had an early day, so I figured we might as well come by early, Dad replied. So where is it? It's in our other garage, in the back, Sam said and began walking to the back of the shop, and we followed him. I won't lie to you, Drive. Cullen. The damages on the car are pretty extensive, and it might take us a while to get it fixed. No problem, take all the time you need, Dad replied simply, and I glared at his back. Take all the time you need. Was he King serious? I needed my King car. How else was I supposed to get around? It's not like I could borrow Emmett's car or even Dad's for that matter, considering he was never home to begin with. And what on earth could be so wrong with my car that it would take such a long time to fix it? I really wanted to see the damages for myself, and see whether or not this Sam guy was full of shit. How long could it take to fix a windshield? It was the only thing she hit, and the only thing she smashed. So what the could take so long? It was not like it needed to be custom made or anything. It was King Volvo for crying out loud. Not some rare European beep car. Sam opened a wide door, and we stepped through it. So here it is, Sam declared. I brushed past Dad, glaring at him as I did so, before turning my head to look at my baby. And I froze. I wasn't even breathing. Or blinking. I was frozen King solid. Swan was a small King girl. 110 pounds tops. So how the hell did she manage to create this much damage? The hood of the car was King crater. The windshield looked like a spider web, with a cracked hole smack in the middle where her body had smashed into it. And the car tilted in a strange way. The windshield obviously, and the hood. Then there is the front axis. We will have to change parts of it, or maybe even the whole thing. Sam's voice sounded like it was coming through a tunnel, and I was only aware of half of what he was saying. I slowly made my way around the car, checking out every single inch of it. The front tire on the right side was bent in a weird angle, like it wasn't attached properly to the car anymore. And it was punctured. Of course. Wasn't it enough that it was barely holding onto the car? No, of course not. I looked down on the hood, and let my hand stroke the dented surface, which used to be so cool and smooth. My eyes wandered up to the windshield, and from this point I could make out every little crack in it. I could even see the blood. Blood. Everywhere. Blood. I quickly took a step back, and looked away from the windshield. But there was no use. Anywhere I looked now I seemed to see blood. When I looked closely, I could see blood on the front tire, and there was a little blood splattered on the car doors on the right side too. There was blood King everywhere. Are you ready to go, Edward? Dad asked, bringing me out of the daze. I nodded quickly, without looking at him. I'm done here, I choked as I brushed past him. I all but ran out of the shop and into the cold, November air outside. I walked over to the car and waited for Dad to come outside. I paced back and forth beside the car as I waited, and I kept playing with my fingers. I needed King smoke. Or better yet, a strong drink. Dad walked out from the shop right then and unlocked the car. We slid into the car, and after Dad had buckled his belt, he put a file in my lap. I got the estimate, he said. It will cost a pretty penny to get it fixed, but the insurance will most likely cover it. I didn't open the file. I just kept looking at it like it was about to jump up and bite me or something. Dad leaned back in his seat, not making any move to turn on the ignition and get us out of here. He sighed deeply, and I stiffened in my seat. I knew that sigh. It was not a good sigh. Son, he said quietly, his voice barely audible. You say, you don't care, and that you are over it. You act like you're beyond it all and that this doesn't bother you. I began unbuckling my belt when I realized where he was going with all this. I was not going to stay to hear that shit. I needed to get the out. I could take a bus back to Forks. Or take a King cab. But I was not going to stay in this King car to hear my dad's bullshit. But he stopped me by grabbing a strong hold of my wrists. I know, son, this is awful. I know you're hurt. But you can't pretend like everything is like it was before, because it's not. You will have to learn to deal with what happened, and not push it back like you have, he said, his voice overflowing with a million emotions. It's okay to feel hurt. It's okay to feel bad. It's okay to feel anything you want to feel. But don't pretend you don't feel anything, because you do. You're feeling it, and you will have to deal with it before it eats you up and swallows you alive. He took a deep breath and was quiet for a moment before continuing. I didn't take the short road to the highway to hurt you, I did it because I wanted to help you. And that is exactly why we are here today too. It would have been easy for me to tell Sam to just fix the car up, and drive you here to pick it up when it was done. But that would not have helped you. You needed to face reality and the seriousness of the situation. You can't walk around and think that this wasn't a serious accident, because it was. It really was. I tried to swallow, but it was like there was a big lump of shit stuck in my throat. I wanted to puke. Can we go home now, or are you gonna continue lecturing me about something I don't give a crap about? I hissed. I was not looking at him, but I could feel his eyes bore into me. He sighed deeply and let go of my wrists. You can't go on like this, Edward. You need to take responsibility for your actions. I glared at him, and he frowned. I don't need to do King anything, I spat. I turned to stare blankly out the window, and he didn't say anything. There was simply nothing more to say. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what if stories.